Beneath a blackened sky, a downpour lashed against the small wooden building isolated on the school grounds. Outside, dozens of zombies shambled through the torrential rain. Their mouths hung open, revealing grotesque, gaping maws. One of the undead hammered on the door, its frantic rhythm demanding entry. A panicked scream echoed from the other side. "It's me! Zhang Heng! They're closing in! Please, save me!" His terrified cries sent a wave of fear through the female students cowering under their desks. Some trembled, clutching their heads. Others stared at the rattling door, their hearts pounding. 3 male students strained to barricade the entrance. Ye Bei gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought, "What are we supposed to do?" Li Ruoxi, her face a mask of compassionate worry, placed a hand on her chest. "We have to let him in. Zhang Heng is our classmate. We can't just abandon him. Hurry up and open the door." But her words only spread more panic through the room. One of Ye Bei's classmates, his face pale with fright, screamed directly at Li Ruoxi. "What the hell are you talking about? There are zombies out there. Zhang Heng has to be bitten by now. We can't let him inside." As the class president, Li Ruoxi frowned, her voice full of indignation. "As your president, I cannot abandon a classmate in crisis. Let him in, now. Whatever happens, I'll take full responsibility." She pointed at the others, her tone sharp and commanding. "Zhang Heng can still talk. He's even screaming. That proves he hasn't been bitten. How can you just stand there and watch a friend die? Do you feel no guilt?" Another male student clicked his tongue in frustration. "Tch." He turned to Ye Bei and ordered, "Ye Bei, I'll count to 3. You open the door for Zhang Heng, then shut it immediately." Ye Bei nodded, his voice trembling. "Okay. Count. 1, 2, 3. In that instant, he yanked the door open. Zhang Heng burst in like a storm, but an eerie green light flashed in his eyes. The entire class screamed in pure terror. The blood drained from Ye Bei's face. He watched as Zhang Heng opened a foul, gaping mouth, his expression one of pure madness. He roared, "Zhang Heng, he's infected!" Li Ruoxi and the others scrambled away in a panic. "Help me!" she shrieked, grabbing a nearby classmate to use as a human shield. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was pinned to the floor, desperately fighting off the zombie before him. But it was no use. Its horrific jaws clamped down hard on his arm. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Ye Bei cried out in agony, his body convulsing. Suddenly, a series of fragmented memories flashed through his mind. An image of himself hacking off his own infected arm. Blood pouring, sweat drenching his body. A vision of the undead horde swarming the room, snarling viciously. And Li Ruoxi, the one who swore to take responsibility, running for her life. "Get out of here, now!" someone screamed. Blood was everywhere. The city was consumed by a great fire, black smoke choking the sky. Those memories shifted from fiery red to an eerie green, before condensing into a tiny black orb. A figure in a black cloak with stark white hair stood before him, holding a staff. "Do you know what you are doing?" a low voice asked. Beside him stood a blonde girl and several others in black cloaks. Then, an image of an old, silver-haired man lying on a strange machine. The old man whispered, "You must remember 2 things." The cloaked figure pulled a lever. A clap of thunder roared, and the final words echoed in Ye Bei's mind. "Survive. And get revenge." All of those memories fused into the mind of the high school-aged Ye Bei. His eyes shot open as he gasped, jolting back to reality. That same familiar voice pleaded from outside the door. "Guys, please, let me in." And just like in his past life, Li Ruoxi urged them on. "Hurry, let him in. As class president, I can't abandon a friend in need." Ye Bei stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He thought, Li Ruoxi. That's right. Right now, she's still just a naive student. She shouted with indignation. "Are you all deaf? Let him in. How can you just watch a friend die? Do you feel no guilt?" A sly grin spread across Ye Bei's lips. "Huh. How could I ever forget this day?" he thought. "I'm finally back. The time machine worked. I'm going to change everything." His gaze turned sharp as ice, and his voice became calm, but laced with provocation. "Oh, Madam President, I'm afraid Zhang Heng was bitten long before he got here, if we let him in. Are you sure you can handle the consequences?" Li Ruoxi puffed out her chest defiantly. "Did you see him get bitten with your own 2 eyes? I am the class president. If something happens, I will take responsibility." Ye Bei smiled, his voice cold. "Excellent." He took a few steps forward and extended his arm. The gesture was an invitation. "In that case, Madam President, you can take the responsibility of opening this door." Li Ruoxi froze, unable to believe her ears. She shrieked, "What did you say?" The girls hiding under the desks looked up, their eyes wide with shock. Li Ruoxi pointed a finger straight at Ye Bei's face. Ye Bei, are you even a man? I'm just a girl, and you're telling me to open the door? Ye Bei sneered, looking at her as if she were a complete fool. A girl? So what? Why should I have to open it for you? All you know is how to order people around to do your dirty work. So you can stand back and take all the credit. He stared her down, his eyes cold, full of conviction and contempt. I'm starting to wonder. Are you just some kind of hypocrite, Li Ruoxi? Li Ruoxi exploded with rage. Fine. She violently shoved Ye Bei aside, her voice steely. I don't need you. I'll do it myself. I'm not a coward like you. Fueled by rage, she shoved the boy aside. Damn it, get out of my way. She yanked the handle, pulling the heavy door down. But it was too late. Zhang Heng burst through. The force of the impact sent Li Ruoxi flying. The entire class screamed in terror as the wooden door crashed to the floor with an earth-shattering boom. Li Ruoxi cried out, clutching her head in agony. Panic seized her as she saw Zhang Heng looming in the doorway. His arms hung limp, his jaw grotesquely torn open. His eyes glowed with a sickening green light. He was infected. A guttural roar tore from Zhang Heng's throat. The students recoiled in fear, screaming as one. It's a zombie! Zhang Heng has turned! In a frenzy, Li Ruoxi grabbed a nearby student. Run! We have to run! But the boy's voice trembled with despair. The door! It's blocked! Without a second's hesitation, she shoved him forward as a human shield. What the hell are you doing? He screamed. Don't push me! Suddenly, Ye Bei lunged forward. A swift kick sent Li Ruoxi stumbling right into the zombie's path. The creature instantly seized her, clutching her like a prized meal. Its jaws opened wide, ready to crush her skull. But in that split second, a flash of crimson cut through the air. It was a red bat, wielded by Ye Bei. With one powerful swing, he sent the zombie's head flying. Black blood erupted in a sickening spray, but the headless body still clung to Li Ruoxi, refusing to release its grip. Her face was a mask of pure terror, pale as a sheet. Ye Bei simply watched, a cold, merciless smirk on his face. Li Ruoxi collapsed with the corpse, her voice cracking as she pleaded, Ye Bei, help me. But he just shot her a look of utter disgust. Humph. So, the great Li Ruoxi finally needs me. You've looked down on me your whole life. But today, the tables have turned. He ignored her pathetic screams. Instead, Ye Bei lifted the heavy door and slammed it shut, wedging it firmly back into its frame. The students stared, utterly speechless. Ye Bei shot them an icy glare. What are you waiting for? Barricade the door. Now. Shaken from their fear, everyone scrambled into action. Let me help you. Me too. Let's move. They rushed to Ye Bei's side, barricading the entrance. Determined to keep the horde of zombies out. Hands and feet caked in filth, they didn't stop. Desks, chairs, bookshelves, anything heavy was dragged against the door. From the other side, Li Ruoxi's frantic pounding echoed. What are you doing? She screamed. Please, you have to let me in. Help me. I'm your class president. How can you just leave me out here? Her piercing cries filled the air. But inside, grim-faced students ignored her pleas. They just pushed harder, fortifying their barricade. Then, her pleas for help turned to screams of terror, sending a chill down everyone's spine. No, stay away from me. Ah, that sound only made them push harder, sweat pouring down their faces. And then, silence. A blinding white light flooded in, illuminating their ghostly pale faces. Two students leaned against the barricade, panting for breath. We can't hear her anymore, one asked nervously. Do you think she got away? Whispers erupted throughout the room. I can't believe it. Ye Bei actually threw our class president to the wolves, and he killed Zhang Heng without even hesitating. They stared at Ye Bei's steady back, the blood-stained red bat on his shoulder, a figure of terrifying power. Someone whispered, wasn't he always so quiet and kind? It's like, he's a completely different person now. As if hearing them, Ye Bei spun around. His ice-cold gaze landed on two girls huddled in the corner. A slow smile spread across his face, his voice a low rumble. Oh? Are you afraid of me? The girl frantically shook her head, stammering, and no, of course not. The boy Li Ruoxi tried to sacrifice spoke up, his voice filled with gratitude. Ye Bei, thank you. Our class president nearly fed me to that thing. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. Others chimed in, their voices sharp with anger. She got what she deserved. To Li Ruoxi, we were nothing more than zombie bait. Thank God Ye Bei was here, or we'd all be monsters by now. And she acted like she was some kind of saint. Ye Bei's lips twisted into that same cold smile. I'm glad that you're not afraid of me. He looked over the group, his tone dangerously calm. "Unbar the door. I'm going out to scout." The entire class froze, their faces draining of color. They must have misheard him. "What did you say? Go outside?" Ye Bei explained with dripping sarcasm. "I was just thinking. It wasn't very nice to leave our class president to suffer out there alone. I want to go check if she's all right." They immediately tried to stop him, their voices shaking. "That's not funny, Ye Bei. It's swarming with zombies out there. It's suicide." But Ye Bei's voice was a thunderous roar. "Move!" The students flinched back in shock. With unnerving calm, Ye Bei began dismantling the barricade. Gripping his red bat, he stepped out into the open, an air of defiance around him. His classmates could only watch from the doorway, a mix of fear and awe in their eyes. They stared as his silhouette vanished into the blinding light. Ye Bei stood before the small wooden building, his voice steady. "The class president and Zhang Heng, they're both gone." He shielded his eyes from the glare, scanning the deserted school grounds. He murmured to himself, "The sun's out now. The zombies must have retreated." Behind him, the wooden door slammed shut with a final, heavy thud. It was as if they feared the undead would swarm in if they hesitated for a second. But it wasn't the zombies that his classmates truly feared. It was him. It was Ye Bei, the very person who had just saved them all. Panicked whispers echoed from inside. "Quick, barricade it. Don't let him back in. He's completely insane. He's unhinged. He's too dangerous. He just kicked the class president out. If we stick with him, he'll just use us as zombie bait. Look at him. He's turning into a cold-blooded killer." Ye Bei heard every single word. He turned, his gaze as sharp as a blade, sweeping across the wooden house. Through the window, his classmates watched, expecting him to beg to be let back in. But Ye Bei just smirked and walked away, his figure vanishing into the distance. They stared in disbelief, whispering amongst themselves. "Ye Bei, he's not coming back? Where could he possibly be going?" The blonde-haired student's face twisted in fear. "Look!" he shouted in a panicked voice. All eyes shot outside, horrified. Ye Bei was walking straight toward a shriveled, blood-soaked corpse. A girl screamed in terror. "That's a zombie! What is he doing? Has he completely lost his mind?" The female zombie let out a guttural roar, but its pathetic shriek meant nothing to Ye Bei. He carried the experience of a past life. Far from being afraid, he stepped closer, a cold, chilling smile spreading across his face. Just a worthless pest. His grip tightened on the red club. In a flash, his body blurred into motion. Inside the cabin, his classmates screamed in shock. "What? He's charging right at it!" The female zombie snarled. But Ye Bei remained silent, swinging the club with brutal force. Its head exploded in a shower of black gore. He raised the club high again with a roar, bringing it down straight onto the zombie's face. One of its eyes popped out, rolling in the dirt. Ye Bei's frenzy grew with each strike, relentlessly smashing the club into the creature's skull. He didn't care that he was covered in its blood. His classmates watched the gruesome display, whispering in terror. "Ye Bei, he's completely insane." Finally, he planted the club in the ground, panting from exhaustion, but his eyes remained ice cold as he reached into the zombie's shattered skull. He pulled out a shimmering green crystal. Ye Bei held it up, staring intently at it, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Heh, I've found it. The energy crystal. The very source of this apocalypse." The stone pulsed with a faint green light, humming with a mysterious power, the fuel that sustains the doomsday machine. Suddenly, from the distance, a pair of rotting legs staggered towards Ye Bei. The sound of heavy, dragging footsteps echoed in the silence. Ye Bei turned his head, his ice-cold gaze locking onto an ancient-looking zombie. Its long, white beard was matted with filth, and it glared at him with cloudy, dead eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped his red club and charged forward like a hurricane. With one precise strike, the old zombie's head split in two, spraying black ichor. Inside the cabin, his classmates stared, mouths agape. What in the world? Ye Bei. He's actually slaughtering these things. Suddenly, the blonde student gasped as if he'd realized something. That's right, he used to be so timid and shy. What happened to him? They looked at each other, afraid to even voice their thoughts. He hid it this whole time. No one knew. Not even his own parents, a trembling voice added. "This is terrifying. He kicked out the class president. I can't believe he'd do that." The brown-haired boy stared, mesmerized. As Ye Bei continued his brutal work, another student whispered, "He's so strong. Maybe we should ask him to come back and help us." The curly-haired student immediately shot that down. "Are you crazy? Let that maniac back in here?" The brown-haired one shot back. "Then what's your plan? We have no food. We're all going to starve." Suddenly, with a loud crash, Ye Bei's red club shattered the glass window, sending everyone inside into a panicked frenzy. He looked at them with his piercing gaze, his voice low. "Fellow students, why are you still cowering in there? Come on out and play. Killing zombies is fun." His classmates trembled, their faces drained of all color. One of them managed to scream, "Ye Bei, behind you." He spun around to see a zombie lurching toward him. Without a hint of fear, Ye Bei planted one foot firmly and delivered a devastating kick to the zombie's groin, sending it flying backwards. Then, he swung his red club, aiming right for its head. A brutal impact. Black blood sprayed as the zombie collapsed. Ye Bei casually wiped the gore from his face and spat on the ground. He put on a pained expression. "Ugh, this black stuff got all over me. So disgusting. I wonder if I'm infected now." He shot a glance at his classmates. His voice was dripping with sarcasm. "I thought we could face this together, but it looks like I'm a goner. I guess this is goodbye." "I really didn't mean you any harm," Ye Bei said, waving as he walked away. His voice was strangely gentle. "I hope we all make it out alive. If fate allows it, maybe we'll meet again." Back in the cabin, two boys were sweating bullets. "Ye Bei, he's really just leaving?" The group fell into a stunned silence as harsh sunlight beat down on the schoolyard. Ye Bei climbed a set of stairs, his eyes fixed on a tall building in the distance. "The apocalypse," he whispered to himself. "This is the dawn of humanity's final age." Below him, hordes of zombies shambled about. A virus had swept the globe, turning 50% of the population into monsters. Economies, governments, everything had collapsed. As the number of zombies grew, humanity was plunged into fear and despair, fighting for the scraps of shelter and food. The world's resources were thrown into utter chaos. Ye Bei stepped out of the school gates, his gaze sweeping over the landscape of this new, dark era. He whispered, "This is all from Professor Zhang Hen's research, and Li Ruoxi, the class president. She was the one who pushed me to the zombies to save herself. I was lucky to survive, but I had to cut off my own arm." For 15 years, he had endured starvation and torture. He was forced to live like a rat, hiding in garbage-filled alleys, until one day, he met a certain mechanic. That man used the last of his strength to build a time machine, sending Ye Bei back to the very beginning of the end. Ye Bei stood motionless, his hand reaching out. He glanced at the cold mechanical watch on his wrist. He strode down the desolate streets, while hidden survivors watched his every move. Seeing Ye Bei walk so brazenly, they whispered amongst themselves, "Is that guy even human? How can he just stroll around like that? Doesn't he have a death wish? He must be out of food, completely insane from hunger." As Ye Bei walked further away, a red club slung over his shoulder, someone spoke up. "Should we call out to him? It's too dangerous out there." Another man shot back instantly. "Are you nuts? It's crawling with zombies. For all we know, he could be infected." Ye Bei moved past the horde, unfazed. The undead lifted their heads, letting out blood-curdling screams. Suddenly, one spotted him. The entire pack charged like ravenous beasts. From his hiding spot, a blonde kid screamed in terror. "Zombies! They're heading straight for him," his companion sneered. Serves him right for looking for food now. What an idiot." But Ye Bei didn't flinch. A cold smirk played on his lips. He swung the red club, and with a single strike, a zombie's head cracked wide open. A second swing shattered its skull, sending black blood flying. Without pausing, he delivered another powerful, decisive blow. Two men hiding nearby gasped in disbelief. "He's taking on all three of them." High above, a figure gripped the curtains tightly. Eyes burning with hatred watched Ye Bei slaughter the zombies. It was none other than Li Ruoxi. She gritted her teeth, snarling, "You bastard! I will kill you. Just you wait." After the brutal fight, the zombies lay broken at Ye Bei's feet. He was panting, exhausted. Splattered with black blood, he turned to leave. But a sound from behind made him freeze in place. For 5 tense seconds, the sound of shuffling feet returned. 3 more zombies, their limbs stiff, lurched towards him. They had no trace of humanity left. Their green eyes glowed, their skin was ashen gray, and their jaws gaped, ready to tear him apart. Ye Bei's face was pale with exhaustion. He muttered, "Damn, I'm too tired for this." But as the 3 zombies charged, he reacted instantly and bolted. He cursed himself internally. "I made way too much noise. I drew the whole horde here. This is bad." Ye Bei took off at a blinding speed, his feet barely touching the ground. But the zombies behind him were relentless, like tireless machines cast from iron. They never tired. From a building with shattered windows, survivors watched him sprint towards them. They whispered urgently, "He's heading right for us. We have to do something." But even at his breakneck pace, Ye Bei left a strange trail on the ground. Something sticky on the soles of his shoes. It was a beacon, guiding the horde right to him. Reaching a small storefront, Ye Bei slowed down, pounding on the door until his knuckles were raw. Blood smeared across the metal surface. He screamed, his voice ragged. "Please, open the door. Let me in." A security camera above the door was active. Someone was definitely inside, but they didn't answer. Ye Bei pressed closer, pleading with all his might. "Zombies are after me. Please open up." Inside a security room, a man with a cigarette smirked coldly. The guy's lost his mind. Who'd be dumb enough to open the door? A blond man in a cap played dumb. "Tisk, my eyesight's bad. I can't see a thing." The rolling steel door remained shut, lifting just a few inches in a mocking gesture. Ye Bei was speechless. He knew that any hesitation meant death. Just then, a zombie shambled into view. Its grotesque hand, missing 2 fingers, reached for him. Its jaw hung open, drool dripping from its maw. Ye Bei didn't even hesitate. A lightning-fast punch took the zombie down instantly. But before he could breathe, 2 more were on him. Without a second thought, he hurled the red club. It struck one charging zombie square in the head, knocking it back into the other. There was no more time. Ye Bei dropped to the ground, rolling through the small gap beneath the shutter door. He made it inside just as the door slammed shut, silencing the monstrous screams from the outside world. A furious pounding echoed from the other side, but Ye Bei just sank to his knees, gasping for air, ignoring it completely. His entire body ached. He pushed himself to his feet, thinking, better to be deaf than to meet the devil himself. The people inside stared, their faces pale with shock. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Ye Bei stood tall, his face smeared with black blood. His cold, sharp gaze seemed to defy the chaotic world outside. Before him lay the treasure trove of a convenience store. Shelves were packed with enough food to fill his empty stomach and fuel him for the next fight against the dead. A girl hiding under a table peeked out curiously, wanting to see who had been screaming for help. Her eyes fell on Ye Bei, a young man who seemed to fear nothing, standing tall in the brilliant light filtering through a nightclub sign. The boss's men, who had watched the whole thing, were stunned. A blonde-haired lackey exclaimed, "Did you guys see that? That kid took on a whole horde of zombies," he frantically reported back to his boss. "That student, he took down 5 or 6 of them all by himself." Then he dove right into the convenience store across the street. A scarred man scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. "Humph. The world's ending, and he's just taking a stroll, like he's got a beautiful woman on his arm. So cocky. Let's see what he's really made of. Maybe these zombies aren't as tough as we thought." But a growing horde of zombies was gathering outside the store, drawn by something unseen. The boss just laughed boisterously. If that kid could pull it off, then so can we. Ye Bei felt eyes on him, a smirk curling his lips as a strange calm washed over him. He heard a faint rustle. Glancing under the table, his voice dropped low. "Hey, I know you're in there. Come on out." The girl flinched, keeping her head down. But her white-knuckled grip on the table's edge betrayed her presence. The air grew thick with a suffocating silence. Ye Bei let out a weary sigh. "Don't make me do this the hard way." Then, like a master actor, he clutched his side, his face twisting in agony. "My wound. I'm losing too much blood. Help me." Conflict flashed in the girl's eyes. A war between raw fear and her own compassion. In the end, kindness won. She shot out from her hiding spot like a blur, a bottle of medicine clutched in her hand. Her thin shirt revealed legs covered in a patchwork of bandages, but in her frantic haste, the bottle slipped from her grasp, clattering on the floor right in front of Ye Bei. Quick as a viper, he snatched her wrist and yanked her forward. The girl, Yu struggled, her face crimson as she screamed, let go of me." But what was her frail strength against his? Panic and shame flared in her wide, round eyes. She desperately held her shirt closed while trying to pry his fingers open with her free hand. The others in the store stared at the scene, whispering, "Good heavens, what's going on? Grabbing a girl like that? It's bound to cause a misunderstanding." Ye Bei just chuckled. Relax. I'm not gonna eat you. Just give me the remote for the security shutter." Yu still dazed, stared at him. Her hand trembled as she clutched her shirt, utterly lost in this bizarre situation. With eyes shimmering as if about to cry, Yu put on her most innocent, helpless face. "What remote?" It was painfully obvious she was clutching it in her other hand, refusing to let go. With his superior strength, Ye Bei was insistent. "Give it to me, now," he roared, finally ripping the device from her grasp. As he released her, Yu tumbled backward. She broke her fall with her hands and scrambled behind a cabinet, but her curiosity made her peek out. "Why are you climbing the shelves? You'll attract the zombies with all that noise," she whispered, her voice trembling with worry as tears welled in her eyes. Ye Bei shot her a disdainful smirk. "Idiot. You actually bought that act? Do you really think I'm that reckless? With that level of gullibility, you'll be herded by zombies like sheep." Outside, the air of the apocalypse hung heavy. A thick blanket of black clouds smothered the sky, painting the world in shades of gray. Rain began to fall. What started as a drizzle quickly became a torrential downpour, washing over the silent streets. A 3-story building stood soaked in the dismal rain, the air chilling to the bone. Inside a small bedroom, Yu Er knelt by the bed, wearing only a thin, oversized shirt, her small frame dotted with bandages. Hunched over, she opened a medical kit, her movements careful and precise as she tended to Ye Bei's wound. His arm was severed at the stump, blood seeping through the old bandages. But Yu Er patiently wrapped a new layer of fresh gauze over it, creating a small, tight bundle. Ye Bei lay on the bed, his face ashen. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead from the agonizing pain. He clenched his jaw, refusing to make a sound, terrified his cries would attract the dead. Noticing his trembling, Yu Er explained awkwardly, "I'm done patching you up." Ye Bei managed a weak smile, his voice shaking. Thank you for saving me." At his words, her small face brightened, breaking into a pure, innocent smile. Her hands and sleeves were stained with his blood, but she paid it no mind. She quickly closed the kit, saying, "It's too dangerous out there. My dad made me promise to stay inside the shop." Then, hugging the box, she turned to leave. "You should rest. I'll go get you something to eat." Ye Bei watched her go, his gaze filled with genuine gratitude. "Thank you," he said again. Yu Er's small figure vanished behind the closing door. He stared at the spot where she'd been, not even blinking, until the door clicked shut. Ye Bei closed his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. Such a kind-hearted girl. She's the only one who would have opened that door for me. Otherwise, I'd be dead from blood loss or zombie food by now. He surrendered to the waves of pain, but a rare flicker of warmth ignited in his chest, a comfort in this hellish, new world. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from downstairs ripped through the silence. It was Yu Er. "What do you people want?" Lying in the second-floor room near the hallway, Ye Bei's eyes snapped open. The scream sent a jolt through him, and his heart began to pound as he strained to listen. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed from below. 2 pairs of massive boots, caked in mud, rainwater, and fresh blood, stomped across the floor. A burly man came into view. His cruel face was split by a long, jagged scar that ran from his ear to his collarbone. A hideous grin stretched across his lips. "Thanks for letting us in." Little Yu Er's face was chalk white, her eyes wide with terror. Her voice trembled. "But, you said you were starving." The leader, a man in a tank top covered in a roadmap of scars, was none other than the infamous boss, Slaughter. He and his 2 gaunt henchmen blocked the entrance, plunging the room into shadow. Yu Er stumbled backward in panic and fell to the floor. He just smirked. "Yeah, thanks for opening the door. Everything you have in here now belongs to us." Behind him, his lackeys snickered, their eyes glinting with malice. In a desperate plea, Yu Er screamed, "Get out of here! My father will be back any minute." But her words were hollow, carrying no threat. Slaughter strode forward and grabbed her chin in a brutal grip. He sneered. "Oh, we met your old man, all right. He made for some excellent zombie bait." His foul gaze crawled over her innocent face as he licked his lips. "So now, it's just you and us. No one to bother us. It's time to play a little game." As that grotesque face leaned in closer, all Yu Er could do was let out a hopeless scream. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks of pure terror. The thug's demonic laughter grew louder, drowning out the roar of thunder that split the heavens. The main door slammed shut, plunging the room into darkness. A flash of lightning revealed beasts in human form, mercilessly descending upon the little girl. Ye Bei hid in the corner of the hallway, a powerless witness to the bloody massacre. He trembled, biting his lip hard, his other hand clamped over his mouth to stifle any sound. Yu Zio's terrified scream echoed through the air, before her small body collapsed onto the cold tile floor. Her frail arm fell limp as blood gushed out. A kind, innocent girl, slaughtered by a pack of vicious thugs. Ye Bei, hidden in the shadows, was paralyzed by fear, unable to make a sound. That scene was seared into his soul, becoming a nightmare that would haunt him forever. Back in the present, Ye Bei stood motionless under the freezing water. It soaked his body, his thick hair plastered down, hiding a face twisted with pure rage. "This time, I will save her," he whispered, his eyes dark with grim determination. A plan began to take shape in his mind. First, I have to show her the dark reality of the apocalypse, even if she comes to see me as a devil. The cold water continued to pour, but it couldn't extinguish the inferno of vengeance burning inside him. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Ye Bei was jolted by a frantic knocking from a small hand outside the door. His voice instantly turned harsh and cold. He yelled, "What are you knocking for? Don't bother me while I'm showering." Yuer, this timeline's innocent girl, was startled by his sudden outburst, nearly dropping the white shirt in her hands. She stammered an explanation, her voice weak. I'm sorry. I saw your clothes were dirty, so I brought you a new set." Hearing her soft, trembling voice nearly broke his resolve, but Ye Bei gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay cold. "Shh." He glared at the door, feigning irritation. "Leave them outside and get lost." Outside, Yuer's face fell, clearly hurt, not understanding his sudden anger. She replied in a small voice, "Okay." Then she quietly placed the shirt on the floor. In the bathroom, Ye Bei bowed his head, letting the water stream down from his hair. He sighed with a pained expression. How can a girl this fragile survive the end of the world? He lifted his head, a strong arm sweeping his hair back. Water traced paths down his face as he closed his eyes, savoring the clean stream, washing away the apocalypse's filth. "This feels incredible," he murmured. "It's been so long since I could shower like this." With the zombie hordes growing, the water supply would be contaminated soon. This place would likely run dry in a few days. With that thought, he shut off the water. Ye Bei stepped out of the bathroom, a thin towel wrapped around his waist, drying the remaining water from his hair. Glistening droplets rolled across his toned skin, the body of a young man filled with apocalyptic vitality. Luckily, this store has plenty of water and supplies, enough to hold out for a while, he thought, scanning the room. Next, I need gear and weapons. He instinctively stopped in front of a mirror, where the image of a vibrant, youthful teen stared back. Ye Bei touched his chin smugly. Being this young again is truly something else. He raised his intact arm, so different from his previous life, and felt his firm muscles, chuckling, smooth skin, no back pain, no aching leg. But as his eyes moved down to his stomach, he grimaced in disappointment. Where did my six-pack go? I'll have to train it back." Ye Bei threw open the bathroom door, his attitude turning serious once more. He noticed a woman's outfit hanging on the wall, then picked up the pristine white shirt nearby, completely speechless. Just then, Yuer was in the storeroom preparing food, when she was startled by an furious roar. "You foolish girl! Why did you bring me women's clothes? How am I supposed to fight zombies in this?" Yuer's face flushed crimson. She froze, completely baffled by Ye Bei's sudden rage and unsure how to respond. Elsewhere, in a dark alley, a large two-story building was sealed shut. The sign above creaked ominously, threatening to fall. Inside a dimly lit room, two female students in thin traditional dresses huddled on the floor, their faces filled with absolute terror. In the center of the room stood a burly, ferocious-looking man in sunglasses and a tank top, revealing a long scar running from his shoulder to his collarbone. This was Brother Jie, the man who murdered Yu Ziyo in the past life. He hoisted a huge blade onto his shoulder, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he gathered his scruffy underlings. He tilted his head back, and a beam of light through the window illuminated his scarred face, emphasizing the raw, red gash and his cruel eyes. His voice boomed with authority. "This place has booze and food, but it's not going to last. We have to build a survival base to deal with this apocalypse," he suddenly roared, swinging his blade toward the window. "So we're moving out. We'll clear out those zombies and take over the convenience store across the street. Then we'll have an endless supply of food." His men looked where he pointed, seeing the shambling zombies outside. To spur them on, Brother G sneered with a suggestive tone. "If I recall, besides that kid, there's a cute little loli in that store." His words were like fuel on a fire. The thug's eyes lit up, practically drooling as they roared with excitement. He pointed his blade forward. "Brothers, let's go kill some zombies, loot their food, and butcher that little lolly." Their spirits soared. Gripping their weapons, the entire gang charged for the door, hungry for a bloody feast. Meanwhile, at the convenience store, the main doors were sealed shut. Outside, grotesque figures, both male and female, shambled about, occasionally slamming against the glass, their growls echoing a desperate hunger. Yu Ziyu was curled up in a computer chair, a bag of snacks hanging from her mouth. Hearing the noise, she immediately lifted her head. After a change of clothes, Ye Bei looked surprisingly sharp. With his vest slung over his shoulder, he approached her, his face an icy mask as he began to berate her. "You little fool. Get over here. I need to ask you something." Yuer ducked under the desk, peeking her head out to stare at him in confusion. His dapper appearance stunned her for a moment, but his expression quickly turned grim. His voice was stern. You live here all by yourself? Where's your family? Yuer looked up, her gaze timid. My father went out for food and fuel, but he hasn't come back yet. Suddenly, Ye Bei slammed his hand on the table, deliberately putting on the menacing air of a thug. You naive child. Why would you dare let a stranger in when you're all alone? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you? Yuer's face went pale. She collapsed back into her chair in a panic, stammering, But you said you were hurt. You were covered in blood. You looked so weak. Ye Bei's brow furrowed as he roared. Did you or did you not see those zombies chasing me? Do you have any idea what's really happening out there? With Ye Bei yelling right in her face, Yuer trembled, instinctively covering her head as if expecting a blow. She stammered, I know. I saw the zombies on TV. Though Ye Bei didn't have the heart to frighten her more, he still scowled and slicked his hair back, his tone turning to ice. A naive, weak girl like you will just end up as meat for some predator sooner or later. But I have a reason not to kill you. For now. He squinted at her, his expression half joking, half serious. It gets boring being alone, and I could use someone to serve me. Then he pointed directly at her face and bellowed, Listen up. From now on, you do exactly what I say. No backtalk. If you argue, I'll kill you on the spot. The apocalyptic sky hung heavy, a blanket of bleak gray. Fortunately, the glowing signs for the nearby bar and tech shop had finally died, their power source completely exhausted. Outside, a massive horde of zombies had gathered. They snarled, bearing blood-stained fangs from their gaping mouths. Their eerie, phosphorescent blue eyes glowed in the gloom. From the elderly to children, men and women alike, every last one of them wore a look of pure, frenzied madness. A gangster with drenched hair was suddenly spotted by the horde. In an instant, he became their next meal. He only managed a single, blood-curdling scream before he was dragged down, swarmed and torn limb from limb by the ravenous zombies. The sight of their comrade being devoured alive terrified the other gangsters. They were frozen in fear. One of them stammered, What is this? Why are they suddenly so aggressive? His partner replied, Maybe they're different from the ones that student kid killed. Sensing his men's morale crumbling, their leader, Boss Kill, roared, Shut your traps and focus, or we're all going to die here. But the moment he shouted, a skinny, red-haired thug with a ghostly pale face broke from the group, running in a blind panic. This is insane. I'm getting out of here. He didn't get far before Boss Kill grabbed a fistful of his hair and yanked him back with brutal force. The others watched in stunned silence as their boss, gritting his teeth, hurled the red-haired man towards the zombies like a sack of trash. The undead, catching the scent of fresh blood, lunged forward to feast. The red-haired man screamed helplessly, Boss Kill, why are you doing this to me? But Boss Kill ignored him, standing back to back with his remaining men. Using their weapons to hack at the encircling horde, he swung his blade, lopping off a zombie's head, and ground his teeth. There are too many of them. We can't kill them all. His bloodshot eyes darted around behind his sunglasses. He cursed, then yelled, Fall back, now. Two of his subordinates immediately turned and fled, with the horde of zombies surging after them like a tidal wave of death. Back at the convenience store, the undead had been drawn away. The surroundings fell eerily silent, with not a single zombie left in sight. Inside, Yuer slipped her bare feet into a pair of sandals and quietly walked up the stairs. She carried a steaming cup of freshly cooked instant noodles, its savory aroma filling the air. Yu Ziyu stood before the door, mustering her courage to enter. She found Ye Bei in the manager's chair, rolling a small, green orb in his hand, his expression solemn as if he were lost deep in thought. She spoke softly, Sir, here are your noodles. When he didn't respond, she placed the tray on the desk, along with the thermos of hot water. Here is the hot water you wanted. Ye Bei glanced at her, his demeanor instantly shifting back to that of a predator. His brows knitted together as he clenched the orb tightly in his hand. He commanded coldly, All right, I don't need you anymore. Get out. Unless I call for you, do not disturb me. Hearing this, Yuer mumbled an affirmation and tiptoed backward, carefully closing the door behind her. The door clicked softly shut, sealing the room and leaving Ye Bei completely alone. He quickly tore the lid off the noodle cup. Inside, golden noodles swam in a rich, savory broth. The seasoning packet floated on top, releasing an irresistible aroma. The warm steam filled the small room, awakening his senses. Ye Bei snapped the included plastic spork in half, creating a crude but effective utensil. Unable to hold back any longer, he dropped his fierce facade, leaning over and slurping up the noodles like a starving wolf, ignoring the hot steam that blasted his face. The flavor melted in his mouth, a savory explosion erupting across his tongue. He thought to himself that in this apocalyptic world, a meal like this was both a precious treasure and an unrivaled delicacy. After finishing a mouthful, Ye Bei leaned back, a warmth spreading through his body. Still holding the cup, he said with satisfaction, "They have no idea. In a few years, a cup of noodles will be the greatest luxury imaginable." He shouted with joy, "This is amazing, this familiar taste." But just outside the window, the endless horde of zombies growled, waiting. The commotion finally broke through. Jay, lost in his meal, suddenly looked up. "Why is it so noisy outside? It's been going on for a while now." Suddenly, crash! A rock smashed through the window, sending shards of glass flying across the room. Startled, Jay whipped his head around. His pupils shrank in horror. A huge, calloused hand gripped the shattered frame, desperately trying to pull itself inside. It was Brute, the man who'd thrown the rock. That familiar gold chain rested on his head. His massive frame struggled to haul itself up to the second floor. He roared, "Damn it! The zombies are right on my tail!" Spotting Jay just sitting there, noodle cup still in hand, he barked an order. "Hey kid, get over here and pull me up. Didn't you hear me? If you don't move it, I'll kill you." The sheer arrogance of this enemy from his past life made Jay's brow furrow. His expression went dark. Tsk! He shot him an icy glare, then casually reached for the kettle of boiling water on the table and started walking closer. Brute. Seeing Jay approach with the kettle, a shiver of unease ran down his spine. "What are you doing with that water?" Before he could react, Jay flipped the lid open and poured a stream of scalding hot water right on top of him. Searing heat and agony spread instantly. His hand gripping the ledge turned bright red, pain shooting straight to his brain. Brute let out a horrific scream, his instincts begging him to pull away. But this was the second floor. If he let go, he would fall right into the zombie horde waiting to tear him apart below. Brute's massive body teetered on the windowsill, about to plunge into the abyss of zombies waiting below. Without an ounce of mercy, Jay's killing intent flared as he poured the last of the boiling water onto him. A cruel smile spread across his face, his eyes like a demon's. "You want to kill me? You think you have the chance? I'll deal with you first." Just then, a small force tugged at Jay's arm. Two tiny hands, hidden in an oversized shirt, were desperately trying to pull him back. It was Yuna, who had run into the room at some point. Despite her overwhelming fear, she pleaded with a trembling voice, "Stop. Please stop. Let him in. Don't hurt him." Her eyes glistened, both pitiful and determined. Brute, still dangling from the window, was stunned by the little girl's kindness. A strange feeling crept into his heart, mixed with a hint of regret for his original, cruel intentions toward her. But Jay, seeing Yuna's naive attempt to save his enemy, glared at her furiously. His eyes were as sharp as ice, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Get out of the way. I told you not to come near me without permission. You don't even know who this man is." Yuna refused to back down, her eyes welling with tears. She held back a sob and spoke clearly. "My father told me never to hurt other people." Her words cast a strange silence over the room. The two men, both ruthless killers, found themselves staring at the small girl. Jay's patience snapped. "Are you a complete idiot? If you let him in, aren't you afraid he'll kill you?" Before Jay could say more, Brute plastered on his friendliest possible expression, his eyes curving into a sycophantic smile. No, I would never do that. I was just hungry and looking for food when those zombies chased me up here." He kept smiling as he spoke, trying to disarm Jay, but while they were distracted, he stealthily placed one foot on the windowsill. His body was already halfway into the room. Outside, the zombies shrieked, their hands reaching up to pull him down and rip him to shreds. Seeing the horde growing, Brute lowered his voice. Feigning a pitiful look, he begged, "Please, just let me stay. I'll leave as soon as the zombies disperse." Yuna's compassion flared up once more. She looked at Jay with pleading eyes. "Don't hurt him." Jay cursed Brute's ancestors 10 times over in his head and quickly stepped forward. He blocked her view of the man. "I should have just pushed him down and let the zombies handle it," he thought. Glancing out the window, he knew he couldn't do it now. But then, the sharp box cutter on the desk caught his eye. A new plan began to form in his mind. While they were distracted, Brute heaved himself completely into the room. The solid thud of his boots echoed on the tile floor. He stood up straight, a sinister smile twisting his lips. His voice was filled with dark meaning. "Thanks for letting me in." Brute's savage face glared at the two small figures before him, his huge frame blocking the light from the window. One of his hands was covered in blisters from the burn, but his eyes held the raw desire to devour his prey. He let out a threatening growl. "Wherever I am is my territory. Anyone who resists me dies." His sudden ferocity terrified Yuna. She never imagined the big uncle she'd just saved would turn on them so quickly. The gray sky grew even darker as storm clouds rolled in. A crooked technician's sign hanging outside rattled, as if about to fall. Below, the zombie horde had grown massive, completely blocking the street. They shrieked, desperate to break in. At the main entrance, Brute's two henchmen struggled to hold the wooden door shut, fighting against the crushing weight of the zombie mob. But the pressure from the undead was too great. They couldn't hold on much longer. One of them screamed in a panic. "The zombies are breaking through the door. We can't hold this place." "What do we do?" The bald one, his eyes filled with resentment, growled. "This is all Brute's fault. If it wasn't for his crazy idea, we could have been safe here for a month." The other man replied helplessly, "Brute, after we got separated by the horde, I have no idea where he went." His words only enraged the bald man, who sneered. "I saw him climb up to the second floor of the convenience store. Forget him. It's better if he just dies." Their own situation was now beyond desperate. It was hard enough to protect themselves, let alone the two terrified female students cowering on a nearby bench. Outside, the zombies grew even more frenzied, their green eyes glowing with an unnatural light. A violent pounding shook the building, as the solid wooden door began to crack and splinter under the strain. The bald man's face went pale. Damn it. The horde outside was growing. The door was about to give way. He glanced at the two girls trembling in each other's arms and barked, "Hey, stop crying and help me brace the door." His shout startled the girls, and they scrambled to help. One of them was a stunning figure in a wine-red cheongsam. Her desperate attempt to barricade the door only made the bald man grin, his eyes flashing with a predatory hunger. "I was planning on having some fun with them before you showed up. What a shame." He glanced at the window, calculating his next move. The only way out was the balcony. He'd just leave them here as bait while he slipped away. In the dim light, a sinister smile spread across his face, his cunning eyes scanning the cramped room. Outside the convenience store, an eerie silence had fallen, because the zombie horde had been lured away to the bar across the street, leaving the entrance completely deserted. But on the second floor, a massive figure blocked the light from the window, casting a terrifying shadow over the room. As he stepped inside, he let out a triumphant laugh, looking like he wanted to devour the two small figures before him. He licked his lips, his voice deceptively smooth, but dripping with malice. "Well now, little girl, you're a cute one. I said I don't kill people. You really think I meant it?" He advanced, his coarse hand reaching out to grab Yuer. Seeing her shrink back in fear, his eyes narrowed, and his smile turned vulgar. "I really want to have some fun with you. If you become my little toy, I'll let you live." Suddenly, he roared, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he spun towards Yebei. "You bastard, you dare splash hot water on my hand? You must have a death wish. Feeding you to the zombies wouldn't be a bad idea," he snarled, his scarred face twisting in a mask of fury. "But I'm going to make your death much more painful than that. I'll crush you, tear you apart limb by limb, and throw the pieces to the horde so you can feel every last second of agony." Faced with this raw fury, Yebei remained calm. He gripped the box cutter tightly, his thumb sliding over the cold, sharp edge of the blade, ready for a fight. Just as the tension was about to snap, Yuer suddenly spoke up, her voice trembling but filled with a surprising courage. "Mister, my family owns this store." She lifted her head, her wide eyes trying to feign composure. "There's a lot of food on the first floor, enough for everyone. There's candy, milk, instant noodles, and even Jane's bear cookies." The moment the words left her mouth, a greedy glint appeared in the butcher's eyes, like a starving wolf that had just cornered its prey. Hearing Yuer naively reveal their precious food stash, Yebei could only look at her with a helpless expression, a mix of pity and alarm. She was practically serving herself up to the enemy, he thought, his heart pounding in his chest. But Yuer, in her innocence, didn't sense the danger. She even offered a pure smile. "We can all eat together. When we're full, we won't have to worry. We can be happy." Seeing Yuer's naivety, the butcher's eyes only grew more furious, his crimson pupils burning with rage. He bellowed, his voice a hoarse growl. "Damn it, are you trying to lecture me?" As he spoke, the greedy fire in his eyes blazed even hotter. Suddenly, his anger exploded. He lunged forward like a predator, his brutal hand reaching for Yuer's shoulder. He roared, "You little brat!" Just as his sinewy arm was about to grab her, Yebei moved like lightning, blocking his path. In one swift, decisive motion, he swung the box cutter. The razor-sharp blade flashed through the air, slicing clean through the filthy fingers reaching for the girl. Yuer let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror, squeezing her eyes shut as her whole body trembled. Staring at his 3 severed fingers, the butcher let out an agonized howl. He clutched his bleeding wrist, his face contorted in pain. Seizing the opening, Ye Bei reversed his grip on the knife. With ice in his eyes, he dropped into a fighting stance, ready to drive the blade deep into the brute's massive frame. The killing intent radiating from him put the butcher on high alert. His eyes flashed with viciousness. His remaining good hand shot out, grabbing Ye Bei's wrist in a death grip as he snarled. He struggled to push the gleaming blade away from his throat. But Ye Bei didn't flinch, putting all his strength into the thrust, determined to run the villain through, and send him to meet his ancestors. Watching the horrific scene unfold, Yu turned deathly pale, shaking uncontrollably. As the butcher grappled with all his might against Ye Bei, the little girl suddenly reacted. He landed a powerful kick to Ye Bei's stomach, sending him flying. In that instant, Yu grabbed the hot water kettle and hurled it at the giant. The force of the kick sent Ye Bei's slender frame sailing across the room. His back slammed hard against the tiled floor, pain radiating through his entire body. A groan escaped his lips, his head spinning. After throwing the kettle, Yu was swatted aside by the butcher, her head cracking against the edge of the bed. She collapsed in a heap. The butcher clutched his bleeding arm and staggered forward, madness gleaming in his eyes, and raised his maimed hand. A gruesome smile spread across his face. "You son of a bitch. In all my years, you're the only one who's ever pissed me off this much. Now die." Ye Bei tried to push himself up, ready to keep fighting. But a sharp agony shot through his side, a broken rib from that last kick, and he trembled, powerless. The butcher stalked forward and brought his foot down, stomping on Ye Bei's leg with crushing force. The world spun as Ye Bei screamed in agony. Even so, Ye Bei raised his head, his eyes burning with defiance. The giant stood over him, towering like a mountain, and roared. "Model, before I finish you, I have one question. How do you make killing those monsters look so easy? We can kill people just fine, but those things are a different story." Even in agony, a defiant smile spread across Ye Bei's face. "You want to know? Call me Grandpa, and maybe I'll tell you." That unbreakable spirit sent the killer boss into a blind rage. He roared, "Are you tired of living?" The fury inside the killer boss erupted like a volcano as he stopped stomping on Ye Bei's leg. Instead, he savagely aimed for his torso, bellowing, "If you don't talk, I'll kick you until you're nothing but a corpse." Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Ye Bei instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest, trying to brace himself. Yu finally snapped back to reality. She watched in horror as the giant tormented him, his face deathly pale, his body completely frozen in fear. But the killer boss was relentless, delivering a barrage of cruel kicks to Ye Bei's head. He grit his teeth, blocking the blows with his arms. The pain was so intense he could have shattered his own jaw. He'd wanted Yu to learn a lesson from this, but the price was far too high. The price was too damn high. Finally, unable to endure it, he screamed out in utter helplessness, all right, stop. I'll tell you." Hearing him finally submit, the killer boss let out a triumphant sneer, yanking Ye Bei up by the collar. Lifting him off the ground, he growled, "Spit it out, and I'll make your death quick." But as he leaned in close to hear the secret, Ye Bei suddenly spat a mouthful of blood right in his face. If his men had seen this, the humiliation would have been absolute. The killer boss trembled with fury, screaming, "You son of a bitch!" With his killing intent exploding, he hurled Ye Bei across the room like a ragdoll. The force was so great that Ye Bei slammed into a hanging rack, sending it crashing down before his body hit the floor. His head spun, his entire body screaming in pain. But the killer boss showed no mercy. He strode forward and drove his steel-toed boot straight into the center of Ye Bei's chest. The horrific pain made him cough up another mouthful of blood. His pupils constricted, and veins bulged all over his face. The boss's eyes turned crimson, blood vessels spreading across the whites as he roared, "You dare challenge me?" As Ye Bei struggled to sit up, the giant leaped aggressively, landing a crushing stomp on his body, his face as dark as smoldering embers. "You think this is a game? I'll play along." The more he stomped, the more frenzied he became, laughing like a maniac at the sight of blood. "Die! Die!" Just as Ye Bei was about to lose consciousness, Yu, trembling, picked up the box cutter from behind. With every ounce of courage she had, she lunged forward, her face a mask of pure killing intent, and plunged the sharp blade into the man's collarbone. Caught completely off guard, the killer boss took the full force of the attack from the girl he'd dismissed. His eyes widened in shock as he spun around, roaring, "What? You?" But he immediately swung his massive arm, the incredible force sending Yu flying onto the bed behind her. Maddened by the pain, the killer boss ripped the knife from his shoulder as blood gushed out. "You bitch!" he screamed. "I'll kill you both!" But despite his exhaustion, Ye Bei had managed to grab a wooden plank. He rushed from behind, pouring all his remaining strength into a massive blow against the giant's neck. The killer boss let out a pained cry, spitting blood as he collapsed to the floor, unconscious with his mouth hanging open. Yi Bei warily dropped the plank, panting heavily, his whole body shaking. He stared at the motionless boss on the floor, his eyes still glinting with caution, but his body was on the verge of collapse. Yuer, witnessing the scene, was in a state of shock. Her voice trembled. Is he dead? She looked down at the unmoving man, then at her own blood-stained hands, whispering in horror, I killed someone. Though in immense pain, Ye Bei placed a hand on the trembling girl's shoulder, his voice calm and reassuring. Hey, kid, it's okay. Dealing with scum like him. Table 710. You did the right thing. Hearing this, Yuer lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. But I wanted to save him. Why did he become like this? I don't think he was a bad person. Yi Bei noticed the boss was still barely breathing and immediately yelled, This bastard isn't dead yet. What are you rambling about? Get out. Yuer, confused, repeated, He's not dead? Then she shouted in a panic, Then we have to save him. Ye Bei couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed her by the collar, shoved her out of the room, and slammed the door shut, growling through the crack. I've never met anyone as stupid as you. Get out. He then bolted the door, his face a mask of pure frustration. That girl is really testing my patience, he muttered, his cold gaze falling on the heap of a man on his floor. This bastard made my room filthy. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Bei grabbed the man's legs and began dragging him toward the window. With what little strength he had left, he struggled to hoist the boss onto the windowsill, then kicked him hard, sending him plummeting to the ground below. From the second floor, Ye Bei watched with cold detachment as the massive body hit the earth with a sickening thud. The resounding noise attracted every zombie nearby. Like moths to a flame, they swarmed the motionless figure of the boss. He seemed to sense the danger, jolting awake, but it was far too late. The living dead descended upon him, tearing into his flesh as he let out blood-curdling screams. High above, Ye Bei's expression remained calm. He murmured, his voice as cold as ice, If only I'd had a better knife. Or else, I'll cut off your limbs one by one before I throw you down. Suddenly, a piercing scream from the distance snapped him out of it. Glancing at the opposite building, he saw one of Boss Kill's men dangling from a balcony, his face twisted in pure panic. The horde of zombies below clawed at the air, reaching for him. The goon shrieked desperately, Stay away from me! Yi Bei, completely unfazed, shouted across the gap, Is anyone else alive over there? The man turned, his eyes filled with despair as he screamed, No! No one's left! The apartment is full of those things, tearing everyone apart. We barricaded the door, but someone let go. The horde broke through, and everyone was bitten. His story finished. His tone shifted to desperate begging. Can you come help me? Save me and let me stay with you, please. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Bei's voice was ice. No, I can't. If you don't want to end up like him, he gestured down, look for yourself. That's your only warning. You're on your own now. The goon glanced down and saw the undead tearing Boss Kill's corpse to shreds. His face went pale, too horrified to even speak. He swallowed hard, steeling his resolve. Then with every ounce of strength he had, he leaped for the adjacent balcony. Miraculously, he made it. His feet slammed into the railing, and he clung on for dear life, stumbling before finally finding his footing. From a distance, Ye Bei watched with eyes as sharp as a blade. He muttered in utter contempt, Shh! The zombies didn't even finish off scum like you. What a waste. Just pray I don't see your face again. Soon, dusk began to settle, but the undead still roamed everywhere. Their horrifying moans echoed through the twilight. Leaving the window, Ye Bei walked to the room's door and pulled it open. Inside, he found Yuer huddled in a corner, her face pale with fear. He scowled at the sight, his tone harsh. Didn't I tell you to go wash up? Why are you still sitting here? Yuer's gaze trembled as she peeked past him into the room. She noticed a long streak of blood stretching from the floor to the window frame. Seeing her stare, Ye Bei spoke coldly. Don't look. He's gone to meet his ancestors. Yuer, too innocent to understand, asked, He managed to escape? Ye Bei sighed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. In his condition, how could he possibly escape, unless he's the Monkey King himself? Hearing that, Yuer fell silent as the grim truth settled in. Her head drooped, her voice choked with emotion. Why? Why did you have to kill him? Even if he was a bad person, he deserved a chance to start over, to be better. At those words, Ye Bei slammed his hand against the wall in a flash of fury. The sound made Yue flinch in terror. He roared, "You foolish girl, have you ever heard the story of the farmer and the snake? He was venomous. If I had saved him, he would have killed you without a second thought." His rage peaked. And I'm no different from him. In this era, people must kill each other to survive. This is the apocalypse. The law doesn't exist anymore. Hearing the word apocalypse, Yue stammered in fear. The apocalypse. Not wanting to waste another breath, Ye Bei turned to leave. He grumbled, "What a waste of time talking to an idiot like her. I just took a shower, and now I need another one. My whole body aches." Seeing him leave, Yue quickly got up and tried to follow, but after just a few steps, she stumbled. Her legs just gave out. A sense of danger shot through Ye Bei. He whipped around, catching the girl just as she collapsed toward the stairs. He held her in his arms, his voice laced with panic. "Hey, are you okay?" With a worried expression, Ye Bei quickly carried Yue back to the room. He gently laid her on the bed, murmuring anxiously, "She must have been injured from that blow earlier, but why can't I see any bruises?" He placed a hand on her forehead, feeling the burning heat. "She's running a fever." Ye Bei immediately turned to the cabinet behind him, desperately searching for medicine. There has to be something in here, he thought to himself, his eyes filled with resolve. He rummaged through every drawer, his face etched with concern. He mumbled, "When I first met her, she was so frail, like she'd been sick for a long time. It was so long ago. I can't remember." After a moment of searching, he exclaimed, "Yes, I found it." But when he opened the first aid kit, he froze. Tucked neatly inside among the medical supplies was a small, pink notebook. Ye Bei picked it up, his curiosity piqued, and was stunned by what he saw. "What is this?" he wondered. The notebook contained a list of donations, along with Yuer's personal diary entries. A clipped-in piece of paper read, "I didn't feel any pain at all today. I even got to encourage the little boy in the bed next to me. The doctor told me that thanks to everyone's help, I can focus on my treatment. That's why I want to become a good person in the future, too." Ye Bei unfolded another paper. It was a medical file. His eyes drifted over to Yuer on the bed as he mumbled to himself, "This kid." As he read to the bottom of the file, he was horrified to discover she had leukemia. He gently pulled up her sleeve. Her arm was covered in medical tape, and so was her leg. Looking at her, his voice was a mixture of blame and heartbreak. "You little fool. Why didn't you tell me anything?" It was then that he finally understood why Yuer always wanted to save people, even the wicked ones. Her kindness and warmth came from a deep, heartfelt desire to spread goodness, no matter the circumstances. But in this apocalyptic world, there was simply no place for a heart like that. Suddenly, his hand brushed his pocket, feeling something inside. Ye Bei looked down and pulled out 3 pills. He muttered, "I still have a few of these left." Staring at the energy crystal, he wondered, would it even work on the girl's illness? Outside the safe house, the sky remained a grim, oppressive gray. Hordes of the undead roamed aimlessly, their guttural roars echoing as they searched for flesh. But then, a sudden burst of sunlight pierced through the buildings, shattering the bleak darkness. In unison, the entire horde turned to face the sunrise. They tilted their heads back, letting out an enthralled, unified howl. Inside, Ye Bei was asleep, but the blinding light forced his eyes to slowly flutter open. He shivered, letting out a weary yawn as he sat up. The jacket draped over his back slid to the floor. He mumbled to himself, "She must have been worried I was cold." Yuer. Seeing him awake, she peeked out from behind the door, her eyes filled with caution. Ye Bei turned to her. "You're awake? Feeling any better?" The little girl hid behind the door, whispering a soft, "Mm-hmm." Ye Bei waved a dismissive hand, his voice firm. "Good. Now go make me some breakfast. Instant, noodles, and a sausage." Yuer fell silent. Just as she turned to head downstairs, Ye Bei's sharp voice stopped her. "Hey." The girl turned back, looking lost. He met her gaze, his tone deadly serious. "Pack some extra supplies. We're getting ready to leave. We're going to find your father." Hearing his words, Yuer looked up in total shock, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. She timidly stepped into the room, stammering, Are you saying that we are going to find my dad?" Ye Bei turned back, his voice blunt. "That's right. Didn't you say he went out for food and fuel? I have a feeling this place isn't safe anymore. It's time to return you to your maker." At his words, Yuer frantically shook her head. "My dad told me to be good and wait for him here at the store. He told me to lock the doors and not to wander off." Ye Bei cut her off before she could finish. "And how many days has he been gone?" Yuer looked down, her voice barely a whisper. Um, 3 days. He pressed on, his voice dropping low. And how long does it usually take him to get back? The girl answered honestly, about half a day. Ye Bei sat down, looking her straight in the eye, his expression grave. Use your head. Think about what could have happened to him. Why he hasn't come back yet. His words were like a splash of cold water. Yuer's eyes widened, but she refused to accept the terrifying truth. She cried out, her voice trembling. No, nothing bad happened to him, I'm sure of it. Dad called me 3 days ago. He said he'd be back soon. Ye Bei remained calm, continuing his cold analysis. It's been 3 days. Have you gotten any other texts? Any other calls? Yuer choked on her words, completely speechless. He continued in an icy tone. He could have been bitten. Or he could be trapped somewhere, waiting for help. Are you saying we shouldn't try to save him? His deep voice seemed to bore right into her soul. But Yuer still hesitated. But, my dad told me not to leave. He said no matter what happens, I have to wait for him to come back. Ye Bei's patience finally snapped. He shot to his feet, roaring, You fool! Your father is probably in trouble. Don't tell me you don't want to help him. He stormed forward, getting right in her face. You were willing to save some random thug, but you won't even try to save your own father? Is that it? Seeing his fury, Yuer was terrified, speechless, only managing to stutter, I. But Ye Bei wasn't finished, his voice growing even harsher. Listen to me. If I didn't care about your opinion, I could just kill you and leave. But you saved my life. So I'm going to take you to your father, and then I'm gone. This is how I repay my debt. Overwhelmed by his sheer intensity, a trembling Yuer immediately turned to pack her things. Ye Bei yelled after her, Stop being so stubborn and hurry up. Rushing in a panic, the clumsy girl nearly tripped and fell down the stairs. Ye Bei watched her go, a mix of frustration and helplessness on his face. He muttered, This clumsy idiot is giving me a headache. The scene shifts outside to a desolate street. The world is grim, painted with gruesome stains of blood, as a horde of screaming undead wanders through the ruins. Suddenly, they all turn in the same direction, as if drawn by a sound. In the distance, an armored vehicle barrels toward them, showing no signs of slowing down. Even with a wall of zombies blocking its path, the armored behemoth plows straight into the horde at a terrifying speed, sending bodies flying in every direction. A few unlucky ones are crushed under its wheels, their bodies reduced to pulp. Back inside the store, Ye Bei and Yuer are getting ready. Ye Bei carefully packed food into his backpack, prioritizing items with a long shelf life for the journey ahead. As he worked, he felt a pair of eyes watching him. Turning around, he saw Yuer peeking out from behind a shelf, her gaze timid. He frowned and called out, Why are you hiding over there? Are you done packing? Hearing his voice, Yuer slowly stepped out, wearing a cute, brightly colored outfit that looked more suited for a walk in the park. Ye Bei was speechless. He just shook his head in disbelief. Hey, what are you wearing? This isn't a trip to the amusement park. The girl just turned her head away in silence. Ye Bei sighed in frustration. Fine, whatever. Where are the noodles I asked for? Yuer pointed to the table where a cup of noodles sat, already prepared. Ye Bei walked over, quickly slurping them down while muttering his plan aloud. When the sun goes down, I'll open the door and take out those zombies. There are a few cars outside. Hopefully one of them still runs. He glanced over at Yuer, worried. I just hope this kid doesn't do anything stupid. Then he saw Yuer nibbling on a bag of chips. His eyes lit up when he recognized his favorite brand. He held out his hand, his tone half joking, half serious. Spicy chips? Toss me a bag. Yuer immediately nodded. Okay. Just as she handed him the snacks. A deafening crash rocked the entire building. Merchandise flew everywhere as a nearby shelf toppled with a piercing shriek of metal. Yuer froze in terror, completely stunned, but Ye Bei's reaction was lightning fast. He lunged forward, shielding her with his body and yelling, Damn it! Is this an earthquake? He glanced toward the shuttered entrance, and his blood ran cold. The front of an armored vehicle had smashed right through it. What the hell? An armored car? He gasped, his heart pounding. The vehicle reversed slightly and then stopped, its engine cutting out with a final groan. The door creaked open, and a man stepped out, wearing a cool pair of sunglasses. The moment his feet hit the ground, he let out a triumphant laugh. A convenience store. Looks like I hit the jackpot. He grinned, then casually kicked a nearby zombie corpse. Still not satisfied, he stomped hard on its head, grinding his teeth. The only good zombie is a dead one, so you can all just stay dead and out of my sight. After his outburst, the large man grabbed a huge bag and swaggered into the store with a greedy smile. Ha ha ha, this whole convenience store is all mine now. As he stepped inside, his eyes went wide at the sight of food scattered everywhere, and his grin stretched from ear to ear. He bent down, eagerly scooping up the fallen treasures. Ha ha ha, potato chips, cookies, all my favorites. He greedily devoured a sausage, his hands working furiously to stuff everything into his bag. He muttered smugly to himself. The city supermarkets were all picked clean. Coming out to this deserted town was a stroke of genius. But as he was lost in his glorious haul, the ice-cold edge of a box cutter pressed against his throat. Yibei's voice was like ice from behind him. Don't move. Drop everything. Now. The large man trembled, speechless, as a cold sweat beaded on his brow. Yibei continued his threat. The last maggot who came here ended up as zombie food on the street below. I wouldn't mind adding you to the menu. Suddenly, the man's eyes darted backward, spotting an opening. He quickly threw a handful of snack bags right at Yibei's face. His vision obscured. Yibei staggered back instinctively. What the? Seizing the moment, the man clutched his bag and bolted for the exit. He dove into the armored vehicle, slamming the door shut. But before he could start the engine, Yibei had already climbed inside, leaving him completely. Yibei's eyes blazed with pure fury as he lunged forward, blade in hand. You fat idiot, time to die. The man shrieked in terror. Spare me, please. I surrender. I surrender. Just then, Yue ran out, shouting, Don't kill anyone else. Inside the vehicle, both men turned to look at her, her face filled with fear. After a moment, she spoke, her voice trembling but resolute. He just destroyed my family's store. If he dies, who's going to pay for the damages he caused? Hearing this, Yibei fell silent, a calculating glint appearing in his eyes. The large man was sweating bullets, watching Yibei with absolute terror. After a long moment, a dangerous smile spread across Yibei's face. Heh, you have a point. He stepped out of the vehicle, gesturing with the blade. This armored car is yours, right? Not bad. You can use it as compensation for the trouble you've caused. Besides, we happen to be in need of a driver. Before the man could react, Yibei turned to Yue. Go inside, grab all our luggage, and load it into the car. Surprised, she quickly nodded and rushed back in. Still trembling, the man tried to explain himself. Brother, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I only crashed through the door because I was starving. I didn't know anyone was inside. Just then, Yue emerged, struggling with a massive bag. Suddenly, she froze. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared into the distance. A horde of zombies was shambling toward them. She screamed, Zombies! They're coming this way! At Yue's cry, both Yibei and the man snapped to attention, their faces filled with dread. The driver stammered, I just killed a few of them. Where did so many more come from? Yibei wasted no time, roaring, Get in the car, now! Using every ounce of her strength, Yue hauled the bag into the vehicle. The second the door shut, the locks engaged, and the armored car's engine roared to life. From the driver's seat, the man yelled, Buckle up! Then he slammed on the gas, reversing at high speed and sending the approaching zombies flying. The sudden force threw Yibei and Yue around inside the cab. The driver shifted gears and floored it. The vehicle shot forward, launching several zombies into the air as a wild, ecstatic grin spread across his face. Ha ha ha! He hit a corner and executed a perfect drift, taking out a few more walkers in the process. Annoyed by his reckless driving, Yibei pressed the box cutter to the man's neck. You fat pig! Are you insane? Drive properly, or I'll kill you right here. The driver shivered, quickly explaining himself. I needed to clear out the zombies first. It makes it easier to drive. Besides, you guys never told me where we're going. Yibei turned to Yue. What was the address your father last called from? She stammered, The Fudong Market. That was the last time he called me. Hearing that, the driver's face paled. Fudong Market? That's not good, big brother. That place is always packed, which means it's guaranteed to be swarming with zombies now. Before he could finish, Yibei pressed the blade closer. Shut up. You only speak when I tell you to. Got it? The armored car sped down the desolate road. Trying to break the tense silence, the driver spoke up. So, if things get boring on the way, I could always turn on the radio for some music. Yibei shot him down coldly. No, it's too noisy. But the fatty wouldn't give up. Then let's just sing. I've got a great voice. Yibei's patience snapped. Shut up. Seeing this, Yue couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Suddenly, a grimy, trembling arm rose in the distance. It was the hand of a zombie, reaching for something it could never have. The armored vehicle charged forward, slamming into the unlucky creature and sending it flying. The fatty let out a gleeful chuckle. Another zombie, drawn by the engine's roar, shambled onto the road. Without a hint of hesitation, The fatty plowed right into it, killing it instantly. He roared with laughter, a wide grin plastered on his face. Yibei glanced at him and clicked his tongue in annoyance. This time, he didn't raise his blade, but his voice was like ice. "Can you please be quiet? I'm trying to sleep. Or do you want to get us all killed?" The fatty just nodded. Right. But it wasn't long before he was back at it, whining, "I'm so bored. You won't let me listen to music, so at least let me have some fun." "Don't worry, this thing is built tough. Smashing zombies is a piece of cake." Ye Bei completely lost his cool, screaming, "I told you to stop. Do you understand me?" The fatty was so startled, the candy in his mouth dropped to the floor. Just then, the vehicle made a sputtering sound, slowed down, and came to a dead stop. Ye Bei stared in disbelief, yelling, "I told you to stop the noise, not stop the car." The fatty glanced nervously at the fuel gauge, his voice filled with panic. We're out of gas." Ye Bei and Yuer shot up in their seats, their voices united in horror. "What?" Ye Bei grabbed the fatty by his collar, seething with rage. "You damned fool. Why wait until we're stranded to tell me we're running on empty?" The fatty stammered, his voice trembling. I forgot." And there wasn't a gas station for miles. In the back, Yuer was curled up, shaking with fear. Gritting his teeth in fury, Ye Bei pointed outside. "Damn it. Get out there and lure the horde away from us. And stop eating." The fatty was crying while munching on snacks. "Boo-hoo. They've already surrounded us. At least let me fill my stomach. I don't want to become a hungry ghost." Ignoring their argument, Yuer stared nervously through the glass. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from nowhere, slamming its face against the window and making the girl scream in terror. More zombies were closing in from all sides. Ye Bei cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with dread. At this rate, they'll tear the vehicle apart, and we'll be trapped in here until we die. In the midst of his panic, he spotted a dagger wedged behind the driver's seat. The horde outside shrieked, pressing against the vehicle's doors. Without a second thought, Ye Bei kicked the door open, sending the nearest zombie flying. Another one, seemingly enraged, lunged right for him. Ye Bei drew the dagger, and with one clean stroke, severed the zombie's head, splattering blood across the door. Witnessing the brutal scene, Yuer clutched her head, trembling with absolute terror. Ye Bei seemed to be testing the blade, a satisfied smirk on his face. A fine weapon. Just then, a bloated zombie began to lumber towards them. Ye Bei noticed it immediately, a grin playing on his lips. "The fun is just getting started. This blade is more than enough to take all of your heads." He threw the dagger. The blade sliced through the air, embedding itself deep in the zombie's skull. Ye Bei rushed forward, kicked the creature to the ground, and smoothly retrieved his weapon. The rest of the horde began to swarm towards him. He glanced at the approaching undead, kicked one away with a powerful sidekick, and simultaneously sliced the head off another. Raising the dagger high, he plunged it down into the skull of a zombie below. Inside the car, the fatty could only whisper, "Whoa." Ye Bei quickly cleared the area around the vehicle. The fatty screamed in disbelief. He's a monster. I'm getting goosebumps." Though terrified, Yuer couldn't hide her astonishment at Ye Bei's incredible skill. Ye Bei stood by the door, slammed the hilt of his dagger against it, and wrenched it open, yelling, "Fatty, get out here, now." The fatty's face went pale as he shrieked, "Ah, no way, I don't want to die." Before he could protest further, Ye Bei lunged in and dragged him out, growling, "Calm down, you idiot. If you stay in there, you're dead anyway. Just do what I say." He glanced down the road, spotting a few abandoned cars. If we're lucky, one of them might still have fuel. The noise drew more zombies, who started shambling their way. Ye Bei tightened his grip on the dagger. "I'll take care of the zombies on the road. You handle the fuel." He looked at the fatty, his voice sharp as steel. "You haven't stopped talking this entire trip. You must know a thing or two about cars, right?" The fatty hesitated. I guess so." Before he could finish, Ye Bei turned to Yuer. "Yuer, stay in the car and don't move." With that, he stepped out, dagger in hand. The fatty was still shaking. "Wait a minute. I'm not mentally prepared. All I need is a bottle, right?" Ye Bei roared in frustration. "You useless buffoon. A bottle for what? There are no empty bottles here." The fatty mumbled in disappointment. "Huh? What do you mean?" Just then, two zombies, attracted by the voices, charged them from a distance. Ye Bei didn't hesitate, swinging his blade and slicing off one's head in a spray of gore. The fatty watched from afar, sweating bullets and muttering, "I never thought I'd see something like this." After finishing the first one, Ye Bei turned and dispatched the second. Seeing the fatty just standing there, he yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Get a move on." The fatty snapped out of his stupor, shouting, "I just remembered. There's a gas can in the trunk, he thought to himself. This guy is on another level. I have to stick with him. Suddenly, another zombie lunged. With a flash of steel, Ye Bei slashed its throat, sending a fountain of fresh blood into the air. The monster collapsed. His face dark with fury. Ye Bei turned back to the fatty. What did you just say? The fatty, whose name was actually Zhang Heng, was sweating profusely. He quickly replied, "Easy there. I was just in shock. It slipped my mind for a second. Hey man, hold on. I'll get the gas now." But Ye Bei's voice cut in sharply. "Not yet." Zhao Heng froze. Ye Bei's expression hardened. "First, I need you to get something for me." He pulled out an energy crystal, holding it up. "This." He then pointed his knife at the head of a fallen zombie. "These gems are hidden in their brains. I need you to crack them open." Zhao Heng stood there, completely stunned. Without waiting, Ye Bei demonstrated. He plunged the knife into the zombie's skull, dug out the energy crystal, and then looked back at Zhao Heng. "Get it now?" The big guy's face turned pale. That's disgusting. I'm going back to the car." Flames of fury ignited in Ye Bei's eyes. He leveled his cold blade at Zhao Heng and roared, "Should I turn you into minced meat right now?" Panic seized Zhao Heng as he stumbled backward. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, I'll do it. But, how? You're holding my knife." Ye Bei's voice was a low, threatening growl. "Use your shovel." Meanwhile, the horde of zombies shambled closer, their horrifying groans filling the air. Ye Bei turned back, his ice-cold gaze sweeping over Zhao Heng. "From now on, for every one I kill, you crack one open. Fall behind, and I'll kill you myself." Without another word, he charged into the undead swarm. His blade became a blur of motion, splattering black ichor everywhere. Zhao Heng stood frozen, his face ashen, watching the corpses pile up. He clutched his throat, gagging from the overwhelming stench. Staggering to the nearby car, Zhao Heng rummaged through it, muttering to himself, "Just seeing these things from a distance was bad enough. Now I have to dig through their brains?" He sighed, his voice trembling. "Looks like I have to face my fate." Gripping the shovel tightly, he continued to whine nervously. "I might be a big guy, but I'm terrified of dying. Please, protect me while I do this." Ye Bei shot back with an irritated roar. "Shut up and get to work, fatty." Trembling, Zhao Heng approached the motionless corpses, thinking, "It's already dead, right? It can't move anymore." He had to summon all his strength for every single swing of the shovel. One swing split a zombie's face open, startling Zhao Heng. Grabbing its head, he exclaimed in surprise, "Their skulls are pretty weak." His eyes lit up as he cried out, "There really is a gem inside." Zhao Heng held up the glittering green crystal, examining it closely. The gem glowed with an emerald light. Who would have thought something so beautiful could be inside their brains? He quickly turned to Ye Bei and asked, "Hey, are these things valuable?" Ye Bei, still furiously battling the horde, roared back in anger, "Shut your mouth, you idiot." Zhao Heng paid him no mind, still giddy with his discovery. "Maybe this is why people turn into zombies. Why don't I just keep one for myself?" Meanwhile, Ye Bei continued his relentless slaughter. The ground was littered with zombie corpses. A truly gruesome sight. He finally paused, breathing heavily, and said, "That's enough for now. We don't need to worry about them anymore." He glanced down at his knife, muttering with a cold look in his eyes, "This blade isn't sharp enough. My movements are still too slow." Turning to Zhao Heng, he asked, "Hey, Fatso, how many did you get?" Zhao Heng's face was beaming. He held up a handful of glittering crystals and replied, "Look at this haul, I got a ton." He walked over to Ye Bei, full of excitement. "After the first few, I got the hang of it. It's actually kind of fun." Ye Bei nodded, his voice cold. "Clean them off, then put them away." He continued his orders. "All right, fill up the tank. Quickly. We need to get to the marketplace as planned." Zhao Heng immediately obeyed. Just then, Ye Bei glanced inside the car and saw Yuer lying unconscious, her body covered in injuries. His eyes widened in horror. "What?" He instantly rushed over, shouting her name. "Kid! Yuer!" He felt her forehead and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, why now?" Yuer didn't move an inch. Ye Bei's voice trembled. "This feels even worse than last time." He frantically tore through their bags, searching desperately. "Medicine. I know I packed medicine and water." He grabbed a water bottle and carefully tried to give her a drink. Zhao Heng, holding the gas can, asked in alarm, "What happened to her? Is it heat stroke?" Ye Bei, seething with fury, snapped at him. "It's none of your business. Finish gassing up and drive." Yuer remained completely still. As Zhao Heng grabbed the steering wheel, he said worriedly, "The weather is brutal. She was in the car for too long." Is she feeling any better now? Suddenly, a blade was pressed against his face, its cold steel glinting in the light. Zhao Heng's face drained of color as he cried out in terror. Ye Bei's rage exploded like a wildfire as he snarled in his face. We wasted all this time because you said we were out of fuel. If anything happens to her, I will kill you. Zhao Heng immediately dropped to his knees, begging with a trembling voice, "Spare me. I'll drive properly. I won't cause any more trouble." In the back seat, Yuer's eyes slowly fluttered open, her gaze weak. The car sped down a road littered with corpses and gruesome black blood. Ye Bei sat in silence, his hand gripping his cold knife, his gaze as sharp as the blade itself. Zhao Heng, trying to regain his composure, finally spoke up. "By the way, man, what's your name?" "Your knife skills are insane," Ye Bei replied coldly. "Before you ask for someone's name, state your own first." Sensing Ye Bei's lingering anger, Zhao Heng scrambled over to the car, offering a nervous smile. "The name's Zhao Heng," he said. "I run the auto shop back in the city. The whole city's been infected," he explained, his voice turning grim. "I had no choice but to escape." He added, "This ride, it belongs to a friend of mine. He dropped it off at my shop for some work, but never came back to pick it up. So now, I'm using it." Ye Bei slowly lowered his guard. "I'm Ye Bei," he stated. But just then, Zhao Heng slammed on the brakes. The sudden halt threw Ye Bei forward. He managed to brace himself with his knife, barely avoiding a faceplant. The car skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. Rage exploded in Ye Bei's eyes as he roared, "Damn it! Why the hell did you stop again? You got a death wish?" Zhao Heng's voice trembled as he pointed forward. Fire. Up ahead. Before them, a massive pileup of cars was engulfed in flames, spewing thick black smoke into the sky. His voice cracking with fear, Zhao Heng stammered, "The road to the market, it's completely blocked by the fire." The car sat motionless on the desolate road, the blaze ahead forming an impassable wall of fire. Inside, Yuer was curled into a ball, her face twisted in agony. Ye Bei turned to her, his gaze softening slightly. "Troublesome girl. You're finally awake." Yuer glanced outside, her eyes widening in shock. His voice grew heavy. "As you can see, the road to Fudong Market is blocked. We might not be able to reach your father." Yuer's face fell as she let out a small gasp. Zhao Heng quickly jumped in. "Hey, we can still make it if we find another route. It'll just take a bit longer. So, are we still going?" Ye Bei rested his chin in his hand, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic scenery. After a moment, he spoke. "We are. But first, we need to find better weapons and gear." Gripping his knife, he turned to Zhao Heng. "Fatty, you know of any hardware or supply stores around here?" Zhao Heng hesitated. Let me think." Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an idea. Gripping the steering wheel, he exclaimed, "This way!" The car shot forward under Ye Bei's suspicious glare. Zhao Heng explained excitedly, "It's the home of an old friend from my hometown. He's a master blacksmith." Hearing this, a thought crossed Ye Bei's mind. "A blacksmith." Zhao Heng's voice filled with hope as he continued. "As far as I remember, this is where he lives. But with the virus outbreak, I have no idea if he's still around. But even if he's gone, his workshop should still be there. He might have left some high-quality gear behind." Ye Bei's hand tightened on his knife, his gaze fixed on Zhao Heng. The man continued, "In fact, he's the one who forged that machete you're holding." An idea sparked in Ye Bei's mind. "I've already gathered a ton of alloy," he thought. "If this forge has the right materials, I could craft an even deadlier weapon. Assuming this idiot doesn't get us killed first." Zhao Heng, still beaming, launched into a story. With great excitement, he started talking about his old friend and how they met. It's a long and unforgettable story. "Back when we were kids, we used to skip school to go steal coconuts." But as he rambled on, he was cut short by a sharp glare from Yuer. It turned out Ye Bei had fallen fast asleep, his head resting against the car window. Zhao Heng looked back, whispering in surprise, "He's asleep?" But I was just getting to the exciting part. The car carrying the 3 survivors sped down the desolate highway. There wasn't a living soul in sight, only the scattered bodies of the dead lining the road. When the car finally stopped, Zhao Heng got out. He stared at the old house before them and mumbled, "It's been years, but it hasn't changed a bit." Ye Bei, however, scowled at the sight. "A blacksmith's forge? This looks more like a junkyard." Zhao Heng just laughed. "He's a little eccentric, has a habit of collecting oddities." Ye Bei's gaze turned icy as he pointed his knife at Zhao Heng. His voice was a low threat. You better pray this blacksmith of yours is the real deal. Otherwise, you can start picking out your own burial plot. Up ahead, a crowd of infected began to shuffle towards them, their horrifying groans echoing in the silence. Ye rested the blade on his shoulder, ready for a fight. But before we go inside, he said, turning to Zhang Heng with a cold tone, it's possible your old friend is now one of them. He strode towards the approaching infected and gave a sharp command. Same as before, I kill, you collect. But Zhang Heng was frozen to the spot, muttering incoherently, his eyes wide with panic. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. Wait. Yuer stepped out of the car. Her voice was trembling, but her gaze was firm. I'll help too. Ye shot back, his tone harsh. No, stay in the car. Don't be a burden. If you pass out or get bitten, I won't be able to save you. Yuer didn't back down. I'm fine now. I'll be careful. Hearing her, Zhang Heng's spirits lifted. Wow, kid, you're brave. I'll dig out the cores. You just collect them. With me here to protect you, you've got nothing to worry about. Yuer gave a slight nod. A cold smirk touched Yebe's lips. Fine. Do what you want. But if you get bitten, I won't hesitate to put you down myself. At his words, a flicker of fear crossed her face, but her expression remained resolute. In the next instant, Yebe's blade flashed. He sliced the head off an infected in a single motion. Black blood erupted from the stump, staining the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Heng began digging into the corpses' heads, striking up a conversation. So, kid, how old are you? Yuer answered. 14. What's your name? He asked. Yu Zidu, she replied. Zhang Heng looked surprised. You have a different last name than your brother? Or perhaps they have a secret agenda? From a hazy building in the distance, unseen eyes were watching their every move. That observer was Luoxi. His face twisted in shock as he roared, Damn it! Just then, a frantic subordinate burst into the room. He screamed, Boss Luo, I have a report. But before he could finish, a single gunshot echoed through the room. A bullet pierced right through his forehead. Luoxi lowered his smoking gun, his expression menacing. How many times do I have to tell you? He growled. Knock before you enter. Another subordinate, trembling at the doorway, stammered in terror. Sir. We've spotted a group. They're slaughtering zombies at the forge across the street. Luoxi took a drag from his cigarette, his voice ice cold. I've been watching them for a while now. Did you think I needed you to tell me? The subordinate bowed, shaking. I know. They're special. Especially one of the guys. I've seen him before. He took on an entire horde all by himself. He's incredibly strong. Luoxi exhaled a cloud of smoke, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He gestured towards Higuan, giving a new command. Bring it to me. Higuan rushed forward, reverently presenting a mysterious object. Luoxi snatched the item and tossed it to the terrified subordinate. The man fumbled to catch it. Then came the chilling order. Take it, and eat it. You can tell me the details later. The man's face went pale, but he managed to stammer out, Boss Luo. Thank you. Suddenly, Luoxi grabbed Higuan by the hair, ruffling it aggressively. He walked to the window, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I'm going to enjoy this little show of theirs. His voice dripped with menace. Get that piece of trash out of here. And then clean this room. With that same ferocious look, Luoxi commanded, Finish the rest of your report, then go get the boys downstairs. Tell them there's a reward waiting. Meanwhile, back at the forge, Ye was a whirlwind of motion. His blade plunged into a zombie's skull, sending black blood spraying through the air. He turned to the others, his voice sharp and steady. My side is clear. What's your status? Zhang Heng, drenched in sweat, panted. Just. One more left. Yuer, standing nearby, chimed in. We've collected 10 cores. Ye headed inside, issuing orders. Fatty Zhao, sweep the perimeter for any stragglers. I'll check the building. He kicked down the old wooden door, revealing a pitch-black room. The strong, coppery scent of metal filled the air. Stepping cautiously inside, he spotted a stack of cages in the corner. In the center of the room stood a massive wooden anvil block. Ye walked over to the forge, placing a hand on it. He muttered to himself, It's still warm. The owner either just left, or they were ambushed. Just then, Zhang Heng entered. Boss Ye, there are no signs of a break-in. No zombies got in, but the people are just gone. Ye nodded, his voice deep and thoughtful. Understood. Give me all the cores we've collected. Then, find me an old engine, a rubber hose, and some iron plates. He handed over his blade. Take this, and go sharpen it. And stand guard at the door. Zhang Heng took the weapon, confused. Wait, didn't we just come here to find some weapons? There are plenty hanging on the walls. Ye picked up a piece of timber, inspecting it closely as he spoke. In this new world, standard weapons like these will break. They'll become useless. I need to forge something that will last. Zhao Heng's eyes widened in realization. Boss, yeah. Don't tell me you actually know how to forge? A flash of irritation crossed Ye Bei's face. Less talking, more doing. Get to it, he snapped. Startled, Zhao Heng scrambled. Yes, right away. As he hurried out, he muttered under his breath. Man, what a temper. Yuer hesitated for a moment before asking, what should I do? Inside the forge, the fire roared to life, casting a brilliant crimson glow across the room. Ye Bei was already geared up, from goggles and gloves to a thick leather apron, he thought to himself. First skill of the apocalypse mechanic. Master blacksmith. He thrust a bar of iron into the blazing furnace, then pulled it out, glowing. With one hand holding the metal steady, the other brought a heavy hammer down again and again. The ringing clang echoed through the forge, like the heartbeat of a steel giant. Zhao Heng, sweating buckets, watched without blinking. He was completely stunned. He really does have a blacksmithing skill. Ye Bei's voice was calm and focused. Put all the cores in here. Zhao Heng didn't hesitate for a second. Ye Bei tossed the cores directly into a crucible in the furnace. They began to melt, forming a strange, shimmering turquoise liquid that glowed in the firelight. Zhao Heng gasped in utter astonishment. They all melted down. This is incredible. But Ye Bei's expression remained unchanged. He took a dagger and sliced open his palm without hesitation. Bright red blood dripped into the bubbling, molten liquid. As blood met liquid, a mystical light pulsed from the mixture. Ye Bei then removed the crucible, pouring the glowing concoction over the red-hot steel. Zhao Heng could only stare, dumbfounded. It's like he's adding a special sauce. Ye Bei ignored him, resuming his powerful, decisive hammer blows. The powerful ringing of steel on steel filled the air. But in the building next door, another group was watching in secret. A silver-haired thug's voice trembled. That guy cuts through zombies like they're nothing. Why does Boss Luo want us to go poke a monster like that? A burly, curly-haired goon laughed. All I know is, if I bring him in alive, I get a whole crate of military-grade supplies. A man in a purple shirt added with a grin. And I get a private dinner with a beauty. Right, Higuan? What could be better than that? A scowling, bald man replied grimly. That must be why the boss is so interested in him. Besides, he's already cleared out all the zombies in the area. That makes it much easier for us to move in. His voice turned sinister. We'll wait until the dead of night, when they finally let their guard down. We'll wait for them to drop their guard. Then, we move in slowly. The men beside Dong all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the forge, Ye Baiken was completely lost in his craft, his focus absolute. Zhao Heng watched, mesmerized, wondering what this guy's real profession was. Was he some top graduate from an elite engineering school? Ye Baiken gathered the components from the table and lifted the nearly completed blade, his gaze as sharp and cold as polished steel. Zhao Heng gasped in awe. This blade is a work of art. This absolutely perfect. His eyes scanned the table, glittering with a newfound hope. Ye Baiken's eyes were like razors as he declared, all the materials are ready. He continued, his voice brimming with confidence. Now, it's time to show you the true power of a master technician. On a nearby table, a warm meal had been set out. The comforting aroma of hot food filling the air. Yuer's eyes sparkled. The stove still works. That's great. He can have a hot dinner after all his work. But in an instant, a rough hand clamped over her mouth from behind, silencing her scream. One of Luo Xiang's thugs leaned in with a sickening grin. Hello, pretty girl. I'm going to take you someplace special. Yuer struggled desperately, but was easily overpowered. Back in the forge, Ye Baiken sensed the disturbance, spinning around as his sharp gaze swept the room. In the old workshop, the sound of grinding metal echoed non-stop, as a sword was carefully honed by skilled hands. Every razor-sharp line began to gleam. He fitted the hilt, and finally, the sword with its shimmering blue patterns was laid upon the table. Zhao Heng stared at the result, exclaiming with delight, Whoa! I've only ever seen a sword like this in the movies. Ye Baiken donned his protective goggles, grabbing 2 high-voltage clamps as he announced the final step. A powerful current was channeled directly into the blade. The blue patterns on the sword erupted in a brilliant light, radiating an energy so immense that the machinery around them began to shake and smoke. Zhao Heng's eyes were wide with amazement. Incredible. Ye Baiken lifted the humming blade, observing it. Sword forging. Second skill. Complete. Zhao Heng's jaw hit the floor. That's insane. I want one. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed from outside. They both froze. Zhao Heng's face went pale. Ah, that's my sister. Yu. They immediately bolted outside. Ye Baichen didn't forget to snatch his newly forged sword. A group of thugs were carrying an unconscious Yu over their shoulders. Zhao Heng and Ye Baichen were filled with dread, screaming, Yu. Ye Baichen's face turned to stone as a murderous aura exploded from him. The bald leader pressed a knife to Yu's throat. Heh. Drop the weapon and come quietly to meet Brother Luo. Otherwise, I'll kill her. Ye Baichen showed no fear. He simply raised his newly forged sword, preparing to strike. Zhao Heng stood by, stunned by the blade's power. A wave of blue light erupted, and the concrete ground cracked open. The bald man who witnessed it screamed in terror. To his crony's astonishment, he was sliced vertically in two. His face went pale, his eyes bulging in horror. The other thug holding Yu shrieked in panic. He's a monster. Ye Baichen had no intention of stopping. He raised his sword again, and a slash of blue light shot out, shearing through the heavy-set thug's iron pipe. Another man screamed, You bastard! Why are you running ahead of me? The other yelled back, You idiot! Who wouldn't run in this situation? The last two watched in horror as the heavy-set thug's head was sent flying, and they fled in panic. The spiky-haired man shouted, This is all your fault! Grabbing the girl and changing the plan, he screamed frantically. Everybody drop her, or none of us are getting out of here alive. The light from that blade will be aimed right at us. If this mission fails, we'll all be eating Brother Luo's copper candy. A flash of light erupted beside them, shattering rocks and debris. Ye Baichen was now right behind them. His eyes were as cold as bullets, his killing intent soaring. The spiky-haired man was paralyzed with fear, screaming endlessly. Zhao Heng noticed the new danger and quickly shouted, Brother Ye, zombies! It turned out another threat was closing in. From the back alley, a horde of zombies charged forward with terrifying speed, as if they were on stimulants. Zhao Heng stammered, They seem really fast. Ye Baichen just clicked his tongue and tightened his grip, swinging the blade in a perfect arc. The zombies were wiped out in a single blow, heads separating from their necks as black blood sprayed everywhere. Zhao Heng shouted in shock, but Ye Baichen didn't stop, continuing with several more slashes, each one decisive and terrifyingly powerful. Zhao Heng was completely stunned, witnessing a power that went far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, he realized the two cursed kidnappers were sneaking away. He didn't hesitate, shouting with urgency, Brother Ye! They've taken Yu toward that building. Fire ignited in Ye Baichen's eyes as he roared, Then what are you standing there for? Go after them, they're in a car. Zhao Heng rushed to their vehicle, thinking, Okay, before, I could have caught them on foot. But there's no time for that now. With a look of calm, he didn't forget to shout, Brother Ye, stay here. Leave this noble task to me. The car shot forward instantly, speeding down the sunset-drenched road, as the two kidnappers panicked. The two strangers panicked as the car barreled toward them. They ran for their lives, but two legs were no match for four wheels. Damn it, one of them screamed. They're catching up. In a desperate move, they scrambled onto a nearby parked bus. Get inside. Now, he yelled. Zhao Heng's jaw dropped, stunned by the scene. He slammed on the brakes, stopping before a massive skyscraper looming in the dark twilight. This building must be their hideout, he muttered, his eyes turning cold as he stepped out of the car. They used the bus to block the entrance. Now what? The two kidnappers had already slipped through the glass doors, flashing a mocking grin. One of them sneered, Oh, it's just the fat guy. He'll be easy to deal with. With knives in hand, they advanced with sinister smiles. Nice car you've got. Thanks for making the special delivery. The leader raised his knife menacingly. Scram, if you don't want to end up as a shish kebab. Unfazed, Zhao Heng pulled out his own weapon, his voice icy. Don't think for a second I'm afraid of you. I'm not as weak as you think. Seeing his defiance, their blood boiled, and they charged. I've killed more people than you've eaten chickens. You're asking for death. But before they could strike, a brilliant blue light flashed before their eyes. The terrifying power from that light shattered the bus door, shorting out its electrical system. The two kidnappers collapsed, knocked out cold. Zhao Heng looked up in awe at the newly arrived Ye Bei and exclaimed, Brother Ye, did you wipe out all the zombies already? Ye Bei didn't answer, simply giving a firm command. Don't just stand there. Follow me and help save her. Zhao Heng nodded. Right, got it. With a determined look, Ye Bei swung his sword, cleaving a massive gash into the side of the bus, tearing it wide open. The blue light flared again, a powerful blade cutting through the darkness. The two of them easily entered the kidnappers' den. Terrified, the thugs hid behind pillars, their weapons ready. Ye Bei strode forward, his gaze chillingly cold. A nearby thug sneered and suddenly threw a dagger at him, yelling, "Die!" The dagger flew, but Ye Bei, with incredible calm, blocked it with his sword. The blade went flying, and he immediately launched a counterattack with his own sword. A blast of blue light shot forward, giving the man no time to react. His eyes just widened in terror. Just then, a nearby oil drum caught fire, causing a small explosion. Standing to the side, Zhang Heng exclaimed, "It looks like you don't even need my help." The kidnappers launched an all-out assault, hurling flaming gasoline bottles at the two. Fierce flames erupted at their feet, but Ye Bei easily walked through the fire, cutting down one thug after another. They had no time to dodge, sent flying by his overwhelming power. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed. A bullet grazed Ye Bei's shoulder, making him pause, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It turned out, the man behind it all was Luoxiang. He held a gleaming, magnificent pistol, looking down from above with a smug expression. "That was quite a performance you put on. I've been watching everything. In an apocalypse like this, people with your abilities truly shock me. Are you interested in having a drink with me?" Ye Bei's brows furrowed, his cold eyes radiating killing intent. Seeing this, Luoxiang quickly raised his hands, putting on a friendly smile. "I treat everyone with sincerity, especially talented individuals like you. If you have any demands, I promise to meet every single one." Ye Bei didn't reply. He just bent his knees, swinging his sword back in a decisive motion. Realizing he was about to attack, Luoxiang immediately pointed his gun at Miao Yuer, who was unconscious in a chair. He snarled, "Whoa, don't move." The girl sat unconscious. With a sinister smile, he continued, "We're taking good care of your little sister. She seems very tired and is sleeping quite soundly." He walked to the railing and looked down. His tone was full of fake politeness. "We are treating you with courtesy, so please don't refuse our good intentions. Your weapon is very powerful. I know it could probably even incinerate us." Luoxiang's smile turned monstrous as he cocked the gun, his eyes sharp. "But do you want to test which is faster, your sword or my gun?" Ye Bei's eyebrows knitted together as he stared down Luoxiang, completely unafraid. Zhang Heng whispered nervously from the side, "Brother Ye, what do we do? They have Yuer, and they have guns." But unexpectedly, Ye Bei's lips curled into a mysterious smile. He raised his head, his voice echoing through the hall. "I have a major research project, and I was worried I wouldn't have anyone to help me. If you gather everyone here to welcome me, I'll go with you." Luoxiang was taken aback, repeating, "Everyone?" Then, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he opened his arms. "Good. I knew you were a reasonable man. We will give you the warmest of welcomes." Zhang Heng whispered in disbelief, "Brother Ye, are you insane? We're going to face all of them? And they have guns." Ye Bei turned with an annoyed expression and threatened, "If you don't want to go, you can get lost." Zhang Heng laughed nervously and backed away, his voice trembling. "You said it, not me. I'm not getting involved in this." He called back as he left, "I'm really leaving now. Don't regret this." Ye Bei just clicked his tongue and muttered, "What a troublesome coward." Suddenly, 3 men in neat shirts and suits appeared, bowing respectfully to Ye Bei. They then led him inside. Darkness had swallowed the building whole. Inside, a small room overflowed with thugs. Seated in the center was Luoxiang, who cheered the moment he saw him. "Welcome, welcome," he announced, spreading his arms wide with a grand gesture. "So, what do you think? I've got a lot of men, don't I? Every able-bodied young man within a 15-kilometer radius is right here." He gave a theatrical, royal bow, introducing himself. "And I am their commander, Luoxiang." Then, with a curious glint in his eye, he asked, "What's your name, and how exactly do you need our help?" A smirk touched Ye Bei's lips as he answered curtly, "My name is Ye Bei. Remember it." He stared directly at Luoxiang, his voice dropping an octave. "Luoxiang, do you know how the apocalypse truly began?" The chandelier overhead flared to life, its brilliant light seeming to expose every hidden secret. Luoxiang muttered, his eyes sharp. "So, you're saying you know who I am, and you think I know why this plague started?" Ye Bei chuckled darkly. "That's right. I see you have a sharp mind, realizing the zombie wave was coming and stocking up on food early. And now, you're planning to establish the Violet Dragon Society, aren't you?" At the mention of the Violet Dragon Society, Luoxiang's eyes went wide with shock. He stroked his chin and then laughed loudly. "The Violet Dragon Society. I only told one other person about that. How could you possibly know?" "Huh, huh. Suddenly, I'm finding myself very interested in you." Ye Bei produced an energy crystal. The shimmering light it cast only deepened Luo Xiang's fascination. Seeing this, Luo Xiang boomed with laughter, his voice filled with excitement. Brother Ye, it's good you're in the know. Now, cut the crap and get straight to the point for me. Ye Bei closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. He winked, his voice low but sharp. Regarding the start of the zombie wave, there are a few things you need to understand. A research facility overseas had an accident. The virus was then spread across the entire world by birds and insects. He paused, his gaze turning ice cold as he continued. The scene right now is the military desperately trying to fight off hordes of the infected. The second factor was the nuclear arms race between nations. What's more ruthless and convenient than creating a common enemy to annihilate your rivals? But it seems their calculations were horribly wrong, and at that exact moment, a meteorite collided with the Earth from outer space. But the third reason. That is the true cause. A meteorite from another world struck our planet. The real source of the virus had arrived. A portion was used for research, while the rest of the pathogen spread through the very air we breathe. When humans inhaled it, they gained the potential to turn into zombies. He spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with confidence. You must have heard one of those rumors, which is why you evacuated the city. Luo Xiang nodded, a flicker of acknowledgement in his eyes. You guessed right. I really did know a little secret about the zombie virus. He held out 2 energy crystals, a calculating look on his face. But I've thought about it for a long time, and still don't understand the purpose of these pearls found inside the zombies' brains. He looked at Ye Bei, his tone laced with curiosity. Your sword, your research. It's all connected to this, isn't it? Can you tell me what these pearls are really used for? Ye Bei smirked, answering simply, yes. But first, I need you to prepare a few things for me. Luo Xiang instantly aimed a gun at him, his voice turning cold. No problem, but you have to let me see that sword of yours. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Bei raised his sword, its metal gleaming in the dim light. But Luo Xiang suddenly interrupted. Ah, I almost forgot. Your cute little sister is here too. He turned and pointed the gun at Miao Yuer, his voice a clear threat. None of us want anything, unfortunate, to happen, right? Seeing him threaten the young girl, Ye Bei's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grim. One of Luo Xiang's underlings approached, trying to take the sword from his hand. To his surprise, the massive goon was crushed by the sword's immense weight. He struggled to place it on the table, gasping, Boss Luo, this sword is insanely heavy. A skeptical look on his face, Luo Xiang stepped forward to lift it himself, but the sword didn't budge. He let out a loud, impressed laugh. Today is full of surprises. Excellent. Then he gestured to Ye Bei. Now, it's your turn to put on a show. Ye Bei closed his eyes, a cryptic smile on his face. While the others assembled some sort of device, he began to explain. The apocalypse was caused by a zombie virus. Those infected form a pearl inside their brain. He held up one of the dark pearls. This is called black metal, and it contains immense energy. It holds the concentrated power of the virus after it transforms a human into a zombie. He placed the pearl onto the now completed device, explaining, this black metal has a high adaptability with earthly metals. Simply put, it allows humanity to create incredibly powerful weapons. Luo Xiang immediately interjected. So, this black metal, besides making weapons, it can also affect the human body, right? A greedy glint flashed in his eyes as he licked his lips. Don't tell me eating this pearl will give you superpowers. It tastes so soft and sweet. Ye Bei burst out laughing at the absurdity of the idea. A few guys who listened to the whispers of the stones have already turned into zombies, you know. Hearing this only excited Luo Xiang more. Just a few? Then what did the rest of them become? I can't wait to find out. Ye Bei held up an iron rod that was connected to a power source, his eyes sharp. First, you all need to see this. I'm only doing this once, just this once. Watch closely. With a knowing glance, he activated the device. A brilliant blue current instantly erupted, violently surging through the air and shaking the entire room to its core. In the eerie glow, Ye Bei appeared, surrounded by a brilliant, crackling aura. The thugs could only stare, wide-eyed in shock. The surrounding electronics buckled under the immense pressure, bursting into flames. Thick smoke billowed out, plunging the room into darkness. Chaos erupted. No one knew what was happening. A power outage? The gang leader roared impatiently. That black metal can cause an EMP blast. Could it be? Suddenly, Ye Bei gripped his sword. Using the darkness as cover, he lunged for Luo Xiang, but the man was lightning fast, dodging aside, and Ye Bei's blade only sliced an old shirt hanging on the wall. Enraged, Luo Xiang drew his gun and opened fire, yelling, "You little punk! You dare challenge me? Yi Bei expertly dodged the bullets, letting the man's own lackeys get hit and suffer the consequences. He tightened his grip on the blade, moving like a phantom, before unleashing the final, fatal strike. Luo Xiang was sliced in two. His body fell apart, but consciousness lingered. He whispered, "Damn it. I got careless." Ye Bei coldly turned away, thinking to himself, "Luo Xiang of the Purple Dragon Society. Your story ends here." He recalled the man's heinous crimes. After discovering the black metal's properties, Luo Xiang ordered the Purple Dragon Society to develop weapons and rule over entire regions, defying the military. Violence, slavery, murder. There was no line he wouldn't cross. With unwavering resolve in his eyes, Ye Bei charged into the crowd, sword in hand. Everywhere he went, enemies fell. No one could stand against him. Outside the building, flashes of blue light from his sword mixed with the fiercely burning flames. After wiping out the last enemy, Ye Bei's gaze fell on Yao Yuer. A pang of sorrow hit him. "I can be a killer, but I never wanted you to see this." He gently placed a hand on her cheek, then slowly knelt down before her. "I always wanted to show you how cruel the apocalypse is. But I never wanted you to be dragged into it," he whispered. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the silence. Startled, Ye Bei immediately raised his sword, ready for a fight. But the person who appeared was none other than Zhang Heng. He offered a weak smile. "Hey, it's me." Shining a flashlight into the room, Zhang Heng gasped. "Did you take care of this whole crew by yourself?" Ye Bei picked up a gun from a fallen enemy, checked it, and loaded a round. "Better than I expected," he said with satisfaction. The fire still raged outside, yet to be extinguished. Suddenly, the sound of singing echoed from the distance. Zhang Heng looked worried. "Did we risk our lives just for this pistol? I thought you came to save Yuer for something bigger." Ye Bei tucked the gun into his belt, calmly explaining, "A gun like this is rare in this region. Owning it changes everything." Zhang Heng nodded, shining his flashlight ahead. "Are you planning to modify it into an energy weapon?" he asked. He suddenly remembered the fried electronics and chuckled. "We're like a pair of Hollywood action stars. Pretend to retreat, then place the blue pearl in the building's power grid." The plan was flawless. I just didn't expect that pearl to cause such a massive EMP blast. Just then, a faint noise echoed, the sound of a bottle rolling across the floor. Ye Bei jolted, instantly raising his gun on high alert, but all he saw was a pathetic woman, cowering in the corner, screaming, Don't kill me, please." Zhang Heng pointed his flashlight at her and was shocked to realize it was Lin Jolin. She trembled, her voice breaking. "Luo Xiang kidnapped me. He treated me like a slave, tortured me. Please, spare me." Ye Bei looked at her with cold eyes, his voice low. "Then do you know where he hid his resources?" Lin Jolin raised her hands, quickly replying, "I do." Shaking, Lin Jolin said, "I'll take you there." As Zhang Heng pushed Yao Yuer's wheelchair, he asked, "So, where are you from?" Lin Jolin answered reluctantly, her voice weak. "My home is in a city to the west. As for my family, I have a younger sister. But we were separated when the apocalypse began." When the group reached the elevator, Lin Jolin realized the problem. She mumbled, "The warehouse is on the 6th floor." But Zhang Heng quickly cut her off, frowning. "Oh, right. The power's out. The elevator's dead." Ye Bei holstered his gun, his voice cold as he gave an order. "Fatty, watch over Yuer. I'll go upstairs with her." Zhang Heng nodded. "Got it." The room was a battlefield. Bodies lay everywhere, the floor slick with fresh blood. A few thugs who had survived trembled as they crawled from the wreckage. One young man, clutching a wound, pushed a corpse off himself. He gasped, "Help! Help me!" But when his eyes landed on the scene before him, his jaw dropped in horror. Luo Xiang, his boss, lay motionless, with a horrifying wound splitting his body. The thug stammered in disbelief. Boss Luo is dead." Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a glittering stone. With a trembling hand, he reached out and touched it, realizing this was the energy-filled black metal. He remembered the conversation between Ye Bei and Luo Xiang. It was soft, like a pill, and promised superpowers to whoever swallowed it. He recalled the fools who tried, and how most of them turned into zombies. But, casting aside his fear, he clenched the dark stone in his fist, and without a second thought, shoved it into his mouth. An overwhelming bitterness contorted his face. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, his muscles bulged violently, and an excruciating pain tore through his body, forcing a guttural scream from his lips as rain hammered down outside. A deafening clap of thunder ripped across the sky. Zhang Heng glanced toward the window, just as Yao Yuer's eyes fluttered open in a daze. She rubbed her head, bewildered, asking, "Fatty, where are we?" Zhao Heng rested his chin on his hand and answered gently, "Little Yuer, you're awake. You were kidnapped by a group of thugs, and Brother Ye took on the entire gang by himself, just to save you." Hearing this, the girl's voice trembled with worry. "Thugs? What about Brother Ye? Is he okay?" Just then, the door swung open. Ye Bei stepped inside, a large bag slung over his shoulder. He spoke calmly. "You're awake," Yao Yuer quickly asked. "Brother Ye? Are you all right?" Zhao Heng eyed the bag with curiosity. "Brother Ye, find anything good in there?" Ye Bei dropped the bag on the bed and replied, "Yeah, a lot of useful stuff, but I couldn't carry it all at once. I need to rest. We'll figure it out tomorrow morning." He glanced around and asked, "Where's that pretty girl?" Zhao Heng shrugged. "No idea. She vanished while you were checking the room. She was probably scared and ran off." Outside, the rain grew heavier, and flashes of lightning lit up the entire area. Ye Bei collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. He muttered, "Just forget her. I'm wiped. I'm sleeping first. Fatty, go lock the first floor door before the zombies break in." Zhao Heng was horrified. "Why does it have to be me?" Yao Yuer smiled sweetly. "Let him rest, Fatty. I'll help you." Zhao Heng sniffled and sighed. "Yuer, you're too kind. You're making me emotional." The rain continued to pour relentlessly. The sky was a bleak, depressing gray. In a nearby apartment complex, the sound of a shower echoed through a small unit. Li Ruoxi was bathing, her pale skin and perfect curves illuminated by the dim light. Suddenly, a grotesque voice echoed from outside, making her jump in terror. "I've been watching you for days. I'm sure you haven't mutated. But nothing in this world comes for free, right?" The man began forcing the bathroom door open. Li Ruoxi gripped the handle with one hand, covering her body with the other, screaming in desperation, "Help me! Somebody, help me!" But the man just cackled, licking his lips. "The rain is too loud out there. No one can hear you, unless you want the zombies to come to your rescue." Suddenly, the glass door in the other room shattered into a million pieces. Both Li Ruoxi and the man flinched, turning toward the sound. The man stormed out, roaring, "Damn it, who the hell dares to ruin my fun?" But in the next instant, his face went deathly pale. His eyes widened in absolute horror at the sight before him. From the bathroom, Li Ruoxi only heard the man's blood-curdling scream. She cautiously peeked her head out to look, and her expression froze in the same silent, soul-shattering shock. Before them stood a mutated zombie, its muscles knotted into grotesque lumps, its back covered in horns. Its hand, armed with razor-sharp claws, had pierced straight through the man's body. With a single, powerful flick of its monstrous arm, the creature sent the man flying into the wall right next to Li Ruoxi. She let out a frantic, terrified shriek. Trembling, Li Ruoxi crept closer to get a better look at the monster. It was a hideous creature with a grotesquely muscular body. Half of its face was gone. She instantly recognized him as one of Luo Xiang's underlings. The zombie seemed to still understand human speech. It stared at its reflection, muttering in confusion. "Monster. A monster." It looked down at its one remaining human hand. It howled in despair. "Why? Why did I become this?" In a fit of madness, it smashed its fists into the floor, repeating over and over, "I'm not a monster." Though terrified, Li Ruoxi managed to keep her composure, asking in a strained voice, Who are you?" The zombie began to tell his story, his voice shaking. I was shot by someone. I thought I was going to die. In that moment of desperation, I ate the black metal, and my body began to change into this." Hearing this, she slowly regained her courage, exclaiming, "You're a mutant. You ate the black metal." The creature nodded, still trembling. "A guy named Ye Bei. He said it was taken from a zombie's brain. To survive, I took the risk and swallowed it." The name Ye Bei struck Li Ruoxi like a bolt of lightning. She muttered it to herself, then suddenly lunged forward in a rage, her towel falling away. "You just said Ye Bei. You know that bastard." She grabbed the zombie's head and roared, "Tell me, where is he?" The creature hurriedly told her everything he knew. "He's heading toward the city. He used some kind of strange energy sword and cut through our entire gang like they were nothing. He can't be far." Paying no mind to her nakedness, Li Ruoxi screamed, "Take me to him. I have to tear him to pieces." The zombie frantically tried to stop her. "No, you can't. He's too strong. We can't beat him. What's your problem with him, anyway?" She gritted her teeth, her voice filled with pain. "My situation. This is all because of him. He is my enemy." The air grew heavy for a moment. Li Ruoxi glanced at the man who'd just been impaled. "Hey, are you okay?" You just skewered that pervert. The zombie hesitated. I don't know. My body is overflowing with energy, but I can't seem to control it. Then he looked up, surprised, and asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Li Ruoxi suddenly let out a laugh and reached out her hand to touch him. You're strong, incredibly strong. Her voice was a captivating whisper as she wrapped her arms around his monstrous, clawed body. Just help me kill Ye Bei, and I'll let you do anything you want to me. The zombie stared, completely stunned. F? For real? A wave of excitement washed over him as he hoisted Li Ruoxi into the air. I'm starting to like you. I'll help you kill Ye Bei. A smug, satisfied smile crept across her face, but suddenly, a searing pain shot through the creature's head, making it howl in agony. Li Ruoxi looked on, bewildered. What's happening to you? It clutched its head, trembling uncontrollably, its inhuman shriek echoing throughout the entire complex. The next morning, at Luoxiang's base, Ye Bei pulled on his gloves, methodically equipping the weapons at his side. Zhang Heng rummaged through their supplies, grumbling to himself. I was hoping for something decent, but it's just instant noodles and junk food. They're all out of liquor and smokes, too. Ye Bei slung the gleaming energy sword onto his back. He turned to the others, his voice firm. We're done packing. Time to move out. The three of them began their descent down the stairwell. Zhang Heng, struggling with the heaviest bags, let out a sigh. I really thought we'd score more firearms. Turns out only their leader was armed. Still, at least these supplies will last us a few months. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, letting out a horrified scream at the sight of his trashed car. My baby! What happened to you? Did a meteor fall on it or something? On the verge of tears, he stroked the wrecked vehicle, its doors now completely jammed. Meanwhile, Ye Bei was on high alert, scanning their surroundings, wondering if this was from the storm or a fight. Without warning, he drew his weapon. Get back, he commanded. A single, merciless slash from his sword sent the mangled roof crashing to the ground. The car was now a convertible. Zhang Heng slumped into the driver's seat, giving the wheel a turn with a strained smile. Well, what do you know? The engine's still good. He glanced back. So, where are we headed? Still searching for the kid's dad? Ye Bei buckled up and gave a firm nod. Yeah. As the car sped down the road, Zhang Heng seemed to be enjoying himself. Man, driving a convertible is awesome, but if a horde shows up, we're basically sitting ducks. He had spoken too soon. A horde of zombies suddenly lurched into view. At the same moment, a group of students came running for their lives. They were all injured, screaming in terror. Somebody, help us. That's when Ye Bei realized they were his old classmates. A small smirk played on his lips. Old classmates. What a coincidence. The students desperately fled, half carrying their injured friends with the undead hot on their heels. One of the girls, Xiao Mu, stumbled and twisted her ankle, crashing hard onto the pavement. She whimpered in despair. It's no use. I can't go on. The infected immediately lunged for her, but in that instant, a flash of green light sliced clean through the zombies' necks. The entire group turned around, stunned. There stood Ye Bei, a cocky grin on his face. He casually slung his sword over his shoulder. Hey, everyone. We meet again. The students let out a collective sigh of relief. That was way too close. Thanks, Ye Bei. A blonde guy eyed the sword with curiosity. That sword is insane. Where'd you get it? Ye Bei replied coolly. Just took a little trip to the South City. So you all finally got out of the school, huh? Where are you trying to go? The student grimaced. We left because we heard there's a safe zone on Lake Island. We were trying to get there, but the journey has been hell. We've already lost a few people to bites. Suddenly, another student's eyes lit up. Ye Bei, is that your car? That's amazing. Can you give us a ride? Then, a girl with shoulder-length hair spoke up, her voice weak. She pleaded, Ye Bei, we haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Do you have any food? Just a little bit would be enough. Yao Yuer looked up at Ye Bei, her expression filled with concern. Big bro Ye, it looks like your friends are in a lot of trouble. Zhang Heng just chuckled, gloating. Of course they're staring at our ride. It's awesome. And this isn't even its final form. Ye Bei's patience finally snapped. He yelled, That's enough. All this chatter is giving me a headache. He rested his chin on his fist, his voice dropping low. Listen up. We're low on gas, and there's no way the car can hold all of you. I can spare some food. But first, you have to do something for me. Hope instantly lit up the students' faces. They all shouted in unison. What is it? We'll do anything. The corner of Ye Bei's mouth curled into a smirk. He glanced at Zhang Heng. Fatty, you know the drill. You explain the rules this time. Zhang Heng climbed out of the car with a wide grin. Oh? Is it my time to shine? Ye Bei cut in, his voice cold as ice. There are more infected up ahead. I'll take care of them. Your job is to deal with the bodies on the road. One student asked, completely confused. Deal with them? Zhao Heng grabbed a shovel and walked toward a corpse with a grin. Gather round. Old man Zhao is about to put on a show. He jammed the shovel into the zombie's skull and pried out a small, dark crystal, holding it up like a trophy. See this? We need to get these out of their heads. The students screamed in absolute horror, and one of the girls fainted on the spot. Xiaomu was shaking, but little Yao Yu'er spoke with unnerving calm. A zombie's skull is pretty soft. Getting the crystal out is easy, so don't be scared. The students' faces went pale as ghosts. Some of them started throwing up, all wondering the same thing. What in the world has this child seen? Zhao Heng handed them a few shovels and knives. Here, you can borrow these for now. And be careful, don't let anything bite you. They watched as Ye Bei effortlessly cut down zombies in the distance, whispering among themselves. So the zombies have these crystals in their heads? And what does Ye Bei want with them? Every swing of his sword was a blur, felling another infected in the blink of an eye. Though disgusted, the students clenched their jaws and got to work. 2 hours later, Zhao Heng held up a bag heavy with dark crystals, laughing greedily. Ha ha, a huge haul. Many hands really do make light work. Ye Bei nodded, satisfied. All right, fatty, a deal's a deal. Give them some of the food. Zhao Heng's face fell. What? Since when did you get to decide who gets my food? But seeing the students' pleading faces and their shining eyes, he sighed to himself. Be strong, he thought. No one gets any food. Suddenly, a massive shadow plunged from the sky. It landed directly on Zhao Heng's wrecked car. The students' jaws dropped in pure terror. Ye Bei spun around, his eyes wide. What is that? He gritted his teeth, worried. Why would a mutated ability user appear here? It was Wang Sheng, one of Luo Shang's underlings. Now, he was a mutated zombie, transformed after swallowing the black metal. His face was completely deformed, his muscles rippling grotesquely. Ye Bei screamed, "Everyone, get back!" Wang Sheng swiped his claws at Ye Bei, but he dodged with lightning speed. Ye Bei immediately countered with a powerful sword strike. The zombie was just as agile, leaping back to avoid the slash. But then, a round of applause echoed through the street. Li Ruoxi stepped out from the shadows, a smirk on her face. Ye Bei, she purred. I finally found you. Seeing her, Ye Bei's face went pale. The students asked, Class President, you're still alive? She laughed coldly. Of course, I'm only alive so I can watch you die. Li Ruoxi ordered Wang Sheng to kill him. Ye Bei froze, a chilling thought racing through his mind. She's with this monster. Wang Sheng charged forward like a starved beast, while Ye Bei raised his sword to meet the attack. Yao Yuner screamed in terror, Brother Ye! Just then, a massive explosion erupted between them. From the roof of a nearby building, a figure wreathed in red flames appeared. It was Zhou Bo, her entire body engulfed in fire, her very breath a torrent of flames. The students stared in horror. What is that thing? Far away on the lake, a luxury yacht drifted peacefully. An old man calmly smoked, laughing with satisfaction. Ha ha, zombies can't fly, and they can't swim. There's no place safer than the middle of the lake. A young man in a neat shirt approached with a bottle of wine, smiling. Father, you are truly wise. The man on the yacht glanced at the other boats and sneered. Later, we'll rob everything from those other boats. Then we can stay here comfortably until the world floods over. The moment he finished speaking, the yacht suddenly exploded violently. Both of them panicked, screaming, What was that? An explosion? From beneath the water, Zhou Bo shot into the air, her body a blazing human torch. She soared with terrifying speed. She left the two men on the boat, staring with wide eyes and open mouths. What in the world was that? On top of a skyscraper, Zhou Bo's sharp claws dug into the balcony railing. Her skeletal, emaciated body looked like a pile of burning embers, spewing intense flames that terrified the crowd below. Ye Bei grimaced, muttering, That's impossible. He thought, another ability user. And with the fire element, today is just my lucky day. Li Ruoxi was also stunned, staring intently. What kind of monster is that? Why is it on fire? She turned to Wang Sheng, pointing at Zhou Bo. Is that flaming pile of bones one of your friends? The zombie looked bewildered. I don't know. Zhou Bo gripped the balcony, coiling her body before launching herself into the air. She aimed straight for Wang Sheng, diving like a hawk, hunting its prey. He couldn't react in time as she slammed him into the ground. Wang Sheng roared, Who are you? Why are you targeting me? Without a word, Zhou Bo's bony hand tightened its grip. Unwilling to submit, Wang Sheng unleashed his monstrous strength and threw her off. Zhou Bo was sent flying, crashing hard into Zhao Heng's ruined car. She opened her mouth and roared, unleashing a furious torrent of fire. The people around could only watch as the two mutants battled. Zhang Heng held his head, heartbroken. "My car! My food!" Ye Bei shouted. "Forget about that stuff. We need to run, now." The group immediately fled the scene. Li Ruoxi clicked her tongue in frustration, yelling at Wang Sheng, who was still grappling with Zhou Bo. "You idiot! Ye Bei is getting away. What are you still doing here?" the beast tried to explain. "Ah, this thing is blocking my path. How can I do everything at once?" Suddenly, Zhou Bo unleashed another blast of fire, aiming straight for Yao Yuner. The girl had no time to run. The wave of heat slammed into her, knocking her to the ground as she trembled in pain. Ye Bei rushed forward, grabbing her backpack and pulling her up. Yao Yuner stammered, Brother Ye, the fire." It split the road in two. The flames had cut their group off from each other. A panicked classmate cried out, "Ye Bei, do you see this?" He yelled back, "Don't just stand there, find a place to hide." The group quickly turned and ran. Zhang Heng, dusting himself off, asked wearily, "Brother Ye, where do we run to now?" By now, Wang Sheng was growing tired. He tried to de-escalate. "Hey friend, can we talk calmly? You must have eaten the black metal to become like this, right?" Zhou Bo trembled, her voice breaking. "Black, jade," she screamed. "No, I didn't want to eat it." She remembered her dark past, imprisoned and tortured. Those filthy rich men. They defiled my body. They forced me to swallow the black jades. They were all insane, a bunch of madmen. The more she thought, the angrier she became, her flames roaring with greater intensity. "I have to kill them all. Burn every last one of them to ash." Wang Sheng seemed to find a kindred spirit, speaking gently. "Friend, you were forced to eat the black metal too, weren't you? I understand that feeling." Li Ruoxi, listening from the side, was getting annoyed. Losing her patience, she yelled, "Hey, are you two done making noise? Are you sympathizing with each other, or regretting you didn't meet sooner?" She crossed her arms and pouted, giving an order. "Go find and kill Ye Bei now. He's definitely hiding in some corner." Wang Sheng reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll go right away. I can track him by his scent." Hearing their conversation, he reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi were with Zhou Bo. She asked curiously, "Who are you guys looking for?" Wang Sheng answered immediately, "A guy named Ye Bei. He seems to know a lot about the black metal. We think he might have a way to turn us back into humans." Zhou Bo froze, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. "Turn back into human." She nodded, her voice filled with determination. "Then I'm going with you." In the dark basement, Ye Bei, Zhang Heng, and Yao Yuer were fleeing for their lives. Zhang Heng panted, exhausted. "Brother Ye, I think it's quiet outside now. Do you think they're all gone?" Ye Bei signaled for silence. "Shh." Suddenly, a car flew through the air, rocketing straight toward them. The group screamed in shock, scrambling back. Wang Sheng appeared with a wicked smile. "Ha, found you. Our fight isn't over yet." The four of them faced off in the gloomy basement. Wang Sheng roared at Ye Bei, "Before I kill you, you're going to tell me every secret about the black metal. Just cooperate. Don't make this a joke." Ye Bei gritted his teeth, then turned to Zhang Heng. "Fatty, get you out of here, now. I'll solo this monster." Zhang Heng nodded. "Okay," but they didn't get far before their path was blocked. Zhou Bo appeared, standing in their way, her body wreathed in crimson flames. Yao Yuer panicked. Brother Ye, we're surrounded." A cold laugh echoed through the space. Li Ruoxi sat casually on Zhang Heng's wrecked car, a smirk on her face. "Ye Bei, did you really think you could escape me? With these two superhumans, you're as good as dead." Realizing she was behind everything, Ye Bei's brow furrowed in anger. He thought to himself, "Li Ruoxi." He turned and ordered his friends, "Get in the corner, and don't come near me." Yao Yuer quickly replied, "Okay." When Li Ruoxi gave the order to kill him, Wang Sheng lunged forward like a beast. Ye Bei instantly drew his energy sword, a blue light flashing to life. Wang Sheng swung his claws, but Ye Bei deftly leaned back, dodging the attack. He pulled out the gun he had ready and raised it to fire. The bullet shot out with terrifying speed, but it slammed into Li Ruoxi's shoulder instead of Wang Sheng's. She clutched her shoulder, letting out a piercing scream. Wang Sheng froze, whipping his head around. "What?" Ye Bei seized the opportunity, firing another shot. This one hit her in the stomach. Wang Sheng quickly used his arm as a shield, yelling, "Don't hurt her." But Ye Bei didn't stop, swinging his sword and sending an arc of blue light toward them. Wang Sheng tried to block and pull Li Ruoxi away at the same time. Just then, Zhou Bo charged in, her body a raging inferno. She aimed for Ye Bei, but he leaped aside just in time, her powerful strike cracking the concrete floor beneath her. Zhou Bo unleashed a torrent of fire. Though he knew it was useless, Ye Bei raised his sword on reflex. Hiding behind a wall, Yao Yuer and Zhang Heng watched the hopeless battle unfold. The little girl called out worriedly, "Brother Ye!" Then, she grabbed a knife from her backpack and threw it at Zhou Bo with all her might. The knife bounced harmlessly off Zhou Bo's steel-hard head, leaving not even a scratch. Zhang Heng was stunned. "Little you, when did you become a warrior?" Yao Yuer's brave act had caught Zhou Bo's attention. Ye Bei seized the opening and swung his sword. Zhou Bo swiftly dodged to the side, but the blue energy from the blade accidentally sliced through a water pipe on the wall. Water gushed out, extinguishing the flames covering Zhou Bo's body. She shrieked like a scalded cat. Ye Bei didn't miss his chance. He struck again with a powerful slash, severing one of her arms. Zhou Bo screamed in agony, the pain feeling like a searing burn. He prepared to land another blow, but Zhou Bo scrambled away, causing the blue light to shatter the ground. She fled in a panic, running toward Wang Sheng. Yao Yuer asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" Ye Bei, exhausted, replied, "No." He let out a sharp breath. Facing two superhumans at once was truly difficult. Zhang Heng asked, "Brother Ye, do you know what these deviants are?" Ye Bei closed his eyes, his voice low. They were once human, transformed after consuming the black metal. Most become zombies, but a rare few, maybe 1 in 1,000, become deviants who keep their minds. He glanced at Zhou Bo's severed arm, then continued, "The ones who retain their consciousness are extremely rare." Zhang Heng wondered, "Brother Ye, how do you know so much?" Ye Bei remained silent with his eyes closed. "I'll tell you later. Right now, we need to decide where to go." Zhang Heng clutched his head and groaned. "My car. My food," he thought to himself. "This world isn't the same anymore. The apocalypse is progressing faster than I ever predicted." Ye Bei looked back at the chaotic mess behind them and muttered, "In the worst-case scenario, I'll need to create something even more powerful." Outside, a sudden downpour began, blurring the entire landscape. The three of them stood around the totaled car. Zhang Heng's eyes were red as he sadly hugged a bag of supplies. "It's wrecked. This car is useless now. All we can do is carry the food and supplies." He looked into the garage and sighed. "Damn it. All the exits are blocked, and there were still a few working cars in there." He handed Ye Bei and Yao Yuer a large piece of fabric each. "No umbrellas. Use these to stay dry for now. Should we wait for the rain to stop, or keep looking for another vehicle?" Ye Bei ignored him, turning to Yao Yuer instead. "Yuer, what's wrong?" Her voice trembled as she answered, I've been here before. An old friend of my father's lives here." She pointed into the distance, straight ahead, toward that hill. "That's his place." Zhang Heng asked, "Who's your dad's friend? Is he still alive?" "He's a little strange," Yuer stammered, "but he's a good person." Her eyes sparkled with hope. "His house is huge, with high walls. The zombies definitely can't get in. Plus, he has tons of computers." Ye Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Heng just scoffed. "What? From an internet cafe? We need a supermarket more than a computer cafe." Ye Bei looked at the little girl, his voice low. "Yuer, let's go check out his place. We might be able to rest there." The little girl's face lit up. "Okay," but in that moment, a zombie appeared. No, not just one. It was an entire horde. Zhang Heng screamed, "Zombies! They're getting closer." Ye Bei stepped forward, his voice like ice. "Then it's time to wipe them all out." A flash of blue light from a sword decapitated a zombie, slicing its head cleanly into 5 pieces. It was Wang Sheng. He effortlessly dispatched the other zombies, digging black metal shards from their brains. He muttered to himself, a cunning glint in his eyes. "This is enough. My objective is complete." With that, Wang Sheng leaped onto a rooftop and vanished. In another house, Zhou Bo was startled by a sudden noise. She turned, just in time to see Wang Sheng climbing through her window. He rushed into the room where Li Ruoxi lay, her face deathly pale, blood still seeping from 2 untreated bullet wounds. Wang Sheng placed the black metal shards before her, his voice tight with worry. "Ruoxi, here's the black metal. I brought it back for you." She rasped, her voice choked with agony. Give it all to me." Wang Sheng hesitated. Are you sure?" Li Ruoxi's eyes blazed with fury as she screamed, "Hurry, give it all to me now." Wang Sheng's face darkened as he silently stepped outside. Zhou Bo asked curiously, "Is she going to eat it?" Wang Sheng sighed, "She's hesitant." Zhou Bo shook her head. "I've seen someone struggle after eating that black metal. The result was Horrific. I didn't die, she said. But I became… this. Wang Sheng's voice was heavy. I just don't want her to die. Zhou reply was blunt. With those wounds, she'll die soon anyway if they aren't treated. Eating the black metal is her only choice. Her tone suddenly turned optimistic. But if she succeeds, she'll be like us. She'll never have to fear zombies again. And she can get her revenge. Wang Sheng slowly nodded. True. But then there's Ye Bei. He's on another level. Zhou sounded frustrated. He's too strong. His weapon even blocked my fire. Wang Sheng's voice grew firm. We have to work together. Find a way to capture him and force him to reveal the secrets of the black metal and how to turn back. Zhou nodded. All right. She held out her hand. I'm Zhou. He took it. Wang Sheng. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. Elsewhere, a zombie's arm was severed by a flash of blue light. Ye Bei was exhausted, panting heavily in the downpour. Zhang Heng cried out, Brother Ye, are you okay? You look terrible. We have to find a place to rest. Ye Bei turned to the little girl. Yuer, how much farther? She pointed ahead. We just have to go through that tunnel and climb up. But then, she stopped short. The tunnel. It's flooded. It looked deep. The drainage system was broken. Ye Bei cursed under his breath. Damn it. He pointed to a nearby wooden plank. Yuer, get on. We'll push you across. The little girl nodded. Okay. The three of them waded into the flooded tunnel. Zhang Heng trembled. It's so dark. You don't think there are zombies in the water, do you? Yuer also looked back nervously. Brother Ye, Ub tried to reassure them. It's fine. But suddenly, he stumbled and began sinking into the murky water. Yuer screamed, Brother Ye! The rain fell endlessly from a grim sky. Standing beside Zhou, Wang Sheng wondered aloud, why won't this rain ever stop? Zhou added, yeah, the streets are completely flooded now. Wang Sheng hesitated. Ruoxi, I need to negotiate with you. Inside the room, Li Ruoxi trembled violently, racked with agony from the black metal's energy. Wang Sheng called out in alarm. Ruoxi! Li Ruoxi's eyes snapped open, blazing like two purple flames. Grotesque veins bulged across her face as she let out a horrifying scream. Zhou poked her head in. What's happening? A massive blast of dark energy erupted, shattering the room's window as a brilliant purple light pierced the night. Ye Bei's eyes fluttered open to the freezing water all around him. As his vision cleared, he gasped for air, bubbles rising endlessly to the surface. A hand grabbed him, yanking his head from the water. Before him stood a slender figure, cloaked in white. It was Li Ruoxi, her expression cold and arrogant. She demanded, Ye Bei, where is that mechanic accomplice of yours hiding? Ye Bei just smirked, his voice full of contempt. I despise rotten women. Get the hell away from me. Li Ruoxi's eyes flashed with anger. You ungrateful brat. In the next instant, a massive hand slammed his head back under. Choking on water, Ye Bei's world was once again freezing cold. His consciousness began to fade, as everything went black. When Ye Bei opened his eyes again, a white ceiling filled his vision. He squinted, his sight slowly returning. His entire body screamed in pain. Ye Bei sat up in silence, groaning inwardly. What happened? Beside the bed, Yao Yuer was sleeping. Stirring, she opened her eyes and saw him, gasping with joy. Brother Ye, you're awake. Ye Bei was still disoriented. Yeah. He looked around the unfamiliar room. Where are we? Yuer quickly replied. My dad's friend's house. Just then, Zhang Heng walked in carrying a tray of food. Brother Ye, you're finally awake. You've been out for a whole day and night, Ye Bei asked. You're still here? Zhang Heng put on a wounded expression. Don't be so cold. It was a real pain to drag you all the way up here. Ye Bei shot back. In a storm like that, how did you guys possibly carry me? An old man's voice came from the doorway. I don't understand how you all made it here either. The old man frowned, his tone filled with disbelief. A student, a chubby guy, and a little girl, somehow getting past that entire horde. If I hadn't seen it with my own two eyes, I never would have believed it. Yao Yuer just beamed happily. She explained, You were unconscious, Ye Bei. We pulled you from the water, but we had no idea what to do. Luckily, Mr. Zhang saw us on the security cameras. He recognized me and drove out to get us. Because of him, we made it to this place safely. Leo stared in disbelief. You saw all of that? The old man nodded, still looking completely stunned. Of course. I saw you cut through those zombies like they were butter. It was incredible. Where did you even get that weapon? Leo tried to push himself up, but a wave of searing pain forced him back to his knees. He gritted his teeth and said, Thank you for saving us. But I can't tell you about my weapon. Give it back to me, or else. Yao Yuer rushed to his side in a panic. Ye Bei, the old man observed. It seems wielding that blade took a serious toll on your stamina. He offered a friendly smile. My apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhang Han. But please, call me Dr. Zhang. This is my personal research institute. Ever since the zombie virus broke out, I've been here. Ye Bei repeated the name. Dr. Zhang. A memory flashed in his mind. Zhang Han, the world-renowned zombieologist. The first to research black metal energy. For a mechanic, he's basically a god. Ye Bei hesitated. Are you really Dr. Zhang? Zhang Han looked embarrassed. It's a little shameful to admit, but the doctor title is self-proclaimed. I was actually just an errand boy at this facility. Ye Bei's suspicion returned. He thought to himself, just a guy with the same name. What a waste of my admiration. Noticing his expression, Zhang Han changed the subject. But my curiosity about your weapon is very real. For the future of humanity, please, let me borrow it for research. Ye Bei made a decision. I might as well test him. If he's the real Zhang Han, this could be a huge advantage. He nodded. All right. But I have something far more interesting for you to study. Zhang Han leaned in, intrigued. What is it? Ye Bei smirked. A live zombie. The words left Zhang Han stunned. A heavy steel door slammed shut, and he excitedly led the way. Come, come, your weapon is over here, Ye Bei casually replied. Oh. Zhang Han rubbed his hands together eagerly. I only ran a few basic checks. I swear. I didn't do anything I shouldn't have. He watched in amazement as Ye Bei lifted the blade with ease. As I thought. Only you can wield it. I nearly broke my back just getting it over here. Ye Bei looked around the workshop, impressed. Your setup isn't half bad. With this equipment, I could definitely forge even more powerful weapons. Zhang Han's eyes lit up. Don't tell me. You crafted this weapon yourself? Ye Bei didn't deny it, and Zhang Han's gaze began to sparkle. Incredible. Let me watch you work. Ye Bei immediately shut him down. No. The creation process must be kept secret. If you don't agree, I won't capture that zombie for you. Zhang Han pouted. You're bullying an old man. Ye Bei's lips curled into a smirk as he laid out his terms. Bring me delicious meals every day, and I might reconsider. Zhang Han grumbled. You shameless, thick-skinned brat. Meanwhile, on a computer monitor in the lab, the profiles of Ye Bei and Zhang Heng were displayed. Ye Bei's data was clear and detailed, but Zhang Heng's file was completely blank. Outside the research institute, the rain fell like a waterfall. An endless torrent of water cascaded down. A horde of zombies waded through the flood, shambling aimlessly past the institute's gates. In front of a monitor, Yao Yuer watched intently. Her small fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes filled with hope as she searched for any sign of her father. Zhang Han approached, holding 2 steaming mugs of warm water. Yuer, are you in here? The young girl turned, a bit flustered. I wanted to do what I could to help. Zhang Han smiled. Trying to find survivors out there. That's a tough job for you. His expression grew worried. There's still no news about your father. He went to the Xinshui district, but that area has been completely overrun. Yao Yuer managed a brave smile. Dr. Zhang, you're a good person. My dad is, too. I believe he's all right. Zhang Han chuckled, then leaned in close and whispered, But tell me, are the 2 who brought you here okay? He glanced at Ye Bei, who was busy forging a weapon. That student, he's not normal. To have such advanced technical skills at his age, and his eyes are as fierce as a murderer's. Unaware he was being talked about, Ye Bei proudly admired his newly crafted component. Zhang Han continued his worried rant, not noticing Zhang Heng approaching from behind. And that chubby one. He looks ordinary, but it feels like he's hiding some kind of secret. Suddenly, Zhang Heng cut in. Hey, Mr. Zhang, it's not very nice to talk about people behind their backs. Zhang Han jumped, whipping around in a panic when he saw Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng pointed an accusing finger. I think you're the strange one here. A research facility this massive, and you're the only person left? There's a helipad up top, and a huge garage below, a gigantic fuel depot, and solar panels everywhere. Zhang Han listened in silence, his eyes turning cold as Zhang Heng pressed on. His voice dripped with suspicion. There are also food stores, clothing storage, and a mountain of countless other supplies. You're the most suspicious one here, aren't you? Zhang Han could no longer contain himself. His anger flared up like an inferno. He jabbed a finger right in Zhang Heng's face, his other hand gripping the mug so tightly that water sloshed out from the force of his rage. What do you know? He roared. his voice filled with resentment. I predicted the world would fall into an apocalypse like this, so I prepared for it years in advance, and yet every single one of you treated me like a fool, like a madman. You eat my food, you sleep in my home, and you still dare to criticize me? My goal is to save humanity. Zhang Heng was shocked into silence by the outburst, sweat pouring down his forehead. He tried to compose himself, his voice trembling as he shot back. To save humanity? Shutting down all the cameras in the Xinshui district? Violating everyone's privacy? You think that was the right call? Zhang Han shot back, his voice dripping with contempt. Yeah? And if those cameras hadn't been working, who do you think would have saved you? Seeing the tension escalate, Yu quickly stepped forward, gently trying to placate them. Please, don't fight anymore. But unexpectedly, from behind, a cold needle pierced Zhang Heng's neck, bringing the argument to a sudden halt. Zhang Heng spun around in a panic, stunned to realize it was Ye Bei who had just stabbed him. With an unsettling calmness, Ye Bei simply said, "Don't move." He used the syringe to draw a vial of blood from Zhang Heng's neck. Once finished, Zhang Heng nervously touched the wound, stammering, "Why did you just stab me with a needle?" Ye Bei stared at the blood in his hand, his voice low. "I needed to borrow some of your blood." He paused for a moment before continuing with a grim expression. "The zombies are about to enter their first mutation phase. We're running out of time." With that, Ye Bei turned and walked inside, his voice carrying a chilling warning as he went. Far greater calamities are coming. Everyone needs to be ready. Hearing this, Zhang Han's face went pale with terror. What? The zombies are about to mutate? Yu and Zhang Heng couldn't hide their shock either. Through the monitors, they could see the relentless rain outside, the floodwaters steadily rising. Not far away, an abandoned building stood tall, sheltering Yu Feng and his group. He stood at a window, his gaze locked on the zombies wading through the murky water below. Their eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, filled with a hunger for flesh. Yu Feng shuddered involuntarily, his face turning purple with disgust. He clenched his jaw, squeezed his eyes shut, and let out a quiet groan. Ugh. He turned back, his voice trembling as he spoke to the others. This place is completely surrounded by zombies. We can't escape. It was only then that everyone noticed Yu Feng's clothes were filthy and soaking wet. It was no surprise. In this torrential downpour, the streets were deeply flooded. A male student spoke up, his voice heavy with anxiety. The rain is so heavy. All the roads are submerged. A girl beside him couldn't take it anymore, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. What are we going to do? On the floor, another female student lay motionless, covered with a jacket. Beside her, a young man was crying uncontrollably. Yu Feng stared outside, his voice dropping low. And I have no idea where Ye Bei has gone. The girl next to him continued in a panic. There's no food in this building. We're going to die here. Hearing this, a spark of resolve ignited in Yu Feng's eyes. No, there's still one way. He pulled out several blue energy stones, leaving the group speechless. All eyes were fixed on the stones in Yu Feng's hand. He explained, his voice tense. When I was helping Ye Bei dig through that zombie's brain, I secretly pocketed a few. Staring at the shimmering stones, Yu Feng continued. I heard before that the monster evolved because it ate one of these black pearls. If I eat this pearl, maybe I can too. A male student cut him off in a panic. Feng, you're not actually planning to eat that, are you? Yu Feng gripped the stones tightly, his body trembling, but he tried to maintain a calm facade. If I can gain the same power as that monster, we can break through this siege and survive. Suddenly, a girl pointed ahead, her voice filled with confusion. Hey, what is that? The group immediately turned, their eyes fixed on where she was pointing. In the building across from them, a brilliant purple vortex had materialized, crackling with sinister bolts of lightning. Yu Feng cautiously approached, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. That's a tornado. Everyone stared with their mouths agape, shocked by the bizarre spectacle. The scene shifts to the research institute. The rain continues to pour, and the floodwaters are rising. Inside a brightly lit room, Ye Bei is intensely focused on crafting something. Blinding sparks fly from his work, reflecting off his serious expression. Ye Bei removes his protective mask, revealing a face of unwavering determination. Zhang Heng stood at the doorway, looking in with worried eyes, muttering, Ye Bei has been working for days. I have no idea what he's making. Zhang Han came up from behind, his voice grave. He said he is crafting a new weapon to fight against the zombies' mutation. Does that mean all the zombies will turn into those black-spiked monsters? Or the fire-breathing ones you encountered before? Zhang Heng was at a loss, his voice filled with despair. How should I know? If they really do transform like that, we're in serious trouble. You don't have any decent weapons here. What are we supposed to fight back with? Zhang Heng immediately retorted, his tone sharp. I wanted to build a safe haven, not become some mountain warlord. Why would I have an arsenal? Zhao Heng refused to back down, firing back. A haven without weapons is just meat on a chopping block, you old fool. Just as Zhang Han was about to respond, Yu Er suddenly ran towards them, calling out urgently, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang, she stammered, her face overflowing with emotion. I saw my dad on the camera. Yu Er's eyes welled up, about to burst with tears of unexpected joy. Zhao Heng quickly ran after her, asking breathlessly, You saw him on the camera? Zhang Han ran beside them, a hint of alarm in his voice. That means he's already reached the Xinshui district. Yu Er quickly sat at the monitoring station, expertly pinpointing the location. He's at the wholesale market in the West District, she said, her voice trembling. Just in case. She had saved the surveillance footage. The three of them gathered around the screen, but what they saw made their blood run cold. All three of them gasped in unison. What? Is he walking through that horde? A stunned Zhang Han leaned in for a closer look. Judging by his movements, he doesn't look like he's turned, does he? Zhao Heng added, his voice laced with doubt. But then why isn't the horde swarming him? The image on the screen was crystal clear. It was Yao Haipeng, his eyes sharp and cold, wearing a dark green raincoat. His body seemed to be covered in some strange liquid. He moved silently through the undead in the pouring rain, his figure finally vanishing from the camera's view. Tears welled up in Yu Er's eyes as she instinctively cried out, Dad! Zhao Heng, standing beside her, quickly tried to calm her down. Yu Er, we might not know how your dad is avoiding the zombies, but at the very least, we know he's still alive. Yao Yuer wiped her eyes and nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yeah. Okay. Suddenly, Zhang Han exclaimed, as if he'd noticed something strange. Look at his clothes. It seems he's wearing a zombie's outfit and has smeared their blood all over himself. So that's how you can slip past the horde? Could it be that zombies hunt by smell? He mused, a spark of curiosity in his eyes. This is definitely worth investigating. Yao Yuer looked at him, her voice trembling with worry. Mr. Zhang. Her call snapped him out of his thoughts. Zhang Han jolted, offering an apologetic smile. Ah, my apologies. My old habits are acting up again. He leaned in closer to Yao Yuer, his tone gentle but serious. Yao Yuer, I know you desperately want to save your father, but the weather is just too unstable. This rain isn't letting up. The tunnel to the west sector is completely submerged. There's no way to drive through. Hearing this, Yao Yuer lowered her head, her expression sinking as she let out a few choked sobs. Witnessing this, Zhao Heng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, sparking a small glimmer of hope within him. Hey, why don't we ask Brother Ye Chu, he suggested, his voice full of expectation. Maybe he's already finished some powerful new gear. At his words, Yao Yuer's spirits lifted instantly, a radiant smile blooming on her face. Yeah, okay, she replied, her eyes sparkling once more. Yi Chu's voice cut through the air, cold and stern. Absolutely not. He stared directly at Yao Yuer, his gaze unwavering. It didn't matter how much she pleaded. I'm not finished yet. Your impatience is pointless. He suddenly spun around, his voice dropping to an icy tone. I already told you. Unless you're bringing me food, do not disturb me. Zhao Heng couldn't hold back anymore, stepping in indignantly. Hey, Brother Ye, don't you think that's a little harsh? If you can't help, fine, but you could at least offer a word of comfort. Why so cold? Unmoved, Ye Chu replied flatly. Then you go. Zhao Heng was completely stunned, left utterly speechless. Huh? Just then, two gleaming weapons materialized before his eyes. One was a blade, as sharp as moonlight. The other was a gun emitting a strange aura, filled with a blood-red serum. Zhao Heng's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping. What is this? Ye Chu explained calmly. Yes, I've infused your blood into these two weapons. They're now attuned to you. Overjoyed, Zhao Heng immediately grabbed them, his eyes blazing with excitement. Let me give these a try. As he gripped the sword, he couldn't stop marveling. Whoa, it's as light as a feather. This blade is an exact replica of your old one, isn't it? Yi Chu carefully instructed him. When you use it, imagine focusing all of your power into the weapon. Doing so will allow you to unleash a blade of light. But remember to moderate your strength, or you'll exhaust yourself. Zhao Heng's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll be careful. He pointed to the gun curiously. And this gun? Don't tell me you modified the one I looted? Yi Chu nodded, his voice steady. Correct. Before firing, activate the power source to build up energy in the barrel. When you pull the trigger, that energy will discharge with the bullet. It's incredibly powerful, but ammo is limited, so make every shot count. Zhang Heng licked his lips, buzzing with pure adrenaline. Whoa, is this a real-deal railgun? This is so damn cool. Wielding both weapons, Zhang Heng charged outside like a beast that just spotted its prey. Ha ha, I can't wait any longer. I've got to test these out right now. He bolted out of the base, ignoring the torrential rain. Aiming the gun at the sky, he yelled with excitement. Let's start with a bang. A brilliant blue aura shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Zhang Heng was taken aback for a second. Whoa, crap. But he immediately burst into a hearty laugh. So freaking awesome. Next, he drew the blade. A powerful killing intent erupted from him as he swung it once, sending a brilliant arc of light ripping through the air. Haha, it really creates a blade of light. Zhang Heng was thrilled, swinging it again and again as if he were enjoying some new, elegant hobby. From inside the lab, Zhang Han watched on the monitor, frowning. He muttered, "Stop that. Don't go swinging swords and guns right outside my lab." Zhang Heng just grinned widely. Ha ha, I'm invincible now. He quickly pulled on his boots and protective gear, standing in the rain and roaring with arrogance, whether it's zombies or other ability users. I'll just bring it on. This old Zhao will take every single one of you down. Turning to the camera, he yelled, Yao Yuer, I'll bring your father back safely. You just stay here and be safe with Mr. Zhang. Inside, Yao Yuer watched anxiously. Brother Zhao, are you okay? Zhang Han just sighed, completely exasperated. Just leave him. Let's see how long his ego lasts. Zhang Heng stepped out of the lab area, muttering into his comms. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Zhang Han's voice came back over the radio. The road to the west sector is flooded. Your only option is to follow the western mountain ridge and go around, warning him not to be so reckless. But Zhang Heng just sneered. You're a real pain, old man. Let Yuer show me the way. Zhang Han seethed with anger. That damn fatty. Zhang Heng moved forward slowly, his hands gripping his blade and gun tightly. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, spotting a ferocious horde of zombies blocking his path, poised to lunge at any second. He was momentarily confused. Huh? How did zombies climb all the way up here? The starving, mindless horde charged as one, like a pack of wild beasts. Though startled at first, Zhang Heng quickly regained his composure, roaring, I'm not afraid. I have a divine weapon forged by Brother Ye. He drew his blade, unleashing a powerful slash. A brilliant wave of light erupted, wiping out the zombies before him like a tidal wave. They were annihilated in an instant. Zhang Heng laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance. Haha, I'm unstoppable. Even a bigger horde couldn't make me break a sweat, but his triumphant smile froze on his face as something far more terrifying than any zombie appeared before him. In a flash, his pupils dilated, trying to see clearly. In the distance, a swirling tornado, crackling with vicious lightning, was heading their way. This was no natural phenomenon. It was like a monstrous beast, growling within the dark, stormy sky, radiating an aura of absolute death. What in the hell is that thing? Zhang Heng cried out, his voice trembling. The rain continued to pour down like a waterfall. He swung his blade, slicing a zombie in two. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. With a few more swift moves, he took down two more that were charging at him. Under the heavy rain, Zhang Heng panted, staring at the foul, stinking corpses at his feet. He quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie, his voice urgent. Hello? Hello? Yuer, Dr. Zhang, are you two seeing this? He stared towards the terrifying tornado and continued. The rain out here is getting heavier, and there's a tornado coming from the west. Zhang Han's worried voice crackled over the radio. The storm is bad out there. The camera's visibility is limited, and the wind is about to hit level 6. It's too dangerous. Get back here now. Frustrated, Zhang Heng had no choice but to agree. No matter how strong my gear is, I can't fight against Mother Nature. Yuer, I'm sorry, he said. I'll have to wait for the weather to clear up before I can go rescue your father. On the other end, Zhang Han tried to comfort her. Yuer, your father has always been a lucky man. If he can avoid the zombies, he can definitely survive this storm. With red-rimmed eyes, Yuer could only nod. Okay. Drenched in the downpour, Zhang Heng trudged back towards the base's gate, dragging something behind him. Suddenly, alarms blared to life, and red lights flashed frantically. Zhang Han jumped, shouting into the radio in a panic. Fatty, did a zombie follow you back? Zhang Heng hesitated, still holding on to a live zombie. Actually, I brought it back on purpose. I was going to save Yuer's dad, but since I can't go now, I'll have to wait. He quickly added, besides, Brother Ye was the one who told me to bring a live one back. Zhang Han was stunned, his voice shaking. What? You brought a live zombie here? His scientific instincts kicking in, he rushed out, yelling, Don't move! I'm coming right now. A moment later, Zhang Heng arrived, out of breath. Zhang Heng let go of the tie wrapped around the zombie's neck, explaining, "It's only got its upper half left. I chopped it down so it couldn't run around." Zhang Han's eyes lit up with scientific curiosity as he knelt to observe the living zombie. Whoa, it really is still alive. With this kind of resilience, what on earth is providing them with energy? He muttered, his voice filled with excitement. Through the camera monitor, Yuer watched the entire exchange. Zhang Han thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Fatty Heng. You've done a great service this time. You guys really do keep your word." Hearing this, Zhao Heng grinned from ear to ear, feeling relieved. Witnessing this rare moment of peace, Yuer whispered happily, "This is great." Mr. Zhang and Brother Zhao finally made up. In another corner of the base, Ye Bei was focused on testing a new device, a robotic arm. He put it on, clenching and unclenching his fist. His serious face was completely unreadable. Outside, the rain continued to rage, each drop pounding against the barricades, creating a grim and terrifying atmosphere. The next morning, weak rays of sunlight began to pierce through the dark clouds, shining down on the desolate ruins of human civilization. The scene was both familiar and strangely alien. The light also fell upon the zombies, who were lying in wait for their next meal. Suddenly, they all lifted their heads, their eyes glowing with a bizarre green light. Their bodies began to twitch, as if something inside was about to burst forth. One zombie in a yellow shirt began to transform, its eyes turning a blazing crimson. From within its body, another creature emerged, an upgraded version of the zombie monster, exponentially more dangerous. Its skin was dark red, its teeth were jagged and sharp, and the hunger in its eyes made it even more horrifying. One monster leaped onto an apartment building, a single jump covering the height of 4 floors. On the balcony, a little boy was happily greeting the rare apocalyptic sunshine. He sang a little song. "The sun is shining so brightly. The flowers are smiling with me." He was completely unaware of the monster's sharp claws digging into the railing just a few steps away. The sunlight was suddenly blocked by the zombie's massive body, signaling the tragic end for the ill-fated boy. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed through the air. A man, as if sensing the terrible danger, immediately sprinted towards the sound. He screamed, "Honey! Xiao Ming!" But what he saw was a living nightmare. The monster was gnawing on his wife's neck, while cradling the lifeless body of his son, Xiao Ming. A truly blood-soaked tragedy. With no cameras on the mountain, he was surrounded by an endless sea of zombies. He collapsed, all strength gone, too broken to even shed a tear. Outside, a swarm of evolved zombies frantically scaled the building, hunting for any remaining survivors. Their horrifying screams echoed endlessly. A grotesque hand from an evolved zombie shattered the glass door, causing the 3 men inside to scream in panic. A monster! The creature lunged inside. The desperate screams were unending as it chased the group of people running for their lives. Among them were 2 of Ye Bei's old classmates, a man and a woman, their faces pale with terror as they fled. Just as the monster's hideous hand was about to grab the girl, another creature's pale but sinewy arm suddenly shot out and blocked it. It gripped the zombie's wrist tightly. A razor-sharp, scythe-like blade flashed, plunging directly into the monster's skull. Dark blood erupted from the evolved zombie. The other 2 froze in utter shock. The girl stared at the strange being, shaped like an evolved zombie but with pure white skin, holding the dead creature down. This being then pulled a glowing red orb from the zombie's body and let out a chilling laugh. In that moment, its features revealed a familiar face. The survivors gasped in astonishment. Feng! Outside the city's residential area, hordes of zombies were evolving frantically under the sunlight. Watching from above were Li Ruoxi, Zhou Bo, and Wang Sheng. Zhou Bo's voice trembled. "This is terrifying. So many zombies. They're like a school of fish, but moving with purpose." Li Ruoxi smirked as a strange purple energy glowed on her arm. Her voice dripped with malice. "It seems my suffering these past few days. Have you found Ye Bei's location yet?" Wang Sheng replied, "Yes, he's in a building on a hill. It looks like some kind of research institute. He suggested that I sneak in and kill him, but Li Ruoxi's eyes turned to ice. No. Why would I let him die so easily? I want to tear him apart myself, and let him taste true despair with every approaching second." She raised her arm, which pulsed with that monstrous power, a truly wicked smile spreading across her face. At that same moment, back at the institute, as Zhao Heng and Yuer were about to get in their vehicle, the emergency alarm suddenly began to scream. Zhao Heng quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Dr. Zhang, we're just about to head out. Why is the alarm blaring?" Zhang Han's urgent voice crackled back. "Fatty Zhao, don't go out. We have a huge problem. Get Yuer back to the lab building, now." he continued, his voice trembling. The city's cameras show a massive horde of zombies gathering, and they're heading straight for us. Zhang Heng was stunned. What? How massive are we talking? Zhang Han mumbled back. At least 1,000. Zhao Heng whispered in horror. What the hell is going on? Is it because we're the last survivors? Or did we piss something off? Zhang Han sounded helpless. I don't know what's stirring them up out there, but you need to inform Ye Bei immediately. Zhao Heng sprinted to find Ye Bei, practically in tears. Brother Ye, this is bad. 1,000 zombies are on their way. What are we going to do? But Ye Bei was still focused on his computer, his voice as calm as ever. Dr. Zhang already told me. Zhao Heng breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly pressed on. So? Are you ready to go out there and take them down? Ye Bei replied nonchalantly. Not yet. I'm not finished. Zhao Heng felt his anger boiling over. Are you kidding me? You expect me to fight 1,000 zombies alone? Ye Bei, ignoring his outburst, said coldly, I warned all of you to be thoroughly prepared. This situation has exceeded all predictions. This emergency falls outside of my data. Ye Bei continued in that same calm tone. Right now, we can only rely on the others. If he truly is Dr. Zhang, he'll certainly find a way to solve this. Hearing this, Zhao Heng completely snapped. He roared, Brother Ye, what the hell are you talking about? I don't have time for your riddles. But his only response was Ye Bei's cold, chilling silence. Defeated, Zhao Heng choked back his rage, muttering, Damn it, giving me the silent treatment at a time like this. Finally, he steeled himself. Fine, I guess I'll have to rely on myself. Zhao Heng raced up the stairs to the rooftop alone. Standing on the edge, he looked out, and was immediately frozen by the horrifying sight. Endless swarms of zombies of every kind were packed together like a nest of ants, completely surrounding the compound's walls. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. My God. With this many zombies, even these lab walls won't hold for long. Without hesitation, he bolted downstairs and ran straight for the vehicle. No way, I can't let them pile up against the walls. When Zhang Han saw Zhao Heng driving out, he yelled over the radio, Hey, Zhao Heng, what do you think you're doing? Fatty Zhao yelled back, Open the gate, I'm going out to hold them off. Doctor, you figure out a plan. If I don't make it back, everyone else better find a way to escape. Yuer cried out in terror, Brother Zhao. The SUV roared to life and charged out, plowing straight into the path of the zombie horde. From inside the vehicle, Zhao Heng confidently raised his weapon, took aim, and fired. A brilliant beam of blue energy shot out, striking a zombie right in its core. The massive explosion sent the surrounding horde flying. Zhao Heng roared with excitement. This is awesome. I don't even need to aim. He kept firing, screaming, Turn them all to dust. Another wave of zombies was blown away, as raging flames incinerated every last one. Watching from her high perch, Li Ruoxi's brow furrowed, her face a mask of clear annoyance. I have to admit, I never expected them to have weapons this powerful. This is going to be a tough fight. Li Ruoxi sneered. Humph, let's see just how long they can last. Outside, after a brutal struggle, Zhao Heng was starting to wear down. A single bullet could wipe out a horde of zombies, but another wave would instantly swarm in to replace them. He raised his gun. Bam! He blasted the new horde back, but sweat was already pouring down his face. Chambering the next round, he cursed, Damn it, how are there still so many of them? Suddenly, a massive fireball hurtled toward him from the distance. Zhao Heng was too stunned to even react. The fireball slammed directly into the front wheel, and flames erupted, consuming the tire. Yuer screamed in a panic over the comms. Brother Zhao! The vehicle flipped onto its side, the wheel still engulfed in roaring flames. Zhao Heng fought through the dizzying impact, gritting his teeth as he forced the door open and staggered out. From the corner of his eye, he recognized a familiar silhouette. Zhou Bo. Even though he couldn't see his expression clearly, Zhao Heng knew he was smiling with smug satisfaction. He clenched his jaw and roared, You dare ambush me, you bastard! Zhao Heng immediately fired a shot toward Zhou Bo, his voice booming with newfound confidence. I'm not afraid of you this time. Eat my bullet. But the flame-covered monster moved like lightning, dodging the shot before spitting a stream of fire right back at Zhao Heng. The fire hit the vehicle, causing it to burst into a raging inferno. Zhao Heng's reflexes were lightning fast. He rolled out of the way just in time and fired another shot. And just like that, Zhou Bo vanished in a flash. Zhao Heng roared in frustration. You coward! Don't run if you've got the guts. But from behind, a horde of zombies had silently closed in. Zhao Heng's blood ran cold. Crap, when did they get here? He quickly fired a shot, annihilating the closest group. A brilliant blue light exploded, tearing them to shreds. Inside the research institute, Zhang Heng and Yuer were frantic with worry. Zhang Heng shouted into the comms, "Zhao Heng, get back here now. If you get surrounded, there's no escape." Zhao Heng summoned every ounce of strength he had left and ran for his life, panting heavily. Whew, yeah. I'm starting to think this was a trap. Suddenly, Wang Sheng leaped down from above, his razor-sharp claws swinging down, aimed straight for Zhao Heng. In that split second between life and death, Zhao Heng rolled out of the way and fired his gun, the bullet grazing Wang Sheng's shoulder. Before it could recover, he swiftly switched to his longsword and unleashed a decisive slash. Wang Sheng dodged it, but Zhao Heng immediately swung his blade to the right, aiming to sever its head. The monster twisted away again, narrowly escaping. But a seed of doubt was planted in Wang Sheng's mind. What's going on? This guy's skills. They're even faster than Ye Bei's. Zhao Heng's eyes gleamed as he aimed his gun and roared, "Die! Bang! Bang!" 2 shots rang out, forcing Wang Sheng to retreat. He let out a loud, confident laugh. "I told you! I'm not afraid of you guys anymore." Watching from above, Li Ruoxi's expression grew even darker. She raised her arm, which pulsed with an eerie power, and began to control the horde of zombies below. Instantly, the bloodthirsty monsters charged toward Zhao Heng with terrifying speed. He muttered in confusion, "Why are all the zombies suddenly coming for me?" The horde said nothing. They only knew to charge, their eyes burning with the desire to tear him limb from limb. Zhao Heng wasn't about to let that happen. He swung his sword in a relentless flurry, each sharp, clean strike cutting down any zombie that got too close. But the situation was growing dire. He gasped for air, muttering, "This is bad. They're moving too fast. I can't keep up." Finally, using his last reserves of energy, he made a break for it, telling himself that out of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. Suddenly, a zombie fell from the sky. It landed right in his path, blocking his escape and making his heart leap into his throat. Why is a zombie falling from the sky? Another one was thrown, thudding to the ground right beside him. He looked up in horror to see Wang Sheng, the one behind this, hurling zombies like they were stones. A massive hand suddenly grabbed a zombie by the waist and threw it directly at Zhao Heng. Startled, he immediately raised his gun. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the zombie was blown to pieces. The remaining horde grew even more frenzied. They all charged after him at once. Zhao Heng screamed, nearly in tears, "Wah, what do I do now? Somebody help me." One zombie leaped high into the air, landing and clamping down hard on his leg. At that moment, absolute terror washed over Uncle Zhao Heng as sweat poured from him like a river. The monster bared its filthy teeth, which hadn't seen a toothbrush in years, and opened its jaws wide, ready to take a bite out of his leg. But quick as a flash, the uncle whipped out a sharp knife and sliced its head clean in 2. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His heart was pounding in his chest. "That was too close," he mumbled. But before he could catch his breath, his eyes widened in horror. A swarm of zombies, thick as a disturbed beehive, was screaming and rushing toward him, ready to swallow him whole. Zhao Heng panicked, his mind a complete mess. "If I fire my gun this close, I'll probably blow myself up too," he thought. His limbs felt like lead. He didn't have the strength to even lift his arms. All of a sudden, a brilliant blue light shot past, grazing right by him. He managed to dodge it, stunned. Huh? That beam of light swept through the zombie horde, incinerating them into ash in the blink of an eye. Wang Sheng, who was standing nearby, was stunned into silence. What? The remaining zombies stubbornly pressed forward, but the blue light appeared once more. It continued to burn through them without mercy. From within the light, a gleaming robotic arm emerged. It was Ye Bei, arriving majestically to the rescue. An incredible power radiated from the robotic arm and legs, a clear display of his unbeatable might. Wang Sheng stood right beside him. Uncle Zhao Heng's face lit up with pure relief. "Brother Ye, you're finally here," he cried out. Nearby, Yuer, Zio, and Mr. Zhang Han erupted in cheers. "This is incredible. Brother Ye made it just in time." Uncle Zhao Heng let out an ecstatic laugh. "Damn, this kid is on a whole other level. Brother Ye, is this the death machine you've been working on? It's insane. Absolutely terrifying." Ye Bei answered with a grim expression. "Stay sharp. The enemy is still lurking." He continued in a steel-like tone. "If you have any strength left, handle the horde. On the left, I'll take the right flank. We can't let a single one breach this wall." A wide grin spread across Uncle Zhao Heng's face. "Heh, you got it. As long as you're here, Brother Ye, nothing's impossible," he added with a surge of confidence. "I could probably wipe this place clean myself." Just then, Ye Bei sprang into action. Activating the jet thrusters, his mech suit shot into the sky. Hurtling towards a nearby zombie horde, a massive surge of energy began to gather in the mech's arm. It glowed with blinding intensity, ready to detonate. Ye Bei unleashed the attack, and the blast of power shot forward, vaporizing the entire horde in an instant. Without even pausing, he charged up his right arm again, and another blinding beam of light erupted forth, annihilating another wave of zombies. Uncle Zhang Heng stared, his jaw on the floor. Whoa. Brother Ye is a total badass. After a blast like that, we've probably collected 1,000 of those black zombie crystals, right? With Brother Ye's help, I might even get a sweet set of armor out of this. He chuckled to himself, lost in a triumphant daydream. Perched high above, a girl with shimmering blonde hair watched the scene unfold, her gaze as sharp as ice. Wang Sheng turned to her. So that's it, Ruoxi. Ye Bei's gone and built himself an even deadlier weapon. With that kind of power, we can't even touch him. The girl bit her lip, seething with rage. Humph. You think hiding inside that tin can will protect you? Ye Bei. Just you wait. Ye Bei's mechanical arm sent a zombie flying, then proceeded to mow down countless others. Both arms began to glow, charging with immense power. He fired directly into the undead army, obliterating them. Mr. Zhang Han and the little girl witnessed it all from a safe distance. The old man marveled aloud. Ye Bei's machine, or rather, his exoskeleton, is unbelievably powerful. This technology, it's beyond anything from our time. It's hard to believe he built it from nothing but scrap metal, the little girl added. Actually, Brother Ye's weapons are made from the black crystals, the ones you find inside the zombies' brains. Mr. Zhang Han was stunned. What? A surge of excitement coursed through him. Crystals from a zombie's brain. What's their composition? Where exactly are they located? The little girl answered. They feel sort of like metal, probably near the pituitary gland. The old man mused. So, these crystals from their brains can actually be weaponized? What else is Ye Bei hiding from us? How curious. You keep an eye on things here. I'm returning to the lab to study the specimen, the one Zhang Heng brought back. The little girl nodded. Yes, sir. Back on the battlefield, an endless tide of zombies swarmed forward. They surged towards Ye Bei. Ruoxi, channeling her dark power, screamed, Go, attack him, all of you. As if invigorated by her command, the undead army charged forward with insane speed. A wave of concern washed over Uncle Zhang Heng. Another massive horde. The ground is shaking, Ye Bei replied calmly. More of them just means more to kill. Simple as that. But the words had barely left his mouth when his eyes widened. A pack of zombies was already on him, leaping through the air. Suddenly, Ruoxi screamed, Ye Bei, go to hell! Instantly, a zombie detonated right in his face. Ye Bei was stunned. What the? One after another, more zombies began to explode, leaving him reeling from the shock. Exploding zombies. Since when was that a thing? The entire undead army transformed into humanoid bombs, setting off a chain reaction of violent explosions that stained the sky a ghastly purple. Zhou Bei watched in awe. Whoa. It's like a war between gods over there. We're completely out of our league. There's nothing we can do. Wang Sheng's face was etched with worry. Ruoxi. She swallowed 7 of the black crystals to gain this power. For days, her body has been constantly tearing itself apart and regenerating. The agony must be unbearable. No sane person could withstand that. It just shows how deep her hatred for Ye Bei runs. Zhou Bei frowned, his voice grim. She consumed 7 black crystals. But instead of turning into a monster, her power is now leagues beyond ours. So, the more black crystals you consume, the stronger you get? Wang Sheng shook his head. I have no idea how it works, but I wouldn't want to endure that kind of torment. For all we know, she might not even be herself anymore. At that moment, with pure hatred blazing in her eyes, Ruoxi commanded her dark power. The undead horde swarmed towards Ye Bei like moths to a flame, detonating one after another. He muttered, his voice laced with suspicion. Someone's controlling them. Ye Bei braced himself against the relentless onslaught from the undead army. His mech's arm hummed to life, charging with a blinding energy. He fired the beam directly at a nearby high-voltage tower. With lightning-fast reflexes, Ruoxi dodged the attack just in time. Wang Sheng's eyes went wide as he blurted out, Ruoxi, she's falling. What a pathetic landing. But in an instant, she used her power to cushion her fall, landing safely without a single scratch. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes wide with terror. Ye Bei was already there, lying in wait for her. He activated his robotic arm. A massive wave of energy erupted, blazing as brilliantly as the sun. Ruoxi desperately commanded her undead army to charge forward. The energy blast from Ye Bei wiped out the entire horde in a single instant. Ruoxi used the monsters as a living shield. She escaped the blast, but a horrifying realization dawned on her. In a flash, Ye Bei appeared directly in front of her. He threw a powerful punch, but Ruoxi dodged with incredible speed. He immediately prepared to fire another blue laser beam. Without flinching, Ruoxi summoned her dark power, creating a shimmering shield to counter the attack. The laser struck her shield, but the force was too immense to handle. Suddenly, Ye Bei's robotic arm shot forward, slamming her into the ground. An agonizing scream tore from Ruoxi's throat. Ye Bei pinned her down, his voice laced with ice. Li Ruoxi. So the bullet from that day didn't kill you. Tell me, how many cores have you devoured? Hearing this, Ruoxi gritted her teeth in fury. She channeled all her dark power into her hand for a counterattack, but Ye Bei was faster. He commanded his robotic foot to stomp down with crushing force. With a sickening crunch, her hand was pulverized, and she shrieked in absolute agony. Ye Bei repeated himself, his tone sharp as a blade. In our past life, you cost me an arm. Today, you'll repay that debt in blood. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with vigilance as he sensed something. From the distance, Wang Sheng charged in to save Ruoxi, roaring, "Let her go!" Ye Bei didn't answer. He just silently gathered brilliant blue energy in his robotic arm. Streaks of light shot toward Wang Sheng, but he skillfully dodged every single one. He then leaped high into the air, diving straight for Ye Bei. In that split second, Ye Bei grabbed Ruoxi and brutally swung her body like a club, smashing her right into Wang Sheng's face. Ye Bei immediately fired another brilliant energy blast at Wang Sheng, who was caught defenseless in midair. His body tumbled through the air like a broken kite. Zhou Bei watched in horror, exclaiming, "Wang Sheng's been killed. Even Li Ruoxi has been captured." "That armor is terrifying," he muttered, a cunning glint in his eye. "Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. I have to get out of here." With that, he turned tail and fled without a second glance. Meanwhile, Ruoxi was trapped in the robotic arm's grip. She groaned in pain. Ye Bei stared down at her, his voice cold as steel. "Li Ruoxi, you swallowed a dark core, and yet you've kept your human form. Could you truly be one of heaven's chosen? But your existence is far too dangerous. I must eliminate you now." He tightened the robotic hand, causing Ruoxi to scream in excruciating pain. The surge of power spread, causing the distant zombie horde to mutate. They shed their undead skin, transforming into grotesque monsters. They let out terrifying roars. Ye Bei was stunned, whispering, "What? The zombies have already begun their first stage evolution?" The little girl nearby screamed in panic. "Brother Ye, this is bad. There are more and more zombies around the research facility." Brother Zhao is holding them off at the main gate, but a few have already climbed the walls. Despite the blood pouring from her wounds, Ruoxi let out a shrill laugh. "Ha, none of you will survive. You'll all become zombies. You'll become my slaves." Ye Bei gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in fury. He hurled Ruoxi toward the undead horde. She crashed hard against one of the monsters. Without hesitation, he gathered energy in his robotic arm. He unleashed a colossal beam of light, incinerating the monsters in an instant, erasing them from existence. Ye Bei activated his thrusters, rocketing forward. On the other side of the compound, Uncle Zhang Heng had run out of ammo, crying out in a panic. "Damn it, I'm out of bullets. This place is completely surrounded by the undead." As he spoke, he swung his sword wildly into the zombie crowd. Suddenly, one of the undead leaped directly at him. In that instant, he saw it, but his body couldn't react in time. He desperately raised his sword to block the attack. The monster loomed over him, growling menacingly. The uncle thought in shock. "What the hell is this thing? Is this some kind of new ability?" He swung his sword, slashing it across the monster's body, but strangely, it had no effect. The wound sealed itself instantly. Uncle Zhang Heng was now completely surrounded, his heart turning to ice. The horde was growing, evolving into horrifying creatures. They swarmed like ants from a broken nest, too numerous to count. His blade continued to dance, hacking relentlessly at the monsters. But it was like trying to scratch steel. He wasn't doing any real damage. He cursed under his breath. What are these things? A direct hit only leaves a few scratches. Could this be the first stage evolution Brother Ye mentioned? Out of options, the uncle turned and ran for his life. He glanced back as the monsters gave chase. The little girl's voice crackled over the comms. Brother Zhao, are you okay?" she screamed. "Zombies are climbing the walls into the research facility." Dr. Zhang is busy in the operating room. He probably doesn't know what's happening. Brother Zhao, get back to the lab building now, the uncle replied, his voice filled with despair. I want to, but the entire research facility is overrun. There's no way I can get in. Suddenly, two robotic arms extended, grabbing Uncle Zhang Heng firmly by the waist. He was overcome with joy, shouting, Brother Ye, are you telling me you can fly me out of here? With a stern expression, he commanded, Forget flying. I'm getting you to the research facility. Your job is to wipe out any zombies that crawl inside. The two wasted no time entering the base. Ye Bei gave a grim warning. Some of these zombies have already hit their first mutation phase. Their hides are tougher, but enough strikes will bring them down. The real problem is their speed. They're far quicker than the regulars. Don't underestimate them. Uncle Zhao Heng gasped for air, wiping away sweat. Whew, I'm beat. Finally, a chance to catch my breath. I'm leaving the zombies outside to you, he said. With that, Ye Bei fired up his thrusters, blasting out of the base. The base gate was completely swarmed, the horde of zombies packed as tight as fans mobbing a superstar. Brilliant energy crackled, gathering in his mechanical arms. Blinding beams of blue light shot out, incinerating wave after wave of the undead. But some of the faster ones managed to scale the walls, slipping inside the perimeter. Lost in the heat of battle, Zhao Heng didn't notice, yelling out, You air, can you bring me some water? My throat's bone dry. Just then, a mutated zombie let out a horrifying roar and lunged straight for him. He spun around in shock. The monster was right on top of him, its jagged teeth just inches from his throat. Reacting in a flash, the old soldier drew his blade and plunged the razor-sharp knife deep into the monster's chest. But he didn't stop there. He slammed it to the ground, bringing his blade down in a clean arc that split its grotesque body in two. A sneak attack. Huh? He roared in fury. You dare interrupt my break? Let's see how many hits it takes to turn your skull into paste. He hacked away relentlessly, striking the zombie's head over and over until it finally went still. The young girl, Yuer, rushed to his side, clutching a bottle of water. Uncle Zhao, I brought your water. Her voice was filled with worry as she asked, Are you all right? Wiping sweat from his brow, he let out a heavy sigh. I'm alive, and that's what matters. The girl pointed a trembling finger at the corpse. I saw that one on the cameras. It wasn't like the others. Zhao Heng nodded, his eyes gleaming as he dug into the creature's skull. Suddenly he shouted, Here it is! It's real! And this one, it's red! A brilliant red crystal pulsed with a strange light from inside the zombie's brain. Meanwhile, back in the lab, Zhang Han was just as ecstatic. I have it, he yelled. The black crystal is completely opaque, yet it emits a strange green luminescence. Could this be the dark metal that causes the zombification? Or is it something that only forms after the transformation is complete? He held the crystal, his eyes burning with curiosity. Dark metal. A black crystal, he murmured. Just what kind of secrets are you hiding? His voice trembled with the thrill of a treasure hunter. Outside, Ye Bei continued his relentless slaughter, cutting through the zombie horde like a hot knife through butter. He unleashed a massive energy blast, wiping out the entire swarm of undead in a single, blinding flash. Heaving a sigh of relief, he yelled back toward the base, Fatty Zhao, the zombies are cleared. Get out here and start collecting the crystals. He strode into the base like a god of war, his metallic armor gleaming. Uncle Zhao Heng scrambled out, showering him with praise. Just as expected from you, Brother Ye, your efficiency is off the charts. This armor isn't even fully upgraded yet, Ye Bei replied nonchalantly. Otherwise, this would have been over even faster. Zhao Heng's eyes went wide as he pointed to the literal mountain of zombie corpses. The remains of the horde piled high into a grotesque peak. This is gonna take forever to clean up. He then chuckled. Hey, Brother Ye. After I finish collecting all these crystals, you'll help me build my own suit of armor, right? Ye Bei shot him, a tired look, and sighed. I'm exhausted. Let me get some sleep, and we'll talk later. Just then, Zhang Han emerged from his lab, holding up the strange, glowing green crystal. Hold on, he said, his tone dead serious. I have some questions for you. He raised the crystal, his gaze sharp as a knife. Don't you think it's time you told me everything you know about these black crystals? The question gave Ye Bei pause, his confident gaze wavering for just a moment. Outside the base, mountains of the dead created a gruesome landscape. Amidst the carnage, Zhao Heng was still hard at work, digging the crystals from their skulls. Whew, so tired, he muttered to himself. There must be thousands of these things left to collect. Honestly, we should just burn the whole pile. It'd save me the backache. Why do I have to do this all by myself? The scene shifts inside the base. where Ye Bei's battle armor is undergoing maintenance, its metallic plates gleaming under the workshop lights. Zhang Heng pressed his question. Are these black crystals truly the power source for the zombies? Ye Bei nodded, his voice low. That's correct. When a human is infected by the virus, this black crystal begins to form inside their brain. It absorbs sunlight, almost like photosynthesis, storing the energy directly into the crystal. Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Photosynthesis? You're saying these things are powered by the sun? These particles emit a green luminescence, it's true. But I can't find any trace of chlorophyll or any known corresponding enzymes. Instead, I've discovered something entirely new. He held the crystal up to the light, his voice trembling with excitement. This crystal seems to be formed from some unknown metallic compound. When exposed to light and heat, it has a violent reaction, almost like a fusion of blood and metal. Ye Bei nodded grimly. Especially human blood. His voice dropped lower. The zombie virus spreads through a human host, far faster than it does in any animal or plant. That's why humans are the most susceptible to turning. And after absorbing enough sunlight, the zombie enters its mutation phase. Zhang Han slammed his hand on the table, a look of dawning realization on his face. So, that's how it works. At night, the zombies raged like demons from the abyss. But by day, they were sluggish, wandering aimlessly, some even standing as still as statues. It turned out they were photosynthesizing, storing up energy for their next mutation. Zhang Han frowned, utterly confused. Because today, the zombies were running wild in broad daylight, Ye Bei explained, his gaze as sharp as ice. It's because an ability user is pulling the strings. Those two ability users were the black-thorned monster and the fire breather. They were manipulating the horde, forcing them to gather. He stopped, his voice dropping lower. Those two were once superpowered humans who mutated after swallowing a black jade. And the one controlling the horde is a high-level ability user. Li, my former superior, Li Ruoxi. Zhang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. You can eat a black jade? How can a human body digest that kind of metal? You just swallow it and mutate, getting superpowers? What kind of twisted miracle is that? That's a question we're currently researching, Ye Bei replied, his voice calm and steady. What we know for sure is that swallowing the black jade triggers an irreversible mutation, with no way to return to human form. Ability users are always a major threat. Eliminating them is our top priority, Zhang Han muttered anxiously. A level 1 mutated zombie is already terrifying enough. Don't tell me there's a level 2? You swallow a black jade? You become an ability user. And then there are high-level users on top of that. This is too much information to take in all at once. Did your superior teach you all this? How do you know these things? A faint, mysterious smile played on Ye Bei's lips. When the time is right, I'll tell you. But I think it will be more meaningful if you discover the truth for yourself. Zhang Han glared, his frustration boiling over. Great! So you have time to play with my curiosity now? Fine. What about the weapon you researched? Is it ready? I'm still using this robot, Ye Bei said casually. The rest of the materials are all yours. Just don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. With that, he leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep sleep. Zhang Han was as giddy as a child with a new toy, shouting, "Hey hey, you got it!" before bolting into the laboratory. Little Yu'er watched Ye Bei sleep on the couch, her heart heavy with sorrow. Brother Ye, she thought. I really want to ask him to help me find my father. But he fought all day. He must be exhausted. She gently pulled a blanket over him, then sat quietly on the floor beside his chair. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face as she whispered, Dad, Yu'er misses you so much. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the base, deepening the melancholy mood. Outside, Uncle Zhang Heng threw his shovel to the ground and collapsed, panting. Ugh, this is impossible. I really can't dig out another one. If only there was a machine that could automatically dig out zombie brains. He drifted off, his eyes lighting up. But thinking about the robot Brother Ye is going to build for me. I've got to stay strong and keep pushing forward. From a distance, Zhou Bei watched the old man's pathetic display, his own clothes torn to shreds. He muttered in utter despair, It's over. Thousands of zombies, wiped out in a single day. Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi are both dead. What am I supposed to do now? He repeated frantically. Wang Sheng and Li Ruoxi were killed. What do I do? Should I surrender to them? No way. They'd kill me without a second thought. I'm a monster in their eyes. They'll never accept me. A chilling memory surfaced. That's right. Earlier, a few zombies shed their skin, transforming into grotesque, bloody monsters. They weren't under Li Ruoxi's control. They even turned and attacked me. I had to use my full-power fire breath just to take them down. Zhou Bei mumbled in a panic. If the mutated zombies are getting harder to deal with, what am I supposed to do? I have to swallow more black jades. I eat a few more to become even stronger. Maybe I could even turn back into a human. He steeled his resolve, but in that very moment, a terrifying new vision appeared before him. A colossal monster stood perched on a tree branch, its glowing red eyes fixed directly on him. It flashed a horrifying grin that made Zhou Bei tremble. You're that monster. The beast made a cryptic gesture with its hand, then leaped away, vanishing into the darkness. Where are you going? Zhou Bei yelled in shock. He scrambled to follow, his legs shaking uncontrollably in the dead of the silent night. Back inside the base, little Yu'er was sound asleep, a peaceful expression on her face. Uncle Zhang Heng's snores echoed through the room as he drooled like a child, looking like nothing more than an overgrown baby. Suddenly, Yu'er's eyes shot open. She looked around but didn't see Ye Bei. She quietly made her way to the repair area. There, under a dim work light, was the silhouette of Ye Bei, diligently finishing the robot armor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Dawn broke, its first light spreading across the desolate, ruined city. A man in a long coat stood alone on a silent street. It was none other than Yu'er's father. He pushed open a rotten wooden door and stepped into a dilapidated house. On a table, he found a notebook. Inside was written, "Dad, I'm coming to find you." Reading it, his eyes filled with tears as he whispered, "Yu'er, where are you now?" Outside, a massive horde of the undead shuffled through the city streets. As her father left the house, he came face to face with them, but strangely, they only stared at him, making no move to attack. He had cleverly disguised himself as one of the dead to pass through the horde unnoticed. Meanwhile, back at the base, a formidable armored vehicle rolled into view, gleaming in the morning light. With two small windows in the front and sharp spikes bristling from its nose, it looked like a true war machine. Uncle Zhang Heng's jaw dropped as he shouted in excitement. "Whoa, what in the world is this? A tank. An armored vehicle. This is no hunk of junk welded together. This thing is a beast. I love it." He turned to Ye Bei, his eyes gleaming. "This was made from all those black gems I dug up, wasn't it? Don't tell me this thing transforms into a mech, too?" Ye Bei shook his head, his voice calm. "You're overthinking it. It's just a car. Besides, I'd rather you drive this than try to pilot a mech. It's fused with 2,117 black gems, plus 12 red gems from Phase 1 mutated zombies. The engine is incredibly powerful, so drive carefully." Uncle Zhang Heng grinned from ear to ear. "Brother Ye, you really get me. You're my hero. Let me take it for a spin right now." Ye Bei nodded. "Go ahead. It's not much different from a normal car. Get used to it, then we move out." But Yu'er suddenly spoke, her voice firm. "Wait." The little girl stepped forward, clutching her stuffed animal. Her eyes were resolute. "I want to go too." Ye Bei's brow furrowed as he barked. "Absolutely not. The outside is swarming with Phase 1 mutated zombies. You'd just be throwing your life away. We don't have time to babysit you." Yu'er argued back, her voice trembling. "You told me to be good and wait a few days. I did everything you said. He's my father. I have to find him myself." Ye Bei's expression turned grim as he growled. "I said no, and I meant it. If you keep being stubborn, I'll have Mr. Zhang lock you in the laboratory." Tears welled up in Yu'er's eyes as she choked out, "Daddy." Uncle Zhang Heng quickly intervened, his tone reproachful. "Brother Ye, why are you making Yu'er cry? Even if you're not her real brother, you can't treat her like that." Mr. Zhang approached with a cheerful smile, consoling the girl. "Yu'er, don't cry anymore. Look what I fixed for you." He pointed to a drone. It was broken before, but he'd repaired it using the black gems. The original battery didn't last long at all. But thanks to the black gems, its operational time has multiplied, and it's stable, he continued excitedly. "We can mount it on the vehicle as a relay station to expand our field of vision." Yu'er wiped her eyes and whispered, "Thank you, Grandpa." The old man beamed. "This way, Yu'er can search from the safety of the monitoring room." Ye Bei nodded in approval. "Not bad. You figured out how to use the black gems in such a short time." Mr. Zhang laughed, pleased with himself. I may not be a real doctor, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve." Ye Bei climbed into the cockpit of the robot armor, ran a final check, and shouted, "All right, fatty, let's move out." Mr. Zhang added, "All systems ready." Initiating the invincible Iron Bull, Ye Bei turned to Yu'er. "Yu'er, aerial surveillance is on you. Stay in contact at all times." The little girl nodded, her voice steady. "Yes, Brother Ye, I'll be watching over you. Please be careful." Uncle Zhang Heng, excited as a kid with a new toy, slammed his foot on the gas. The armored vehicle shot forward like a hurricane, blasting straight outside. The uncle shouted, "Woohoo!" As the vehicle charged into the forest, he cheered, "Yeah, driving down this mountain feels like a flat road. This performance is incredible." The vehicle burst onto the main highway, and the uncle didn't hesitate to plow right through the cars blocking their path. Ha! Smashing those cars is like cutting tofu. So satisfying. At this rate, crossing that jammed-up bridge will be a piece of cake, Ye Bei calmly stated. According to the surveillance camera logs, Yu Er's father was last seen in Xinshui. We'll follow that lead. The two of them drove into the city center. Uncle Zhang Heng looked around, surprised. This is weird. There isn't a single zombie here. Did they all flock to the research facility and get wiped out by us? But just as he finished speaking, a horde of mutated monsters leaped down from above, surrounding the vehicle. The uncle jumped. Ah, speak of the devil. I really jinxed it this time. The monsters attacked in a frenzy, but the armored vehicle was solid as a rock, not even budging an inch. A monster's arm slammed down on the windshield, and the uncle roared in anger. Son of a, how dare you block my view? He turned to Ye Bei. Brother Ye, this thing has external weapons, right? Ye Bei chuckled softly. Traditional gunpowder weapons are obsolete. They're useless against the current zombies. But don't worry, I have something better. He pressed a button. A massive electrical field erupted around the vehicle, instantly incinerating the swarm of monsters. In a flash, the zombies seemed to sense an invisible threat. A colossal surge of electricity exploded from the armored vehicle, burning them all to ash. Uncle Zhao Heng's eyes went wide as he gasped in astonishment. Whoa! They were all turned to dust. He looked at Ye Bei, his voice laced with worry. If there are already Phase 1 mutants here, there probably aren't any survivors left. We should go. Ye Bei, with a calm expression, urged him on. Let's move. The uncle nodded furiously. Right, okay. The armored vehicle tore down the desolate road, kicking up clouds of dust. Atop a towering skyscraper, a mysterious man watched them. He wore black sunglasses, a black hat, a black coat, and black shoes. But his vibrant blonde hair stood out like the sun. He chuckled to himself, muttering, "Heh heh heh, interesting, very interesting indeed." The vehicle stopped on a quiet, deserted street. Uncle Zhao Heng looked around, his voice low. This is the place where Yu Er last saw her father. It's so quiet and heavy. Ye Bei nodded and gave the order. All right, launch the drone. From the monitoring room, Yu Er replied, Roger that. The drone shot into the sky, circling the ravaged city and weaving between skeletal skyscrapers. A young girl's voice crackled over the radio. I see signs of life in these buildings. But now, they're all completely empty. I know Dad came this way, but I don't know if he stopped here. Uncle Zhao Heng turned to Ye Bei, asking, Brother Ye, what's our next move? Ye Bei let out a massive yawn, his eyes heavy. If you've got the energy, go search the ground floors yourself. I'm dead tired. I haven't slept in days. I need to crash for a bit. The uncle chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yeah, it's definitely safer inside the car. Wait, I've got an idea. We can drive around and honk the horn. Yuer's dad will hear it and come running. Without a second thought, he slammed on the horn, and a deafening blast echoed through the deserted streets. That reckless move immediately drew unwanted attention. Yuer's panicked voice screamed over the radio. Brother Ye, Brother Zhao, I see zombies closing in on your position. The chubby uncle's eyes went wide with disbelief. What? You're telling me there are still zombies here? I can't believe this, he thought, his face twisting in regret. He had really shot himself in the foot. You don't fear a powerful enemy, you fear a stupid ally. But then, a savage grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming. Well, this could be fun. Time to test out all the new toys on this vehicle. He slammed a button on the console, wondering what it did. Instantly, razor-sharp blades shot out from all four wheels, gleaming with deadly purpose. The uncle roared with absolute delight. Ha ha ha, come and get some, come on. The vehicle tore straight into the approaching horde. Zombies were sliced in half while others were crushed into paste beneath the tires. The uncle laughed maniacally, screaming, Ha ha ha, bring it on, give me more. The engine's roar mixed with the ghoulish shrieks of the zombies, creating a twisted symphony of carnage. Zhao Heng's eyes blazed with excitement as he slammed another button. Two brilliant laser beams erupted from the vehicle, aimed directly at the swarming undead. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted right before them, making the uncle scream in pure ecstasy. Holy hell, this is the freaking apocalypse. The blast echoed as dust filled the air, and the zombies were vaporized into nothing but ash. But from the control room, Yuer's worried voice cut through the chaos. Brother Ye, be careful. Don't destroy the buildings. My dad could be inside one of them. Hearing her, the chubby uncle flinched and slapped his forehead. Ah, right. Gotta pull it back a bit. Can't get carried away. He switched the vehicle to its meat grinder mode, a wide grin stretching across his face. The machine roared to life, chewing through the horde like a mincer. He cackled, thinking it was just like a sugarcane press. The zombies were being juiced, crushed, just like stalks of cane. Blood and guts splattered across the windshield as the monster's agonized screams filled the air. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Black Pearl acquired. 1. The uncle's jaw dropped in amazement. What the? This thing automatically harvests zombie brains? He threw his arms open and lunged toward Ye Bei, his voice trembling with emotion. Brother Ye, my soulmate. You truly understand me. You're a legend in my eyes. I could just kiss you. Hearing this over the radio, Yuer blushed and mumbled to herself. Things seem pretty wild over with Brother Zhao. I guess everything's under control? But just then, her eyes widened. Huh? She'd spotted something on the surveillance monitor. It was just as Ye Bei raised a heavy wrench, ready to smack the overly affectionate uncle in the head. But Yuer's voice saved him at the last second. Brother Ye, Brother Zhao, I found it. The uncle looked dazed, already rubbing a bump on his head. Yuer repeated, her voice filled with excitement. I found my dad's car. I'm sending you the image now. It's about 500 meters from your position. The chubby uncle nodded as he drove. All right, good work, Yuer. Guide us in. We're heading over to check it out. Yuer maneuvered the drone for a closer look at the vehicle. Her voice turned grim as she reported back. There's no one inside the car. The doors and the front end are completely wrecked. Dad must have run into trouble on his supply run. Ye Bei's voice was grave. Check the vehicle for anything he might have left behind. He can't have gone far. As Yuer scanned the area, her voice choked with tears. Dad, where are you? Suddenly, the girl collapsed into a fit of violent coughing, her body trembling. Zhang Heng cried out in alarm. Yuer! What's wrong? She slumped over the console, unconscious. At that same moment, Ye Bei and Zhang Heng arrived at the abandoned vehicle. The chubby uncle immediately started checking the cargo boxes in the truck bed, sweat beading on his forehead. Ye Bei's urgent voice came over the radio. Doctor, what's Yuer's condition? Zhang Han's voice was heavy with sorrow. She's unconscious. It looks like her illness has relapsed. She must have forgotten to take her medicine in all the excitement. Fortunately, I still have some left. He paused, letting out a long sigh. That poor child. Her father moved heaven and earth trying to find a cure for her leukemia. But treating that disease is beyond my expertise. In this apocalyptic world, finding a specialist is next to impossible. Hearing this, Ye Bei's expression hardened. Realizing the situation was critical, Zhang Han asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Do you know the location of the An City Charity Hospital? We need to get there and retrieve some equipment and medicine. With those, I'll do everything in my power to treat her. Ye Bei nodded, his voice firm. Understood. Just then, the chubby uncle returned, panting for breath. He reported to Ye Bei, Brother Ye, I've searched that truck from top to bottom, but I didn't find a single thing of value, he continued. His voice laced with suspicion. It looks like he crashed, and then fled in a huge hurry. He didn't even bother to take his supplies. But I did find something strange. The old man held up an object, muttering with a deep frown. The truck was filled with these plain black boxes, no logos, no descriptions. Looks like it could be sugar, or maybe some kind of drug. Ye Bei's brow furrowed as he asked grimly, Since when did Yuer's family store deal in strange cargo like this? It's probably some kind of special medicine, Ye Bei replied calmly. Let's bring it back for the doctor to examine. The fatty uncle nodded, then asked with a worried tone, Are Jiayun and Yuer going to be okay? Where do we go now to find Yuer's father? Ye Bei gave a sharp command. We're heading to Mercy Hospital first. The doctor already sent me the list of medicines for Yuer. All right, let's move out. With that, the two floored it, the car rocketing toward Mercy Hospital. Meanwhile, the doctor received the update, his steady voice coming through the comms. Understood. We have to keep monitoring Yuer's condition and the progress of the black gold experiment. I can't pilot the drone with you guys, but I can stay in contact through the headset. Be careful on the road. The fatty uncle sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. So Yuer has leukemia. No wonder she suddenly collapsed before. That must be why you didn't let her come with us. Before he could finish, Ye Bei barked, Shut up and drive. But in his heart, his thoughts turned dark. In just 2 more years, every resource in this city will be gone. The undead will completely overrun it, turning this place into a city of the dead. But with how things are going now, it's happening even faster. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to change it. Instead of letting her live in a world of endless suffering, it might be better. At that moment, in a den of monsters, a figure was rummaging through something. Suddenly, his severed arm regenerated in an instant, perfectly whole as if it had never been damaged. It was Jobo. He gasped in amazement. Whoa! Whoa! It grew back. He tensed his body, and a brilliant aura of power erupted around him. Ah, I feel like my strength has returned. A man standing nearby touched his earpiece and laughed. Ha ha, so you're an emissary of the Red Lure. Jobo's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he said, thank you so much. This medicine is a miracle. Then he asked curiously, what was that organization you said you were from? The man, with the air of a pyramid scheme recruiter, spread his arms wide and declared, we are a group dedicated to gathering gifted individuals to create a new world where people like us can live in happiness. The naive Jobo's eyes went wide as he asked, a new world? Is something that good even possible? Boss, are you a gifted person too? The man replied, his voice dripping with confidence. Of course, and I'm sure there are plenty more out there just like me. Jobo pressed on. Can I become like you? A sinister smile crept across the man's face, a demonic glint in his eye. Of course you can. All for our new, happy, and carefree world. The scene shifts, and Ye Bei and Fatty Zhao have arrived at Mercy Hospital. The uncle gripped his sharp knife, cautiously approaching a wall. Reading the sloppy letters carved into it, he roared in fury. Damn it! This entire hospital has been taken over? A strategic location like this? I'm not surprised at all, Ye Bei replied with cold composure. Let's get what we need and go. The uncle's eyes widened in shock. Oh. Without another word, Ye Bei activated his cybernetic arm. He shattered the glass door with one powerful blow. The two strode inside, and Fatty Zhao glanced around, muttering, this is weird. There isn't a single soul in sight. The silence was absolute. Even the zombies were gone. His voice filled with suspicion. Did everyone run away? Or are they hiding somewhere? I bet this is a trap. Ye Bei commanded sharply, we'll split up. You find the medicine. I'll get the treatment equipment. Call me on the comms if there's trouble. Got it. The uncle nodded and trudged down the hallway, complaining as he went. Hospitals are my second most hated place in the world. This smell of disinfectant makes me want to puke. Suddenly, he froze, sniffing the air. Huh? Strange. That's not disinfectant. It's something sweet, like fruit. As he said that, his vision began to blur. He swayed, then collapsed to the floor, knocked out cold. At the same time, Ye Bei called through the headset, his voice urgent. Fatty Zhao, what's wrong? Hello? Hello? Getting no reply, he yelled in frustration. That damn Fatty. Where the hell did he go to find medicine? Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the same sweet scent. Huh, this smell. Ye Bei quickly put on his gas mask. Channeling energy into his cybernetic arm, he delivered a mighty punch that destroyed a ventilation duct, unleashing a cloud of violet poison gas. He mumbled, just as I thought. He shouted into his comms, Fatty Zhao, the hospital's been booby-trapped. We have to get out of here. But just then, he sensed something was wrong. Ye Bei spun around, raising his cybernetic fist to strike a pink-haired nurse who was approaching him. However, he managed to stop just in time. The girl touched his armor, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. Oh, this armor looks absolutely amazing. If I'm not mistaken, it's crafted from the black pearls found inside a monster's brain. Am I right? If you let me meet the person who created this, I would be so grateful. The girl spoke with an enchanting expression, enough to make anyone's heart race. Ye Bei narrowed his eyes and demanded, who are you? He realized she was an ability user too, but her aura felt different. With a sweet smile, she struck a playful pose. Oh, I almost forgot my manners. I'm Tong Tong, the sweet genius doctor, but Ye Bei's voice was sharp as he questioned her. The poison gas in this hospital. Also, you released it, didn't you? And did you eat those black pearls from the zombies? She replied without flinching. Yes, the poison gas is my creation. It keeps the zombies away and knocks out any intruders. But, can you actually eat the black pearls from a zombie's brain? Ye Bei shook his head. No, it's nothing. His gaze remained fixed on her, full of suspicion. She let out a sly laugh, her tone teasing. That's right. It's just little old me, a princess in her own castle. Heh. So are you the big bad demon king here to capture me? A terrifying smile spread across Ye Bei's face. Aren't you afraid of death? The girl simply grinned back at him. It was a bizarre smile, her eyes sparkling like candy. To me, death is just as tempting as a piece of sweet candy. I have no regrets dying for something I love. Is this girl completely insane? Ye Bei wondered, completely baffled. He lowered his voice. You said you're a doctor. What field did you specialize in? Virology, of course, she replied, with total confidence. An indescribable, strange feeling washed over Ye Bei. He pressed further. How did you find out about the pearls in the zombies' brains? Do you use those black pearls to make your poison gas? The girl clutched her head and started running in circles. Oh my gosh, you're so annoying. Then, she stopped and pointed a finger right in his face. You keep bombarding Emmy with questions, but you still haven't answered mine. So, are you going to let me meet the creator of this armor, or not? Ye Bei thought for a moment, then answered with caution. Our research institute is down by the river. If you want to come, I'll take you. Hearing that, the girl leaped up in excitement, but just as quickly, she turned back to him, her eyes filled with a sweet, knowing look. But I have one more tiny little request. And you absolutely have to say yes. Okay? The scene changes. On a deserted road, a dark green military truck sits parked on the shoulder. Inside, a man named Zhang Heng was speaking frantically into his phone. Hello. Hello. Ah, Kun. Are you in position yet? A chuckle came from the other side. Of course we are. The older man continued. Is Xiaoqi there too? A girl with flashy pink hair and a punk rock style replied, Ha ha. This lady never stands people up, you know. A young man with glasses, Ah Kun, laughed out loud as he drove. Hey, Lao Xiao said, this is our very last job. Once we're done, we can finally go home and get married. The pink-haired girl blushed bright red. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Zhao Heng roared with laughter. Heh, you two are still acting so lovey-dovey at a time like this. You two really are a match made in heaven. He continued excitedly. Ah, I almost forgot. I have eyes on the target. You guys actually made it. The timing is exactly what Lao Xiao predicted. All right, let's proceed according to the plan. The three replied in unison, Got it. We wait for the guests to arrive. And the second Lao Xiao gives the signal, we move in together. But suddenly, the older man noticed something was wrong. He yelled into the phone, Hello? Xiao Qi! Lao Xiao hasn't given the signal. Why did you start moving? He watched in horror as Xiao Qi was sent flying by a truck, which then barreled after Ah Kun, who screamed while running for his life. Brother Heng, something isn't right. Run! Uncle Heng barely had time to scream Ah Kun's name before another vehicle slammed directly into his own. The uncle roared with fury. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How were we exposed? That vehicle was right on his tail. Suddenly, he jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. It was all just a nightmare. Staring down at him were Ye Bei and the strange doctor from before. Ye Bei scoffed. You've slept enough. Time to wake up and get to work. The uncle was completely dazed. Huh? Where am I? The girl giggled, holding up a syringe. You were knocked out by my special homemade poison gas, she chirped. And if you don't get the antibody injection within 3 hours, you'll melt into a puddle of goo. The chubby uncle trembled. Ah, what kind of monster are you? Who are you? Stop yelling, Ye Bei ordered. Now help me move these containers to the truck. The uncle mumbled. Hey, brother Ye, you have to explain this to me. The girl's tone suddenly turned pitiful. Please, mister, I'm begging you. Those specimens are very important to me. Please help me move them. The chubby uncle sighed. Why does everyone always make things so difficult for me? Her expression changed in a flash. If you break a single container, she threatened, I'll smash all the rest of them right on top of you. The uncle shrieked in terror. A demon! Defeated, he started painstakingly hauling the containers outside. The girl stood aside, clapping endlessly. Oh, you two gentlemen are working so hard. Why would anyone show off for a woman? Ye Bei thought, his gaze like ice. Who is she, really? That sweet poison gas she makes. It feels so familiar. Back in the dark days of the apocalypse, warlords used this exact kind of deadly gas to fight off zombies and attack their rivals. This is the Misty Veil poison, something that inspires both curiosity and absolute terror. Could its creator really be this little girl? If she's like Dr. Zhang, a master of mechanics, then I must protect her at all costs. I absolutely cannot let her fall into the hands of my enemies. Standing there like a wooden statue. Just then, Fatty finished moving the canisters, letting out a sigh of relief. Whew. Finally done. The girl looked at the armored vehicle and chirped, Whoa, is this thing made with black pearls too? It's so adorable. She admired the vehicle, muttering to herself, It's the perfect ride for an overlord. Fatty whispered into Ye Fan's ear. Boss Ye, are you sure you want to bring her with us? I've got a bad feeling about this one. Ye Fan replied, his voice deep and steady. We found the medicine and equipment. With a doctor on our team, you heir will be in much better hands. Suddenly, Ye Fan spotted something terrifying. Before them, a colossal monster stood perched on a rooftop, its piercing green eyes glowing brightly. It let out a roar and lunged straight down at them. Fatty screamed in pure terror, his voice trembling. What? What is that thing? The monster's eyes blazed like eerie green flames, its sharp fangs glistened, and drool poured from its mouth like a river. It unleashed an earth-shattering roar. Its savage gaze locked onto the three of them. Fatty stammered, sweat pouring down his face. Is that a bear dog? Or some new kind of mutant? Ye Fan's voice cut through the chaos, sharp as ice. What are you all standing around for? Get in the vehicle, now. The moment he spoke, the monster leaped from the roof, hurtling towards them like a hurricane. Ye Fan instantly activated his mech suit, firing a blinding laser beam toward the beast. The brilliant light sliced through the air and struck the creature's body, but the monster was completely unharmed, as if the laser were just a gentle breeze. It snarled, a vicious light flashing in its eyes, before suddenly charging at Ye Fan, the girl, and Fatty. Fortunately, the girl and Fatty scrambled into the vehicle just in time. Fatty gasped for air, drenched in sweat. Phew, that was way too close. He looked back and shouted, Boss Ye, are you all right? Ye Fan replied without a hint of fear, Get the doctor back to base first. I have to deal with this beast. With that, he unleashed a thunderous punch at the monster's face while firing his laser once more. Meanwhile, Fatty muttered as he drove, his voice full of doubt. What in the world was that thing? It was huge. The nurse, sitting in the back seat, answered calmly, It's a giant dog. It's been lurking outside the hospital for days, she added. No one dared to go outside because of it. Fatty's eyes went wide with disbelief. You knew there was a monster out there and you didn't say anything? The girl replied with an innocent look. Huh? You guys came from outside, didn't you know? Then her tone became confident. I saw all your high-tech gear. I figured it wouldn't be a problem, right? You're the Apocalypse Rescue Team, after all. Humanity's last hope. Fatty scowled and shook his head. This is no time for jokes. The girl smiled and continued. I'm not joking. I've done extensive research on the zombie virus that spread across the world. The fact that we've survived this long, doesn't that mean we're the chosen ones? Fatty's jaw dropped in astonishment. Outside, Ye Fan was still locked in a fierce battle with the monster. It charged forward, swinging a punch as heavy as a sledgehammer. A sharp glint in his eye. Ye Fan thought, another powered beast that doesn't belong in this era. This is no ordinary animal or infected creature. This is a product of advanced technology merged with the virus, creating a monster beyond its time. Suddenly, the beast fired a bolt of lightning at him. A grin spread across Ye Fan's face, as if he'd just uncovered a secret. So that's how it is. I get it now. He raised his mechanical arm, firing a brilliant energy blast in return. The monster agilely dodged, even managing to deflect his attack. It let out a furious roar that seemed to shake the very air around them. Ye Fan frowned, thinking, so, it really can deflect energy-based attacks. As if enraged, the monster lunged forward, swiping with its razor-sharp claws. He dodged just in time, swiftly grabbing the silk ribbon tied around the beast's neck. Damn it! Hold still for me, he yelled, yanking with all his might. The ribbon snapped, and blood sprayed out like rain. The monster collapsed, howling in agony, but it stubbornly got back up, its eyes burning with hatred. It fired another bolt of lightning. With a confident smirk, Ye Fan blocked the attack with his robotic arm. Is that all you've got? My turn. He activated the jet boosters on his back, launching himself into the air like an arrow. Shadowing the monster's movements, he soared above it and unleashed a fatal strike. The beast had no time to react. The blow landed, and it collapsed on the spot, killed instantly. Ye Fan stood tall, breathing heavily, his gaze as cold as ever. Fueled by rage, Ye Fan used his mechanical arm to dig through the wreckage. A gruesome mess of the monster's blood and flesh scattered everywhere. He picked up the creature's severed head, examining it with a sharp, cold gaze. From inside its brain, he pulled out a glowing, emerald-green crystal that pulsed with a mysterious light. Raising the gem high, he stared at it intently, his other hand clenching into a fist. A thought flashed through his mind. This gem was implanted into the modified beast's body. With this core, everything that comes next will be much easier. On a building across the street, a man in a sleek black suit stood silently, his sharp eyes watching the entire event unfold. He muttered under his breath, his voice heavy with contemplation. This is going to be The sky was a perfect, piercing blue. Sunlight glinted off towering skyscrapers, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked carnage below. Ye Bei clutched the crystal, keying his radio. "Hello, Fatty Zhao, come in. Do you copy?" Only static answered. He frowned. They must be out of range already. The signal was lost. Walking through the desolate streets, he muttered to himself, "Looks like I'm heading back alone." With a thought, he activated his mech suit. The jet engines roared to life, launching him into the air, but suddenly, he froze mid-air. His sharp gaze darted to a nearby rooftop. A figure in a black suit emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Songbin. The man waved, a wide grin on his face. "Hello there. A pleasure to finally meet you." Before he could finish, Ye Bei shot forward like a cannonball, unleashing a devastating punch. The two clashed in an explosion of blue and orange light. Their battle echoed through the empty city. Ye Bei clicked his tongue, his brow furrowed. Why isn't he afraid? How can he be this calm? Songbin just smiled leisurely. "Don't be so hostile," he said smoothly. "You might have a prejudice against espers, but I mean you no harm." Ye Bei didn't hesitate for a second. He charged, ready to strike again. But Songbin was faster, leaping away, and landing gracefully on Ye Bei's own robotic arm with a smirk. "I told you, I have no intention of fighting you." But Ye Bei's face was thunderous. He wasn't listening to a word. The mechanical arm clamped down, seizing Songbin and hoisting him into the air. Songbin still looked completely unfazed. All right, he chuckled. "If you prefer to chat in this position, I don't mind." A smug grin spread across his face. "I'm sure you already know who we are. But allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Songbin, of the Dark Star Organization. I'm here on behalf of our technical advisor to invite you to the Northern Industrial Zone as our guest." He continued smoothly. "Originally, our invitation was only for the good doctor, but now, before he could finish his sentence, Songbin's body exploded. Blood and gore splattered across Ye Bei's mechanical arm. Staring at the blood on his gauntlet, he thought. A blood clone ability. Pathetic power, but definitely a nuisance. He glanced towards a distant explosion. A grim thought crossed his mind. Dark Star has already been formed. He didn't want to believe it, but he had to prepare for the worst. He remembered the world from 50 years in the future. During the height of the apocalypse, Dark Star was the most powerful organization on Earth. They controlled vast resources and recruited humanity's greatest minds, including the legendary mech sages, masters of forgotten technology. They experimented on countless espers, building a new world order ruled by those with powers. Standing atop the skyscraper, Ye Bei gazed down at the ruins. That mutated beast from earlier, he thought. It had to be one of Dark Star's creations. This means they've been watching us for a while now. His eyes turned cold as steel. The zombie virus outbreak just began, yet Dark Star already exists. There's only one explanation. Someone else, from the future, is in Dark Star. In the distance, a desolate, abandoned complex came into view. In the middle of the road, a lone armored vehicle sat silently. Ye Bei shielded his eyes, looking around, his voice dripping with disappointment. "So, this is your state-of-the-art research facility? It looks disappointingly normal. So your awesome ride and armor were built here?" Zhang Heng eyed Tang Tang curiously. "Brother Ye didn't tell you a thing, yet you followed us all the way out here. You've got guts." Tang Tang just beamed, waving her hand dismissively. "Hey, I'm an excellent judge of character." Then she turned to Zhang Heng. "Could you give me a hand with this container?" "Thanks. You're a lifesaver." Struggling with the heavy container, Zhang Heng grunted. "Fine. Just do whatever you need to do." Just then, Zhang Han approached from behind, his voice laced with suspicion. "You actually found a doctor?" he asked, but Tang Tang was already waving excitedly. "Hello. You must be the genius who built that incredible mech suit and the armored car, right?" She dashed forward to shake his hand, her smile dazzling. "My name is Tang Tang, and I'm a doctor too. I came all this way just to meet you." Zhang Han seemed a bit flustered. My name is Zhang Han. How did you know it was me?" he asked. Tang Tang grinned mischievously. "Even though you dress like a slob on purpose, you can't hide that brilliant mad scientist vibe you've got going on." Zhang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. This girl, he thought. Just what did Ye Bei tell her? He scratched his head, forcing a laugh. Dr. Tang, of course. I've read about you in the science journals. The youngest genius virologist in history. Tang Tang puffed out her chest, beaming with pride. You're making me blush. But yes, that's me. Zhang Han watched her, his expression unreadable. She's like a hyperactive doll, he thought. How on earth did someone like her survive in this wasteland? Suddenly, Tang Tang's playful demeanor vanished. All right, enough with the small talk. she said, her voice now serious. Let's get straight to business. I want to work with you. To research the black crystals found inside zombie brains. Her eyes gleamed with intensity. You used those crystals to create that incredible suit of armor, so you must be an expert on them, right? Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so that's what they're called. Black crystals. Did you come up with that name? Tong Tong asked, tilting her head. Zhang Han scratched his head awkwardly. Well, he hesitated, a thought racing through his mind. What do I do? Should I tell her I'm not really a doctor? This girl doesn't seem to know much about the crystals either, and Ye Bei refuses to share everything he knows. Perhaps, collaborating with her is the best way to uncover their secrets. His expression shifted to one of excitement. Researching the black crystals? I'd be delighted. In fact, I've recently made several new discoveries myself. Hearing that, Tong Tong broke into a wide grin. Fine, I'll do it. Zhang Han suddenly proposed a condition. But before we begin, I need your help with something at the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Tong Tong was busy recording the vitals of a patient, a small girl named Yao Yuer. When Yuer stepped out, Zhang Han asked anxiously, Well, Dr. Tang, what's the verdict? She pulled off her mask and sighed, her voice heavy. Is she your granddaughter? Tang Tang asked. Zhang Han shook his head. No, but she might as well be. Tang Tang held up 3 fingers, her expression grave. Sweat beaded on Zhang Han's forehead as he stammered, Does that mean she's okay? She snapped back, annoyed. Of course not. Can't you figure it out? Don't tell me. 3 years? Or 3 months? The color drained from Zhang Han's face. Tong Tong continued, her voice laced with sorrow. Her body can't withstand the current treatment protocol anymore, and thanks to that anomalous virus, conventional methods can't remove the tumor. Then what can we do? Zhang Han pleaded. Tong Tong held up a black orb, a mysterious light gleaming on its surface. Unless we use this. In her room, Yao Yuer's eyes fluttered open to the sight of the vast ceiling. She was awake and had accidentally heard every word. Zhang Han's voice trembled. Are you suggesting we make Yuer eat that pearl? Tong Tong stared at him, bewildered. Huh? What are you saying? She held the orb up firmly. This is made of metal. How could anyone possibly digest it? With a determined glint in her eyes, Tang Tang declared, I'm going to use this black orb to synthesize a cure for her. Horror crossed Zhang Han's face. Is that even safe? He stammered. Tong Tong calmly explained, I've already run the tests. Under specific laboratory conditions, the black orb can be activated. It releases an anomalous energy that forces surrounding cells to regenerate and form entirely new structures. Zhang Han went pale, protesting fiercely. Wait, isn't that the same as turning her into one of those superhumans who ate a black orb? We absolutely cannot do that to Yuer. Tang Tang's voice suddenly erupted with anger. What kind of moron would go around eating one of these things anyway? Zhang Han replied hesitantly. I've met a few. After they ate the black orb, they gained superpowers. Tang Tang grew quiet, her gaze becoming sharp and analytical. Now, that is new information. Tell me everything, she continued, her tone dead serious. To even attempt that without proper research would cause complete systemic instability. Besides sudden death, I can't imagine any other outcome. She paused for a moment, her eyes hardening with resolve. In that case, this will be our next research topic. I'll synthesize a prototype drug in the shortest possible time. During that period, I'll need your full assistance, Dr. Zhang. His voice was heavy with caution as he stressed his point. You must be extremely careful. I won't stand by and watch Yuer turn into a monster. Tong Tong met his gaze, her own resolve unwavering. Time is running out. We have no other choice. Elsewhere, Zhang Heng placed a model box on a shelf, wiping the sweat from his brow. Whew! Finally done cleaning up. He turned, wondering aloud, what's so precious about a bunch of chopped up zombie bones anyway? Tang Tang approached from behind with a warm smile. Heng, you've worked hard. Thanks to you guys, I was finally able to meet Dr. Zhang. Zhao Heng asked with deep concern. Dr. Tang, can my sister Yuer's illness be cured? She replied with unwavering confidence. If there are no unexpected complications, her chances are very high. Zhao Heng began to walk away. It's good to know she'll be okay. I need to go check on my brother's status immediately. Tang Tang smiled. He seems quite reliable. I'm sure he's fine. A thought suddenly struck her. Oh, right. Dr. Zhang mentioned, you guys went out looking for that little girl's father? Zhao Heng glanced back and gave a slight nod. That's right. Tang Tang urged him, her voice serious. If it's at all possible, please bring him back safely. It would be a tremendous help to her treatment. Under the blazing light of the sun, Against a clear blue sky, Ye Bei piloted his mech across the rooftops of towering skyscrapers. He sighed, his voice full of irritation. "Damn it, it's hot as hell out here," he grumbled. "I've been gone this long, and that damn Heng still hasn't brought the vehicle back. I'm not waiting any longer." He engaged the suit's thrusters, the engines roaring to life. Time to find something to drink. Suddenly, he spotted a building in the distance. His eyes lit up. "Ooh, looks like a supermarket over there." He shot forward, blasting through a glass wall and shattering it into a million sparkling fragments. Yibei landed with a heavy thud that cracked the floor. He scanned his surroundings, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. "Why is it a swimming pool? I mean, I'm thirsty." But he trailed off, looking at the desolate scene, at the monster carcasses floating on the water's surface. He suddenly heard a strange noise. Whipping around, he whispered, "What was that sound?" A colossal tentacle shot out from the darkness, without warning. Yibei reacted instantly, his mech's hand firing a volley of rockets. The devastating explosion tore the ground to pieces. Yibei stood firm, his sharp eyes scanning the area for threats. All at once, a monster with a gaping maw and gleaming claws lunged straight for him like a raging tornado. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yibei threw up his mech's arm, blocking the razor-sharp teeth just inches from his cockpit. Narrowly escaping death, he let out a shaky breath, sweat dotting his forehead. Damn it, another evolved beast? Without a moment's hesitation, he powered up his systems. The robotic arm unleashed a missile straight into the monster's gaping maw. The explosion was deafening, but the beast thrashed wildly, sending Yibei flying. His body slammed into a solid wall, shattering it into a cloud of debris. With a furious roar, he clenched his cybernetic fist. "Die, you beast." But the monster deftly dodged his attack with a swift whip of its tail. Yibei refused to give up, charging headfirst through another wall and blasting a huge hole in it. He wheeled around to attack again, but the mutant beast was now thoroughly enraged. Its tail swung wildly, destroying everything in its path. The colossal appendage slammed into Yibei, knocking him flat on the ground. In a flash, he regained the upper hand, using the robotic arm to pin down the monster's impossibly heavy tail. His face contorted, teeth grinding from the incredible strain. With one mighty heave, Yibei slammed the monster down. It crashed into the ground, the impact shaking the entire area. He raised his robotic hand, gathering immense energy for the final blow, and unleashed a relentless barrage into the beast's stomach, forcing it to writhe on the ground, shrieking in agony. To ensure the monster was truly dead, Yibei kept firing, brilliant energy flashing in the dark. Suddenly, the beast's body began to fade, revealing a girl with vibrant orange hair, but in a heartbeat, her face contorted, transforming back into a hideous mutant beast, its green eyes burning like ghostly flames. Yibei recoiled in shock, shouting, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, on the deserted city streets, not a single soul was in sight. Zhang Heng drove along, muttering to himself, "Man, it's way too quiet out here. I guess Brother Ye already cleared out all the monsters, huh?" Abruptly, a drone behind his vehicle whirred to life, making Zhang Heng jump. A voice echoed from the drone, causing him to whip his head around. "Brother Zhao, can you hear me?" Zhang Heng quickly replied, "Huh? Yuer, is that you? You scared me. Are you awake now?" Indeed. The voice belonged to Yao Yuer. Through the communication screen, her face looked a bit pale as she answered, "Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Are you guys still outside?" Zhao Heng's voice softened. "Yuer, you really should be resting right now. Leave the search to us." Hearing this, a sad look crossed her face. "I can't sleep. I'd feel better if I could help you guys look." His heart softening, Zhao Heng gave in. "All right, fine. But you absolutely cannot overdo it. Understand? Aerial reconnaissance is all yours, little sis Yuer." The drone behind him beeped in confirmation as Yuer's voice replied, "Understood." It soared high into the sky, beginning its surveillance. From her hospital room, Yuer monitored the screen, her expression doubtful. Suddenly, she let out a small gasp, as if she'd spotted something strange. Hearing Yuer's voice over the comms, Zhao Heng, still at the wheel, asked with concern, "What is it? Did you find Brother Ye?" Yuer's eyes were glued to the monitor as she replied, "I don't think so. I see a horde of zombies swarming a construction site right below the drone." The video feed showed a mass of growling zombies, tightly surrounding something. Zhao Heng spoke into the radio, his voice laced with disbelief. "You think there are still survivors over there?" Through the screen, they spotted her. On the roof of a building at the construction site, a lone girl was being besieged by the undead. Yao Yuer shouted urgently into the comms, "Someone's surrounded by zombies." Looking closer, She recognized the figure huddled on the rooftop, shivering under a thin piece of cloth. It was Li Ruoxi. Yue reported, "A girl is trapped on a rooftop at the construction site." Zhang Heng glanced at the vehicle's monitor and immediately recognized her as well. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What's she doing here?" Yue asked curiously, "Brother Zhao, do you know her?" As he sped up, Zhao Heng explained, "She's the one who was locked up in that tyrant's building. After we took that psycho down, she vanished. I can't believe she ended up all the way out here." The drone circled high above, observing the chaos below. Yuer's voice was urgent. "Brother Zhao, we have to help her." A wide, cocky grin spread across Zhao Heng's face. "Heh, that's a given. I live for these. Hero saves the damsel moments." His armored vehicle tore toward the construction site, plowing through the zombies surrounding the house and sending mangled body parts flying everywhere. Seeing this unbelievable sight, Lena Jolin, still trembling on the roof, gasped in astonishment. "Huh." Just then, the drone descended, approaching the terrified girl. Yuer's voice came through its small speaker. "Miss, we're going to distract the zombies. When you see an opening, you need to jump onto the truck." Below, Zhao Heng's vehicle had become a war machine. Electricity arced around its frame, while sharpened steel bars on its wheels ground the undead into paste. He backed the truck right up to the building where Lena was perched. Zhao Heng yelled, "Hurry up, get in." Seeing the truck so close and the zombies scattered, Lena Jolin didn't hesitate for a second, leaping into the back. Through the drone's camera, Yuer saw that she was safe and cheered. "She made it, Brother Zhao. Let's get out of here." Clutching the tattered cloth around her, Lena Jolin entered the vehicle's main cabin, her voice filled with questions. "Who are you two?" Zhao Heng turned around with a smug grin, giving her a confident thumbs up. "Heh, we're the Apocalypse Rescue Squad, the enemy." Just then, from another direction, a colossal tail descended with terrifying force. The blow slammed into Ye Bei's mech. He was sent flying, crashing to the earth with enough force to shatter the ground. Pain twisted his features, but his eyes remained ice-cold, fixed on the monstrous foe before him. Ye Bei now faced a titanic beast, a grotesque hybrid with a muscular torso, emerging from a terrifying serpent's head. Its eyes flared with a cold blue light, gazing down upon Ye Bei from its towering height. The azure glow intensified, radiating an oppressive power. Faced with the blinding light, Ye Bei could only grit his teeth and shield his eyes. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I can't look it in the eye." A weak spark flickered across his armor, and a knot of dread tightened in his chest. His protective faceplate had been damaged in the last battle. Now, it was completely useless. The giant monster opened its maw wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Inside, a terrifying energy began to gather. Suddenly, it unleashed a colossal torrent of water, blasting straight for Ye Bei. Though his body was riddled with injuries, he quickly maneuvered the mech's arm. A blast of blue energy fired from its palm. But the attack didn't even make the monster flinch. It deftly twisted its body, effortlessly evading Ye Bei's entire assault. In a blur, its massive serpent tail whipped out, coiling tightly around the leg of his armor. Before he could react, the monster hoisted him into the air. He gritted his teeth, cursing himself. "This is bad. I let my guard down." The powerful tail swung violently, slamming Ye Bei from the sky into the water below, his body crashing hard against the solid ground. His face contorted in agony. A low groan escaped his lips as his face went pale. The monster's eyes continued to emit that blinding blue light, shining directly down on him. Even submerged, the sight sent a shiver of terror through him. The frigid water seeped into his suit. His leg was still trapped in the monster's grip. The overwhelming blue light bore down on him, and he screamed internally, "Damn it all! My body won't move!" Suddenly, the monster's tail coiled underwater, transforming into a razor-sharp spear and lunging straight for him. Despair washed over him. Is this how I die?" Just then, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The wall on the far side was blown apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. Two beams of blue energy, crackling with electricity, shot out and slammed into the surrounding debris. The energy beams surged forward, striking the monster's massive head and creating a powerful shockwave. The one who appeared was none other than Zhao Heng. His armored vehicle had smashed through the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Zhao Heng's voice immediately rang out, "Brother Bei, are you all right?" Behind him, Lena Jolin's face was tense with worry, a stark contrast to Zhao Heng, who was grinning excitedly as he yelled, "The Doomsday Rescue Squad has arrived." That last attack clearly hurt the monster. It immediately shifted its attention to the armored vehicle that had just burst in. The creature turned, about to advance on the vehicle, but it suddenly froze, as if sensing something was wrong. It turned out that Ye Bei, at some point, had broken free from the monster's crushing grip. He activated the mech's arm, seizing the giant tail with an unyielding expression. He roared, "You're not getting away! We're not finished yet!" The mechanical arm morphed into a fist, revealing razor-sharp claws. He unleashed a devastating punch. One hand held the tail fast while the other slammed directly into the monster's body. The monster let out a ferocious roar of pain. Ye Bei's face was grim as he shouted, "Fatty! If it looks at me, hit it with the laser." Inside the armored vehicle, Zhang Heng's expression tensed. He quickly replied, "Yeah, got it." Instantly, Ye Bei poured all his strength into his armor, unleashing 2 brilliant beams of energy from both arms. The 2 powerful energy blasts slammed into the giant monster's neck, sending it flying backward. The creature's enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, creating a violent tremor. Struck by the critical blow, the monster trembled in agony, convulsing on the ground. Its eyes narrowed, the blue light within them flaring with rage. Not giving it a chance to recover, Ye Bei's giant mechanical arm slammed down again. The arm pinned the monster's body to the ground, causing it to shake violently, unable to struggle. With a cold expression, Ye Bei spoke. "Why is a hybrid mutant like you here?" The monster frowned, its eyes still glowing with that chilling blue light. Ye Bei pressed on. "Did the Dark Organization send you to kill me?" Despite his sharp, relentless questioning, the monster remained completely silent. Ye Bei's expression darkened, his gaze turning to ice as he stared it down. He threatened, "Talk, or I'll end you right here, right now." The monster's eyes shot wide open, its entire body trembling violently. It shrieked. "The Dark Organization." Cole's robotic arm kept the beast pinned down, immobilizing it completely. It struggled wildly, screaming, "No, please, no, I don't want to go back. Don't take me back there." As Zane drove the vehicle closer, he called out in shock, "Cole, how did that giant dog you were fighting turn into a snake monster?" Suddenly, the monster glared at the approaching vehicle, its voice filled with suspicion. "Lena." Hearing her name, Lena Jolin spun around in utter disbelief, her eyes wide with confusion. The monster thrashed even more frantically, shouting, "Lena! Lena!" Seeing the creature's relentless screaming, Cole snapped, "What's with all the noise? Keep talking, and I'll kill you where you lie." But upon hearing her name called over and over, Lena Jolin scrambled out of the vehicle and rushed toward them. She trembled, her voice laced with doubt. "Sister, is that you? Is it really you?" Hearing that one word, the monster cried out again, "Lena, Lena." Lena Jolin moved closer, her voice shaking as she called out once more, "Sister." Still, in the driver's seat, Zane stared in utter confusion. "Wait, are you serious? This monster is her sister? Did she eat some black gold and turn into a superhuman too?" Lena Jolin knelt beside the creature, her face a mask of sorrow. She asked through her tears, "Sister, how did you end up like this?" It turned out the monster was Annie Joanni, Lena Jolin's older sister. Annie sobbed, choking out the words to her sister. "The Dark Organization's lab. It hurts so much." The robotic arm was still pressing down on Annie's head, causing her immense pain as her voice trembled and broke. Watching the scene unfold, Cole spoke with cold indifference. "Now that this is over, let me put you out of your misery." Hearing this, Lena desperately tried to stop him. "Don't! Please, don't! I don't know who turned her into a monster, but she's my sister." Just then, a drone piloted by Yuna appeared overhead. Through the speaker, Yuna's voice pleaded, "Cole, wait a second." Hearing Yuna's voice, Cole frowned slightly. "Yuna, get out of here. Stay out of this." Yuna replied urgently, her voice filled with worry. "These sisters were just reunited. You can't kill her now." But Cole seemed completely unmoved by her plea. He readied his stance to attack, telling Yuna, "Don't be so naive. She's been transformed into a fused beast hybrid. Her mind is gone. She's extremely dangerous and must be eliminated immediately." On the ground, Annie was still pinned by the robotic arm. Lena hugged her sister tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yuna begged again, "Cole, I'm begging you. Let them talk. Just give them a chance." Despite Yuna's desperate pleas, Cole wouldn't budge. He roared in anger, "She almost killed me just a minute ago. I'm not letting her go." Zane, who had been listening to the whole thing, chimed in to support Yuna. "Hey Cole, Yuna was the one who saw that monster drag you underwater. If she hadn't led me to you, wouldn't you have been killed by it?" Hearing those words, something in Cole's hardened heart seemed to shift. Zane's argument had actually worked. Cole slowly retracted the robotic arm, releasing Annie. He turned his back on them, leaving the sisters alone. Cole muttered under his breath, "A bunch of fools." Now that she was free, Annie asked in a trembling voice, "You're not from the Dark Organization?" Yuna quickly replied through the drone, No, we're not. We're a team that searches for survivors in the city. Annie began to explain what happened, her voice breaking. I escaped from the dark organization. I brought the big dog with me to find her. Through Annie's story, everyone began to realize the terrible misunderstanding. Yuna immediately confirmed it. So you mistook Cole for a member of the dark organization and attacked him in self-defense. Annie stammered, her gaze shifting fearfully toward Lena as she continued. I was scared for her. She looked at Lena, her voice thick with emotion. As long as Lena is okay, that's all that matters. Lena squeezed her sister's hand, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. Sister. Back in the sickbay, Yuna watched the sisters' reunion on her monitor. She couldn't hold back her emotions and exclaimed, "This is wonderful." "That's right. Why don't you two come with us?" Yuna's voice echoed from the drone's speaker. "Our laboratory is pretty spacious, and there aren't many people there. The doctors are researching zombies. They might even be able to help." Hearing Yuna's offer, the two sisters were overjoyed. However, Lena was still hesitant, stammering, "Really? Is that even possible?" Yuna replied cheerfully, "I'm just happy I can help someone else." Meanwhile, after freeing Annie, Cole had already climbed back into Zane's armored vehicle. He took off his robotic armor and carefully put it away. Yuna looked at the vehicle and said, "There's just one problem. I don't think our car can fit your sister, Annie." Annie turned to her sister, her voice firm with resolve. "Lena, wherever you go, I will follow." Hearing her sister's words, Lena choked up, calling her name once more, "Sister." Inside the armored vehicle, Zane whispered to Yuna, "Hey, Yuna, are you really sure you want to invite that beast woman back to our base?" Yuna answered immediately. With the two sisters together, there was no immediate danger. Zhang Heng understood the situation and shot a look at Ye Bei. He was just leaning back with his hands behind his head, eyes closed. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face, but he remained silent. Seeing this, Zhang Heng smirked. "Guess Brother Ye's on board. Let's move out." The armored vehicle roared down the road they'd just come from, heading for the main street. An armored vehicle, a recon drone, and a colossal monster all departed from the skyscraper, heading out into the desolate city. Annie's massive serpent form slithered right alongside Zhao Heng's truck. High above, Yuer's drone kept watch as the group advanced toward the lab. As he drove, Zhao Heng kept his eyes on the chaos outside. He couldn't help but be impressed. "Whoa, that beast sister of yours is incredibly fast." Inside the vehicle, Lena's gaze was fixed on her sister, her eyes filled with sorrow. She whispered, "Annie." Before long, they arrived at the research facility. Two figures, a man and a woman, stood frozen at the entrance, their eyes wide with utter shock. It was Zhang Han and Dr. Tong. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Han's forehead as he yelled, "Ye Bei, what in the world is going on?" Dr. Tang, however, looked absolutely fascinated. Gazing up at Annie's colossal serpent form, she squealed with delight. "She's so adorable." Across from them, Ye Bei simply leaned against the armored truck, offering no explanation. Lena gently stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Lena. I lived in the western part of Anxi City. When the outbreak hit, my sister and I drove south to escape." As she spoke, atop the monstrous snake's head, Annie's human form began to emerge. Lena quickly turned to the others and explained, "That is my older sister. While we were escaping, she was captured by a dark organization and modified into this form." At this revelation, Dr. Tang's eyes lit up even more. Absolutely adorable. Zhang Han, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He stammered, "Modified? What kind of twisted organization has the power to do something like this?" Far from being scared, Dr. Tang grew even more excited. She stepped closer to Annie, asking with pure enthusiasm, "Is it okay if I touch her?" "Don't be scared. Don't be scared," she murmured. But just as her hand was about to make contact with the massive serpent, Annie moved with lightning speed. She shot away from the group, startling the doctor. Annie's enormous body slithered straight toward the nearby lake. With a great splash, she plunged into the depths and vanished beneath the surface. Under the fading twilight, Zhao Heng watched her disappear into the shimmering water. He let out a small huff and muttered, "So she's the strange and silent type, huh? Is she just shy? Or just hiding in her shell?" Stepping out of the truck, he turned to Lena, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, right, I almost forgot to ask. Why were you hiding at that construction site? There's no food or water there, and you were completely alone." Hearing his question, Lena's voice became low and steady. "Actually, someone was guiding me, helping me escape the zombie horde, but we were separated along the way. He told me to wait for him at the construction site. Seeing the shadow pass over Lena's face, Zhao Heng guessed the rest. He asked gently, "And then?" "He never came back." "Did he?" Lena gave a slight, sorrowful nod. Zhao Heng's brow furrowed, his curiosity growing. Who was this person? Who would be brave enough to guide someone through this city of the dead? Lena slowly held up the tattered cloth she had been wearing. Her voice was low as she explained, "He gave me this. It's soaked in the blood of zombies. The scent masked my own and kept them from discovering me." Hearing this, a flash of recognition hit Zhao Heng. He muttered, "Don't tell me that person was." But just then, a sharp cry from behind cut him off. Lena spun around to see a little girl running toward her, her voice trembling with emotion. "Lena! Sister Lena!" It was Yuer. She had just run out from the infirmary, her whole body shaking, her legs barely able to hold her up. She stammered, "The person who was with you, was he a young man with short hair? Was his name Yao Hai?" Lena's eyes widened as she nodded. "Yes, it was." She then asked gently, "Are you the little girl from that day?" When Lena confirmed it with a nod, Yuer's voice broke as she cried out, "That was my father." The words had barely left her lips before she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Everyone rushed to her side in a panic, crying out her name, "Yuer! Yuer!" Dr. Tang quickly scooped the child up, sighing with a mix of concern and frustration. "You foolish girl. Why did you leave your room?" Zhang Han stood beside them, his face etched with worry. "Is she going to be all right?" In the midst of the chaos, Zhao Heng turned to Ye Bei, his voice firm. "Brother Ye, we have to go back out there. We have to find Yuer's father." Ye Bei had been standing silently this whole time, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. After a long moment, he finally spoke, his voice low and grave. "Night is falling. It's getting more dangerous out there. Besides, the armor needs repairs, and the Institute's defenses need to be reinforced." Zhang Han stepped forward, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Ye Bei, I think you owe us an explanation. You know what's really going on, don't you? I don't know what secrets you're keeping, or what you're really fighting against, and while I don't want to interfere, this whole situation feels completely wrong." Zhao Heng chimed in, his tone insistent. "He's right. If you run into danger again, and we can't help because we're in the dark, it could be a disaster." Ye Bei's expression remained cold and unreadable. After a long, tense silence, he finally let out a breath, his face turning grave. "You're right. I suppose it's time I told you everything." He paused, glancing at the armor being repaired, then dropped a bombshell. "I'm from 50 years in the future." The words hung in the air, plunging the room into a stunned silence. Zhao Heng's brow furrowed. "Time, travel? So that explains it. I knew there was something different about you." But Zhang Han's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping. "Time travel?" he practically shouted. "That technology actually exists? What kind are we talking about? Physical displacement, or a transfer of consciousness?" Even Dr. Tang couldn't conceal her astonishment. "So humanity actually survives for another 50 years? That's a miracle in itself." Ye Bei raised a small, marble-like object, his voice grim. "It all began with the black gold." Holding it to the light, he continued. "This is the source of all our calamities, but it's also the key to our advancement. At the Research Institute, we used this to combat the zombie virus. Our greatest achievement was a time machine. It allowed us to transmit consciousness through space-time, but only within the black gold's energy field." Zhang Han was still trying to process it, frowning as he asked another question. "Right, but in that case," in the dim light of the room, Ye Bei sat, his deep voice echoing slightly. "Yes, even though we could travel to the past, we couldn't prevent the outbreak itself. We could only send our minds back to a time just before the virus emerged." He paused, as if lost in a distant. He went on. "The lead scientist studying the black gold found it matched no known element on the periodic table. With so little data, our best guess was it came from outer space." Hearing this, Zhao Heng, who sat across from him, couldn't hold back. "Are you saying this was an alien invasion?" Meanwhile, Yuer had been returned to her medical bed, an oxygen mask over her face. Lena watched over her vigilantly, but she hung on Ye Bei's every word. She answered quietly, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Maybe. But if that's the case, the aliens would have already won. In only a few years, the virus ravaged the entire planet. 50 years from now, there are hardly any survivors left." An image of a desolate world flashed through Ye Bei's mind. Skies choked with smoke and fire. Humanity pushed to the brink of extinction. His voice turned haunting. "And even then, we continued to slaughter one another over scraps of resources. In my unit, all the senior members, were eventually killed. Ye Bei's face grew dark, but his eyes were resolute. I am the executor of our final mission. Return to the past and rebuild our organization from the ashes. Understanding dawned on Zhang Heng's face. No wonder you were so desperate to collect black gold. So, does that mean you're really over 50 years old? Ye Bei let out a faint, weary smile, the image of an old man flickering in his youthful eyes. 50? No. I'm probably closer to 70, but my consciousness could only be sent back to this body. At the moment I first encountered a zombie back at the school, thinking back on his time in the future, his voice was tinged with regret. We ran out of time to conduct more experiments. After my team sent me back, they had to destroy the entire laboratory, burying the time machine with it. He paused, his expression bleak, the memory a heavy weight on his soul. I have no idea how their final tests went, he murmured, a flicker of sadness in his eyes. Though his own face was etched with worry, Zhang Heng tried to lighten the mood. That's the most I've ever heard you talk. Your story's wild enough to be a best-selling thriller. Dr. Tang suddenly spoke up, a realization dawning on her. You've revealed all this to us. Does that mean we become your comrades in the future you came from? Ye Bei answered grimly, his expression uncertain. I don't know for sure, but I hope so. That answer sent a chill down Zhang Heng's spine. What do you mean by that? The future can be changed? Ye Bei nodded, his voice steady. It already has. He turned to Dr. Tang. You've studied the properties of the zombie virus, haven't you? Dr. Tang nodded with confidence. I have. As I said before, the fact that we're alive at all is a miracle. The virus isn't just spread through bites. She paused for effect, her voice chillingly calm. It's also airborne. The revelation struck Zhang Heng and Zhang Han like a physical blow. What? They screamed in unison, but Dr. Tang was perfectly composed, even offering a small smile. And that's why I say, we are the chosen few. The antibodies in our systems can fight off the airborne strain. It's quite miraculous, don't you think? Her words offered a brief moment of relief, but her tone quickly turned serious again. However, that gives us no guarantee that we won't mutate if we're bitten. Zhang Heng's face went pale. That's terrifying. Ye Bei nodded grimly. Dr. Tang is correct. Our bodies were infected by the airborne strain long ago. Even without a bite, eventually, we will all turn. We have a resistance to the airborne virus, but it isn't absolute immunity. Zhang Heng trembled. That's horrifying. No wonder you never said anything. Ye Bei's eyes narrowed. Before today, it was only a suspicion, but today's events have confirmed my theory. He paused, his voice hardening with conviction. Someone, or something, is deliberately accelerating the spread and mutation of the virus. All three of them asked in unison. Who? Ye Bei spoke a name that dripped with menace. The Dark Organization. In the cold darkness, a gaunt hand trembled uncontrollably, enveloped by strange streams of golden light. The light slowly faded, revealing a long-haired man with two bizarre horns sprouting from his head. He muttered, his voice shaking. It's changing back. The horns and claws on his body began to recede. Staring down at his own body, he stammered, his voice a mix of shock and panic. It's back. My body. It's really back. From a corner, Songbin watched with a cold smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hehehe, welcome to the Dark Organization. Hearing this, the long-haired man was overcome with joy. He shouted toward Songbin, This is amazing. Thank you so much. A white-haired girl, standing silently in the corner, turned her head slightly, her icy gaze fixed on the two men. Outside, the undead hordes roamed free. Their terrifying growls and chilling screeches echoed through the darkness. Meanwhile, at the research facility, Ye Bei stood up. He gazed at the scene below, his voice grim. Before, the virus was airborne, but the number of infected was still small. Most transformations were caused by zombie bites, but now, the zombies are absorbing sunlight, triggering a Phase 1 mutation. The transformation time has shrunk from weeks to mere days. The probability of normal people awakening abilities has also skyrocketed. He recalled the horrific transformations he'd witnessed. Ye Bei's voice turned grave. Furthermore, the mutated beasts and the fused creatures we saw today are all masterpieces of the Dark Organization. Zhang Heng and Dr. Tang listened intently, their eyes never leaving him. Ye Bei declared, his gaze as sharp as ice. I'm certain of it. The Dark Organization sent people back from the future. Zhang Heng frowned. Brother Ye, if they have time travel and a way to control the virus, why not go back and save humanity? Ye Bei's voice was chilling. Because the Dark Organization will do anything except save humanity. They believe ability users are a superior race. Their goal is a world ruled by their own kind. He turned, looking Zhang Heng dead in the eye. In other words, their goal is to annihilate humankind. At this, the color drained from Zhang Heng's and Dr. Tang's faces. Zhang Heng gasped in horror. But Dr. Tang just smirked, her voice filled with disdain. Humph, how childish. Zhang Han, lost in thought until now, suddenly spoke up. Wait, could this be related to those pills and the energy stones we found? He paused, then continued. The black boxes, Zhang Heng brought back. I took a few of the pills for analysis. Their main component is similar to black gold, and it's extremely active within the pill's liquid state. He frowned, a realization dawning on him. It's as if it's a catalyst for the black gold. He turned to Ye Bei, his voice urgent. Could it be? Did the dark organization make people ingest this? Ye Bei nodded grimly. Yes. It's highly likely they've been putting it in the food and water supply. Hearing this, Zhang Heng cried out in alarm. Wait, Brother Ye, those pills. They were found in Yuer's father's car. It can't be. Ye Bei cut him off, his tone glacial. We need to investigate further, but one thing is clear. As long as the dark organization exists, humanity won't last 5 years, maybe even less. He leaned forward, pointing to the documents on the table. His voice was firm. Dr. Zhang, I need to discuss setting up defensive measures for this entire facility. We'll need to deploy that toxic gas you developed, Dr. Tang. And in the meantime, focus all your efforts on treating Yuer. Dr. Tang flashed a seductive smile, tilting her head at Ye Bei. Little brother, are you perhaps my adopted little sister's big brother? Ye Bei's brow twitched in annoyance. Is there a problem? Dr. Tang grinned, shaking her head. Nope, just a simple medical question. Ye Bei looked confused, but didn't press the matter. He turned to the others, his voice sharp and decisive. There's no time for small talk. We need to move. Now. He waved a hand. Fatty, come give me a hand. Zhang Heng nodded quickly. Oh, right. As night deepened, back in the infirmary, Yuer slowly regained consciousness. Her body felt heavy with exhaustion, but she forced herself to sit up, removing the oxygen mask. Glancing to her side, she saw Lena slumped over a table, asleep. The girl looked utterly exhausted, completely unaware that Yuer was now awake. Quietly, she slipped out of bed and put on her slippers. She gently draped a jacket over Lena's shoulders, then silently left the room, leaving Lena alone in the silent room. Yuer walked down the dark corridor, illuminated only by a few faint emergency lights. She made her way toward a room with a single light still on. Inside, Dr. Tang sat at her desk, holding a glass filled with a strange liquid. She muttered to herself, that kid doesn't seem like he's in any trouble at all. Maybe his suspicions are correct. With that thought, she raised the glass to her lips and downed the entire contents in one gulp. She then collapsed onto the desk, letting out an exhausted sigh. I thought coming here would solve a few problems, but they just keep piling up. And just then, Dr. Tang noticed Yuer standing right beside her. She whipped around, stammering, Why are you out of bed? You need to go back. Yuer looked down, her expression somber. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted to walk a little. Dr. Tang reached for a coat. The scene shifts. A woman stands draped in a thin robe, her alluring figure silhouetted. She sighs, her voice gentle, but firm. I know you miss your father, but you can't neglect your own health. Dr. Zhang and the others have already turned in. You can see them tomorrow. Yuri looked up at Dr. Tang, a hint of surprise in her voice. A moment ago, I heard you talking to someone. I thought everyone was still here. Dr. Tang let out a soft laugh, her tone playful. Ah, so you caught me, did you? Her hand reached out, touching a large glass cylinder. Inside, a grotesque zombie head floated in the solution. It's actually him. Seeing this, Yuri gasped in horror. Ugh, a zombie. But Dr. Tang showed no fear, only a deep sadness in her eyes as she gazed at the head. He was my childhood friend, she said, her hand still on the glass. A complete and utter fool. Her words only made Yuri more curious and confused. She caressed the cylinder, her eyes filled with a wistful fondness. He was a good person, just clueless and clumsy. So frail, yet he always tried to act tough. He never wanted to be a doctor, but he tried so hard. She paused, her voice sinking, lost in memory. But he was the only one who dared to stand up for me when the others at the hospital tried to steal my research. The image of him being torn apart by the horde flashed in her mind, her voice trembling with the memory. Even when disaster struck, he never left my side. Yuri seemed to understand now, her expression turning somber and sorrowful. Dr. Tang's voice was filled with a bitter resentment. He's such an infuriating idiot. She gazed at the head in the jar, her tone laced with grief. During the poison gas experiment, he was trying to help me, and got surrounded by zombies. After he was infected, he kept fighting them until he was torn to pieces. Her gaze shifted to another jar containing a single hand. I couldn't even tell which parts were his, she said, her voice filled with longing. With a stubborn look, she stared at the jars and asked Yuri, I've always wondered if I could piece him back together. Do you think he might come back to life? Her words left Yuri stunned. The young girl's eyes filled with a mix of shock and heartbreak for the doctor. In the room, thick with the smell of alcohol, glass jars lined the tables. Inside, a human hand and other body parts could be seen in the dim, flickering light. A sudden, bright laugh cut through the tension. Dr. Tang, now only in a swimsuit with a thin shirt over it, spoke up. Sorry, I'm just kidding. A resurrected zombie wouldn't be much fun, would it? Yao Yuri's face was still etched with sadness. Dr. Tang, she said softly. Tang quickly covered her mouth, but her smile was radiant. Her voice was a bit embarrassed. Oops, I told you way too much. How mortifying. Yuri hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. The truth is, you really loved him, didn't you? Dr. Tang sighed, her gaze drifting over the transparent jars holding human remains. She murmured, Ni Chuan. Whenever he looked at me with that foolish expression, I just couldn't help myself. She paused, her voice softening. All right, you should go get some rest. Later, I have to go diving to find Henri. Yuri nodded obediently and turned to leave. Outside, Yuri stood before a lake. The silence of the night was absolute, darkness swallowing everything. She stared into the water, at the terrifying shapes imprinted beneath the surface. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the dark waters. Yuri cried out, Henri! It turned out the monster was Henri herself. My sweet little sister, she spoke, her voice a low rumble. Yuri replied, My name is Yao Yuri. Henri, are you all right? Henri answered, I have to hide. I can't let them find me. Yuri stepped closer, touching the creature's body, her voice full of sorrow. That dark organization. They did this cruel thing to you. To have your body turned into this. It must be so uncomfortable. Does it hurt? Henri's voice was tinged with melancholy. It's terrifying to remember, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Yuri was surprised. Really? Henri continued. Little sister. I feel pain now. Yuri asked, stunned. You've been in pain this whole time, haven't you? The monster nodded. I thought if I endured it long enough, I'd get used to it. But you can feel it. Yuri sighed. No matter what happens, deep down, we're still human. With those words, she staggered and collapsed, landing softly in a circle formed by the creature's tail. Dr. Tang witnessed this from afar, screaming in terror. Little sister! She rushed to Yuri's side, her voice frantic. What did you do? I told you to go back to your room. Why did you come out here? She knelt, placing a hand on Yuri's head, her voice filled with worry. If you keep this up, I won't be able to save you. Yuri stirred, mumbling. I'm sorry, Dr. Tang. I have a request, the girl continued, her voice shaking. Please, help me complete the surgery. Meanwhile, in a nearby garage, two men were busy fixing some machinery. Ye Bei turned, staring out into the oppressive darkness, where countless bodies lay scattered. Yao Haibang exclaimed with a worried expression. Where did she go? How could she have been attacked by zombies? He approached a house and hid around a corner, muttering. Logically, as long as there's no bleeding, the zombies shouldn't be able to find you. Yao Haibang stepped onto the main road, his eyes fixed on the chaotic tire tracks crisscrossing the ground. He thought to himself, tire tracks this big, who in the world came through here? Suddenly, he sensed danger from behind. A giant monster appeared, soaring through the sky. He quickly ducked back into cover, only letting out a breath of relief once it was gone. Suddenly, a voice boomed in his ear. Yao Haibang, so this is where you've been hiding. A jolt of terror shot through him, and he let out a panicked scream. In a desolate building, Yao Yuer lay unconscious inside a glass chamber. Dr. Tang stood watch, monitoring her every vital sign. Outside, Ye Bei and Zhang Han looked on. Zhang Han's voice was laced with worry. Are we really doing this? Using black gold to treat Yuer? Something about this feels wrong. But Ye Bei remained calm, arms crossed. Dr. Tang has already prepared a special treatment. Right now, it's just meant to stabilize her condition. Yuer needs time to adapt to the black gold's energy, he continued. I've already fused a mutant beast's core with the red-black gold. The doctor will follow my formula for the procedure. As long as the chain reaction stays within acceptable limits, Yuer will be fine. Zhang Hen's voice was filled with doubt. Did you guys actually test this method in the future? Don't tell me you were involved in creating superhumans? Yi Bei shook his head. This was just a byproduct of the superhuman project. Some fool started treating it like an elixir of immortality. It was gifted to the world's elite. His voice turned cold. It can cure diseases, that's true, but whether it grants eternal life is another story. Zhang Han grew more anxious. That sounds incredibly risky. But Ye Bei was resolute. If the conventional treatment fails, we have no other choice. Zhang Han nodded slowly. So that's why you sent Zhang Heng out. You're hoping he can find Yuer's father. Meanwhile, a vehicle sped down a road littered with the dead. Zhang Heng gripped the wheel. Lena, we've got a lot of zombies here. Scan the area to the left. We're getting close to the construction site where we first found you. Lena stared at the computer screen, flustered. I'm sorry. I don't know how to pilot this drone, and I'm not great with computers either. Yao Haibang appeared with a heavy sigh. Old Zhang. It's been a while. His voice was thick with guilt. I guess I made everyone worry. I'm sorry. Zhang Han sighed in return. I don't know whether to thank the gods or just call you lucky. His tone hardened. Enough talk. Get disinfected. Now. Then go see Yuer. The moment Yao Haibang stepped inside, his face fell. He stared in shock at his daughter. Yuer. What happened to her? Zhang Han explained grimly. She was stable when Zhang Heng brought her in, but her condition took a sudden turn for the worse. She exhausted herself looking for survivors. And trying to find any news about you. Yao Haibang staggered, clutching his head in agony. I'm such an idiot. If only I'd gotten back sooner. Zhang Han sighed. You've clearly been through hell yourself. There's a lot we need to talk about. Zhang Han held something out in front of Yao Haibang. His voice was dead serious. Where did you get this? Yao Haibang took the object, hesitating. You found my vehicle? To be honest, I have no idea what this thing is. Zhang Han's brow furrowed. Who gave it to you? Yao Haibang let out a long sigh. It was a shadow organization. At first, I thought they were a charity, so I helped them transport medical supplies. They even promised they could cure Yuer, but I never imagined what those supplies really were. Zhang Han's voice was tense and sharp. You joined them, didn't you? Do you have any idea what that medicine is used for? Yao Haibang shook his head. I only know that it's connected to the zombie outbreak in the city. When I realized how monstrous they truly were, I ran. He paused, his eyes swimming with regret. I pretended to be making another delivery, planning to escape back here and get Yuer out, but I was held up by zombies on the road. By the time I made it back, it was too late. Looking at his comatose daughter, his heart broke. I called her. I told her to lock the doors and not go outside. He buried his face in his hands, his voice choked with sobs, but she still went out. Is this my punishment? I always taught her that the world was full of good people, that she should always do the right thing, and here I am, helping monsters commit atrocities. He wept uncontrollably, his gaze fixed on his daughter, completely still on the bed. I'm a terrible father. Just then, Dr. Tang entered, her voice cutting through the grief. Get a hold of yourself. Yuer is still alive. Her expression was dead serious. I'm Dr. Tang. I need a blood donation from you. Now. And you'd better be her biological father. Yao Haibang was stunned. What? Dr. Tang explained. None of our blood types are compatible with Yuer's. If they were, we could have treated her already. You are her only hope. Yao Haibang nodded without a second's hesitation. Okay, take as much blood as you need, doctor. Just please, save Yuer. But he stopped short, panic in his eyes. Wait, you can't use the black gold. Zhang Han was shocked. You know about the black gold? Yao Haibang stammered, flustered. I don't know how to explain it. Basically, that shadow organization is planning a massive experiment. Zhang Han and Dr. Tong listened intently. He continued. Its scope covers all of Anxi City. So many people are going to die. Dr. Tang was confused. But everyone in this area has already turned into a zombie. How can they die again? Yao Haibang hesitated. You can't use the black gold. They told me that everything is connected to it. Everything will be affected. Zhang Han scowled. But the black gold is the only thing we have that can fight them. We're cornered. There's no way out. Suddenly, Yao Haibang became extremely agitated. He grabbed Zhang Han by the shoulders and screamed, Run! We have to run! We can't stay here! We have to get as far away as possible! Seeing his pure panic, Zhang Han grew afraid. But what about Yuer? Yao Haibang roared. I'm taking Yuer out of here right now. Zhang Han rushed to stop him. She can't be moved from the treatment chamber, despite Zhang Han and Dr. Tang's pleas. Yao Haibang was resolute. Don't get in my way. Suddenly, a wrench slammed into the back of Yao Haibang's neck, sending him crashing to the floor. Ye Bei stood over him, weapon in hand, his voice ice cold. You're too damn loud. Dr. Tang stared in shock. Ye Bei glanced at her, and Zhang Han, his tone sharp. If you need blood for the surgery, do it now. Stop wasting time. Outside, a torrential rain fell, drowning the world in darkness. Inside a small bar, a few men gathered around a table. A long-haired man, a member of the Dark Organization, spoke up. So, what brought you all to our cause? Lao Xiao, a man with a thick beard, replied while polishing a glass. Because my entire squad was wiped out. I'm the only one left. The blonde-haired Yu Feng, a dart held loosely in his hand, added, because I want to protect the only comrade I have left. The long-haired man nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. A grin spread across his face. We can all be comrades then. This is perfect. Though I have a feeling more will be joining us soon. Lao Xiao let out a hearty laugh. Of course. We have to spread our influence across the globe. Everyone's busy recruiting new members as we speak. The long-haired man looked surprised. Oh. Still holding a dart, his eyes fixed on an unseen target. Yu Feng mused. I'm curious. What kind of society would people with powers even create? He went on. We don't need to eat or drink. We can change our combat forms at will, and we have no fear of the undead. But I doubt we could ever truly unite our power. Lao Xiao boomed with laughter. Excellent point. That's exactly what our advisor is contemplating. For now, we just have to follow her lead. Yu Feng turned, his voice laced with suspicion. Trusting someone from the future. Is that really a good idea? Lao Xiao scoffed in response. Who's more trustworthy than someone who's already seen what's coming? He continued, a glint in his eye. You're Yu Feng, aren't you? I remember the advisor mentioning you. Said you become quite the big shot in the future. A real powerhouse. Only the most exceptional can awaken these powers. Yu Feng's brow furrowed. That guy, Ye Bei, he's from the future too. Then why didn't you turn him into one of us? A sinister grin spread across Lao Xiao's face, because he's simply not worthy. Weren't you two classmates? He was always weak, useless, consumed by jealousy of anyone who surpassed him. That's why he used a time machine to rewrite his own fate. Yu Feng slowly nodded. Now that you mention it. Oh. When I met him, he was completely different from the person I once knew. Lao Xiao nodded. Exactly. And now, anyone who ever wronged him is paying the price. The long-haired man cut in. So the advisor is from the future. She must be here to deal with that thorn in our side, Ye Bei. Right? To ensure that superhumans rule the world. A slow clap echoed through the room, followed by an ice-cold voice. Well said. A figure cloaked in black from head to toe stepped out of the shadows. It was Song Bin. He declared, the world Ye Bei is fighting for is not our world. For that reason, he must be eliminated. Song Bin stepped forward, his voice dripping with cunning. But for now, we need to enlighten him. He is still a prisoner of his outdated ideals. We must help him embrace this new era. He stood before them, his gaze piercing and cold. We are born of the black gold. The black gold is the very meaning of our existence. We have cast aside our old flesh to begin a new life. The group listened, completely captivated. Songbin continued, his voice rising. We must harness the black gold, strengthen ourselves, and become the most powerful race in the universe. The four shouted in unison, their voices echoing, Long live the Dark Organization. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated building, Zhang Heng let out a huge yawn inside a spacious garage, surrounded by shelves cluttered with machinery. He turned to Ye Bei. Oh, right, Brother Ye. You mentioned you had a squad back in the future. So where are they now? He asked, full of curiosity. They must be so young in this timeline, right? If you find them and they don't even recognize you, wouldn't that be super awkward? Ye Bei's expression remained neutral. I told you. The present and the future have both been altered. I don't know if they're alive or dead, and I can't even be sure I'll find them in the same places. Zhao Heng looked confused. Then, what's the plan? How are you supposed to rebuild your organization? Ye Bei's voice was firm. My comrades aren't defined by who they are, but by the ideals we share. Zhao Heng looked surprised. What kind of ideal? Ye Bei's gaze drifted to the distance. To destroy every last black gold superhuman on Earth, so that society can return to its original order. Zhao Heng was stunned. It sounded so simple, yet it felt completely out of reach. Ye Bei's resolve was unshaken. That's why my organization has so few members. No matter how dangerous it is, The people of the future are dependent on black gold, he continued to explain. And to get that black gold, humanity regularly sends prisoners, resistance fighters, and deserters into zombie concentration camps. Despite the brutal oppression, people endure it just to survive, and fewer dare to fight back. Zhang Heng was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Wait, you want to destroy black gold, but you're a master at using black gold weapons. Ye Bei nodded. To destroy your enemy, you must first understand it. Once the enemy is eradicated, we will destroy every last black gold weapon. Zhang Heng was in awe. To hold on to an ideal like that, it's truly incredible. Ye Bei grew quiet, lost in thought. Honestly, I'm not as resolute as my comrades were. Without them, I would have given up a long time ago. He thought of Yuer, his voice softening. If they hadn't saved me, to me, they would have just been a bunch of stubborn fools, hopelessly stubborn. Outside, the oppressive darkness lingered, clinging to the air with a grim stillness. Back in the room, Yao Haibong stared out the window, lost in thought. He turned to Zhang Han. These past few days, its movements have been terrifyingly nimble. It's dodged everything we've thrown at it. The sky is still so gloomy, Zhang Han replied, his eyes locked on his handheld computer. But it's fine. At least the rain has stopped. A grim look crossed Yao Haipeng's face. Is there nowhere left for us to run? Zhang Han let out a heavy sigh. Ye Bei already told us. The Dark Organization's experiment covers the entire world, he continued. Even so, you were never once considered fleeing. Sitting by the bedside, Yao Haipeng faltered. That child. He lowered his head, his voice filled with anguish. She's too pure. She doesn't understand the evil in this world. And that's my fault. Zhang Han offered some comfort. I think she knows more than you realize. After everything she's been through, she's been watching and thinking for herself. He recalled Yuer's resolve and added, perhaps she's more resilient than any of us. After all, she was the one who begged Dr. Tang for the surgery. Yao Haipeng ran a hand through his hair, his voice laced with anxiety. But I still can't shake this feeling. Zhang Han's voice was heavy with empathy. I know. As a father, I understand completely. He sighed, a shadow of the past clouding his eyes. I used to be the same. Too worried about my own son. My strict rules only ended up driving him away. He clutched his chest, a sharp pain shooting through him. The tragedy is, by the time he was gone, we never got the chance to forgive each other. Yao Haipeng asked hesitantly, Old Zhang, has your boy returned yet? Zhang Han just shook his head. I have no idea. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't want to see me. He changed the subject, his tone hardening with resolve. Let's not dwell on the past. Right now, we need to stand together and survive this catastrophe. Outside, an eerie silence hung in the air. But inside the repair garage, Ye Bei sat in the cockpit of a colossal mech. Zhang Heng stood nearby, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. Don't tell me, this is the mech's complete frame? How is it this solid? Ye Bei's voice was ice. The Dark Organization's consultant requested a meeting. Then I'll give him exactly what he wants, he continued, his eyes narrowing to slits. It'd be a waste not to flatten their entire headquarters while I'm at it. The mech whirred to life, its massive hands starting to move. From the cockpit, Ye Bei commanded, Fatty, you're on guard duty. If any ability users breach the facility, eliminate them all. Zhang Heng let out a wild grin, cracking his knuckles. Just let them try. We'll give them a welcome they'll never forget. Ye Bei nodded. And keep a close eye on Yuer. Zhang Heng gave a firm reply. You got it. In an instant, Ye Bei engaged the mech's thrusters, unleashing a brilliant blue energy as it shot into the heavens like a comet. Watching from below, Zhang Heng was awestruck. So damn cool. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the Dark Organization's base, Songbin stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. Oh? Is that Ye Bei? To construct a mech so quickly. Truly impressive. A smug smirk spread across his face. The consultant's judgment was flawless. Now, our plan can proceed without a hitch. Songbin turned to Old Xiao. Are the preparations complete? Old Xiao grinned. I'm dying to get started. Songbin nodded. Then you will take the lead. In a flash, Old Xiao's body began to twist and warp, shedding his human form to become a grotesque monstrosity. Its body swelled to a colossal size, 100 times larger than a man, with massive limbs, razor-sharp fangs, and a vast wingspan. The beast launched into the air, rocketing towards the very building where Yao Haipeng waited. Inside, Dr. Tang was deep in concentration, carefully adding a single drop to a test tube. Zhang Han sat nearby and announced, The results are in. Your blood type is a perfect match for you heirs. The stem cell transplant can proceed as planned. A wave of relief washed over Yao Haipeng. That's wonderful. Thank you, everyone. A procedure like this, I couldn't have afforded it in a lifetime. He hesitated, overwhelmed. How can I possibly repay all of you? Zhang Heng replied without looking up from his tablet. Save the thanks for later. Right now, you need to focus on the security monitors. We can't let the enemy catch us off guard. Yao Haipeng nodded. Right. Zhang Heng continued. It's a good thing you taught Yuer how to use a computer. Her skills have been invaluable. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave slammed into the building, shaking it to its core. Dr. Tang and Zhang Han were thrown off balance. Zhao Heng yelled out, "Whoa, was that an earthquake?" It was old Xiao. Having reached the building, he unleashed a second devastating blast of energy right into it. The aftershock sent everyone reeling. Zhang Han shouted in alarm, "It's an enemy assault! Haipeng, check the cameras. Do you see anyone outside?" Yao Haipeng scrambled to check the feed, his voice frantic. "Nothing. The main entrance is clear. But wait. Several cameras are offline. I see it." Zhao Heng roared, pointing upwards. "Up there. A winged monster is hurling fireballs straight at us." He watched, his voice trembling slightly. "Those fireballs, they're punching right through our defensive shield. There's no doubt. It's from the Dark Organization," Zhao Heng yelled, his voice now burning with determination. "Doctor, open the gate. I'm going out there to take that thing down. Just keep the electric fence and poison gas traps active." Zhang Han replied instantly, "Got it. Be careful out there." Outside the facility, a high-voltage electrical grid crackled. A heavily armored tank, bristling with advanced weaponry, roared out of the garage. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Heng roared, "You dare attack my home? Then get a taste of the dark gold demon cannon." The words had barely left his mouth when a devastating beam of energy shot towards old Xiao. But the beast was impossibly fast, evading the blast with ease. Undeterred, Zhao Heng unleashed a relentless barrage of colossal energy blasts, but old Xiao. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Ye Bei rocketed toward the enemy's location. He felt the signal from his allies suddenly cut out. "The research institute has gone dark," he muttered. "Have I already entered the Dark Organization's territory?" As he flew, a deep worry set in. Hoping the institute was still standing, he had done all he could. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of energy surged toward him. Ye Bei dodged instantly, his eyes turning to ice. Below him, a colossal machine from the Dark Organization aimed its cannon right at him. Ye Bei's guard shot up, just as he suspected. This was one of their time-traveling mechs. He immediately launched a counterattack, but the enemy deployed a light shield, blocking it completely. Surprised, Ye Bei narrowed his eyes. "They have light shields too? That's high-spec military hardware." Without hesitating, he shot forward, unleashing a devastating kick. He aimed for the robot's head. It raised an arm to defend, but Ye Bei was relentless, hammering it with a continuous storm of lethal blows. The enemy robot finally erupted in a fiery explosion. But before he could even breathe, swarms of other machines appeared, rushing him from all sides. Ye Bei gritted his teeth. "This many? Just how long has the Dark Organization been here?" There wasn't a second to rest. He soared upward, raining down a constant barrage of bullets. One by one, the enemy mechs exploded into scrap metal in midair. Meanwhile, back at the research institute, Zhao Heng's brutal battle was still raging. The long-haired member of the Dark Organization spoke up. "He has no problem fighting alone. Should we use this chance to sneak into the institute?" Songbin nodded. "Exactly." The long-haired man looked worried. "But what about that electric grid?" Songbin replied, It's also surrounded by a poison gas. If we rush in now, we'll pass out and get vaporized by the electricity." The long-haired man was terrified. "So what do we do?" Songbin smirked sinisterly. "I've already prepared our way in." Inside the building, a worried Yao Haipeng asked, "Old Zhang, Dr. Tang, are you two all right? It looks like Zhao Heng has that psychic under control." He paused, his voice trembling. "Yuer, is she okay? Was the surgery affected?" As he spoke, he clutched his shoulder, his face twisting in pain. A massive wound on his shoulder suddenly burst open, spraying fresh blood everywhere as Yao Haipeng let out a horrifying scream. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his clothes crimson. In an instant, he collapsed to the floor, his eyes wide with terror, and from that very wound, Songbin suddenly emerged, a twisted smile on his face. "It took a great deal of effort to carve that blood curse onto you, and what a coincidence. You also happen to control the power grid outside." Outside, Zhao Heng was still pouring everything he had into stopping old Xiao. His voice filled with fury. "You damn monster! Stop dodging. You can't run forever, he roared. Now taste my tracking missiles. Instantly, he fired a massive volley of rockets toward his enemy. Old Xiao's face filled with terror as he scrambled to escape. But knowing he couldn't outrun them, he turned to defend himself. It was useless. The power of Zhang Heng's assault was too overwhelming, and old Xiao was blasted to the ground. Zhang Heng laughed maniacally. How do you like that continuous fire, huh? But old Xiao, though beaten, used the last of his strength to unleash a terrifying power. He slammed his fist into the ground. The earth shattered as a wave of energy crashed into Zhang Heng's tank, nearly flipping it over. Inside the tank, Zhang Heng cried out in shock. Old Xiao laughed triumphantly. I'll admit, that powerful weapon of yours gave me a scare, but that's as far as you go. The tables had turned. Old Xiao seized the advantage, leaping onto the tank, grabbing hold of it, and laughing. It's time to end this. He began to lift the entire tank, but Zhang Heng refused to surrender, pulling out a gun and aiming it directly at the enemy. Old Xiao's eyes went wide with shock as Zhang Heng screamed, "Go back to hell, you demon." A single shot struck Old Xiao in the neck. The impact sent him flying backward. With a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, Zhang Heng stepped out of his tank, approaching the fallen man. Even on the ground clutching his wound, Old Xiao just laughed. I finally understand why they sent me here. Zhang Heng was furious. What are you talking about? What's so funny? Old Xiao kept laughing. Ah Heng, it's been a long time. In an instant, he reverted to his original human form. Don't you recognize me anymore? Staring at the man's true face, Zhang Heng's voice trembled in shock. You're old. Old Xiao? Inside the smoke-filled research institute, Yu was still unconscious in her glass pod. Dr. Tang stood beside it and sighed. Thank goodness, Yu is safe. Nearby, Zhang looked worried. That last attack knocked out the main power. We're on the backup generator now. Doctor, please don't tell me things have gotten worse. Dr. Tang looked at the pile of shards on the table, his voice low. The container, holding Yuer's father's stem cells, has been completely shattered. The original surgery is now impossible. Zhang was frantic. Then what now? Dr. Tong continued. The only way is to ask him to donate his blood one more time. Zhang cut him off. You don't mean you want to? Just then, Songbin appeared from behind them, approaching with a cold smile. Such a shame. He won't be able to make it. The group stared in shock. Zhang yelled, Who the hell are you? Songbin gave a slight bow, his voice dripping with false courtesy. A pleasure to meet you. I am Songbin, a loyal officer of the Dark Organization. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. Zhang stammered in panic. The Dark Organization? How did you get in here? Don't get the wrong idea. I just borrowed a bit of Yao's flesh so I could move freely within 100 meters. Zhang Han stared in horror, screaming, You murdered Yao Haibing. Songbin casually adjusted his cap, his voice chillingly calm. If you consider him human, then yes, but soon enough, he'll just be a perfect solution, isn't it? Zhang Han roared in fury. You're all just a bunch of homicidal maniacs. Songbin just laughed, a twisted grin on his face. Relax, relax. I won't lay a hand on you, and I won't touch Dr. Tang either. I know exactly who you are. Our advisor gave us strict orders to ensure your safety. Get the hell out of here, Zhang Han yelled. I won't help you lunatics with anything. The smile vanished from Songbin's face, replaced by a dark, ominous tone. Oh? It seems Ye Bei has told you quite a bit, hasn't he? But are you sure you can really trust a man like him? His eyes narrowed, turning cold as ice. He's the kind of man who would do anything to save his own skin. Outside, Ye Bei was in the fight of his life against the Dark Organization's robotic horde. He'd strike one down, only for another to take its place. He surged forward, creating a barrier of light to deflect the barrage. With precise, deadly counterstrikes, he dismantled the machines one after another. Ye Bei muttered to himself, These mindless AI drones. They pack a punch, but they're built like scrap metal. In the distance, a blue light pulsed, growing brighter. A grotesque, colossal monster materialized, charging straight for Ye Bei. A smirk touched his lips. I'll give the Dark Organization this. Their taste in monsters never disappoints. The beast roared, lunging with razor-sharp claws. Ye Bei dodged in a blur of motion. It immediately unleashed its next attack, as brilliant green energy beams erupted from its glowing wings. Ye Bei evaded it with ease, but then a blinding, golden light burst from the monster's eyes. Ye Bei cursed under his breath. Not this damned paralysis beam again. He had a strange thought. The light didn't need direct eye contact to slow down his black gold formation. The monster then channeled all its power into its maw, unleashing a radiant purple energy blast aimed directly at Ye Bei. He let out a defiant roar, but the violet light consumed him, his silhouette fading from view. All that remained was the monster, and the white-haired advisor, watching silently from afar. Elsewhere, Zhang Heng's battle had come to a halt. He stared in stunned disbelief, crying out, "Old Xiao, you're alive!" Lying crumpled on the ground, Old Xiao replied, "I was about to ask you the same thing, little Zhao." Zhang Heng's hand tightened around his weapon as he roared, "What is happening here? Why are you with the Dark Organization? Did you sell us out? Are you the reason A-kun and little Qi are dead?" Old Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Well, I had my reasons. It wasn't intentional." Zhang Heng's fury intensified. "Why? Why would you betray us? We trusted you. We looked up to you like a brother." Old Xiao sighed, a deep sadness in his voice. "Fate plays cruel tricks. Our work on the border, robbing the rich for the poor. It drew the attention of the officials. On our final mission, we were ambushed. It was a trap," he continued. "The Dark Organization, they were the ones who helped us get out alive. But by the time we went back for the others, A-kun and little Qi were already critically wounded, and you were gone." Zhang Heng looked horrified. You brought them to the Dark Organization? Then, they're still alive?" Old Xiao answered quickly. "Yes, that's right. And now we've found you, little Zhao. Come with us. The Fengjing crew can finally be whole again." "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Heng screamed. His grip tightened on his weapon, his knuckles white. "They want to wipe out humanity. They turn people into monsters. How is that a place for anyone human? You didn't just turn yourself into a monster, you dragged A-kun and little Qi into the pit of hell with you." Old Xiao sighed. "Little Zhao, what are you saying? Think about it. Our days of playing Robin Hood were glorious, but we couldn't live like that forever. We were nobodies, hunted by our enemies. But the Dark Organization is different. They can remake us into beings that transcend humanity." In that instant, Zhang Heng's blade flashed, severing Old Xiao's monstrous tail. He cried out in agony. Zhang Heng roared, "Old Xiao, I'll ask you one last time. Are A-kun and little Qi still alive?" Old Xiao sighed. "You're just as stubborn as you've always been." He then shot into the air, moving too fast for Zhang Heng to react. Old Xiao landed, unleashing his full power. He bellowed, "If you won't join us, then I'll just send you to meet them in the afterlife." A massive explosion rocked the entire area. Back inside the research facility, smoke and dust filled the air. Zhang Han glared at Songbin, his voice unwavering. "Ye Bei has his secrets, but he risked everything to protect Yuer. We all saw it. Stop trying to turn us against him." Songbin stroked his chin with a sinister smile. "Is that right? I know all about their past, but what do you make of this current situation?" he said cheerfully. "Doesn't this look like a standard superhuman conversion experiment?" "Ah, I see now. He was just grooming her to create a powerful, obedient puppet," he continued, his grin widening. "You didn't know, did you?" Ye Bei was very careful to hide his past as a mechanic. Zhang Han was taken aback. What are you talking about?" Songbin walked over to a computer terminal. They were all mechanics in this new world. A crazed cult obsessed with researching black gold, stopping at nothing, especially when it came to human experimentation. "What are you doing?" Zhang Han screamed. Songbin just laughed. Don't worry. I'm just helping him finish what he started." "So the outer defenses are useless now? Or did you actually manage to take down Zhao Heng?" Songbin sighed, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "I may not be a mechanic, but I understand a few things." His voice turned cruel. "All it takes is a few changes to her configuration, and she'll become another Esper for the Dark Organization." His fingers danced across the keyboard as he continued. "One more Esper means that much more power for us." Zhang Han roared in pure horror. "You goddamn traitors to humanity." He charged forward, aiming his weapon directly at Songbin. "Get out of my way!" But a powerful force stopped him in his tracks as the long-haired man from the Dark Organization appeared. Songbin just chuckled. "Zhou Bo, try to be careful playing with fire in the laboratory." The man rubbed his head, faking an apology. "I just got a little excited about meeting our new teammate." He moved toward Yuer, leaning in close to whisper, "Besides, this little one and I share a certain destiny." Songbin asked, "Have all the mechanisms around the research facility been destroyed?" The long-haired man replied, Yep. I checked the upper levels." "Ah," Feng checked below, "so it should be fine." Suddenly, the long-haired man's aura flared, and he screamed, "It's a shame there's nothing here to burn. I've been holding back for so long, I'm dying to set someone on fire." He pointed to Lena, who was lying motionless on the ground. "Hey boss, this girl is irrelevant, isn't she? Can I light her up?" Songbin nodded. Fine, but do it outside. The long-haired man's wicked smile grew as he stalked toward Lena. This is going to be great. Oh, so great. When you're burning, remember to scream for me, you hear? Make it even louder than I was just now. Lena screamed in terror. He lunged at her, but suddenly the floor cracked wide open. Annie, in her monster form, burst through the wall. Her eyes glowed with brilliant light as she fired a beam at the two dark agents. With a powerful swing of her tail, she sent them flying. Zhang Heng was ecstatic. Annie, great job. Get those two scumbags out of the lab, Dr. Tang shouted. This is our chance. Recalibrate the data. But the black gold was already reacting. The energy flow was irreversible. Annie fired a beam of light towards Yuer. Dr. Tang was astonished. This light is incredible. The black gold's activity is weakening. She looked at Annie. That's it. Hold it for a little longer. This should lower the mutation frequency. She added. Ye Bei said that if anything unexpected happened, we should activate the backup sequence. Suddenly, a new power signature erupted in the room. Annie was attacked. An arm wielding a razor-sharp blade emerged from the shadows. Yufeng stepped into the room, his voice dripping with malice. So you're the test subject the organization has been hunting for. He laughed wickedly. The higher-ups said, if I can't bring you back alive, I should just kill you. He unleashed his attack, but Annie dodged in a flash and countered. Yufeng easily evaded the blow. Glass vials on the shelves shattered, scattering body parts and severed hands across the floor. Meanwhile, where Ye Bei was fighting, a purple and golden light enveloped everything. The colossal monster still faced him, its eyes glowing brightly within the vortex of purple energy. Ye Bei sighed. I've wasted too much energy on that shield. He stood up, his voice resolute. I have to end this now. He unleashed his attack, launching a torrent of flames toward the monster. You want a firefight? I'm not going to lose. The flames slammed into the beast, causing it to roar in agony. It retaliated, firing another blast of energy. Ye Bei dodged, continuously launching smoke grenades at his enemy. The smoke enveloped the monster, causing its glowing. The monster staggered, walking toward death's door. Ye Bei leaped high, commanding his robot